Morning, everybody. How nice to have your company. Welcome to Friday, November the 4th. Remember, oh no, it's tomorrow. And that'll be the bonfire night. But tonight, people will be letting off fireworks. And tomorrow night and Sunday night, I bet you. And Monday, I bet you. I bet you anything. You can buy them all over the place. But I'm warming to the silent fireworks, which we talked about on the programme a few days ago. And I quite like the idea. Suella has said that she will stop the boat migrants. I don't know how you're going to manage that, love. I mean, I don't want to be rude about it, but there's no chance that you can stop them. There are even more. Well, I'm assuming she's going to walk on water and stand there and go, stop, stop. Because how else is she going to stop it? The French couldn't care less. They don't want them. So they let them happily push their boats into the sea and off they go. I mean, there must be a right old market. I would have thought, close all the shops down where they're buying the boats from. That would be the start, wouldn't it? Unless they know something different. Oh, and what was the other one? Do you know a fifth of bar staff went to university? I mean, I'm assuming that's how it would be in London because we're very educated, the bar staff. And they all look right, don't they? Because I don't think you make a huge amount of money being a bar person. Lots are still at uni and they learn to do cocktails and stuff like that. Because there's no good just standing there behind a bar going, you want a pint, lager top, flat white, and all the rest of it. Because now some people go into pubs to get cups of coffee, which as far as I'm concerned is absolutely sacrilegious. I can't believe why anybody would even be allowed to go into a pub and order a cup of coffee. No, I'm sorry, we sell alcohol. That's why it's called a public house. Goodness sake. The bishop who's done the gay weddings U-turn, and so he's been anti the idea of same-sex marriages and all the rest of it. Now they've said not only can you have same-sex marriages, but you can have the sex as well, which is very nice. And I like to feel that the Church of England has given us the seal of approval. What was the other one which I quite like? Yes, they've seized, in the run-up to Christmas, some phony designer gear, not just clothing, trainers, watches and everything. £200 million worth. They found it in a warehouse. £200 million worth. One man has been arrested. Well, it won't be him, will it? He'll be the poor sad bloke who gets nicked for it, but it'll be somebody else, and it'll be sold on markets and everything. £200 million worth. Imagine what that's worth out on the streets. £200 million. And our UK envoy went over to Moscow. I've got no idea who it is either. No good even asking me. I haven't got the faintest idea. And there's a staged mob. Obviously, poor old Putin sort of get a few people out, give bottled vodka, and they stand there and they've got these little homemade signs. British terror groups go home and all this kind of thing. This from the nation who's bombing the hell out of Ukraine. These people must be more drunk than we thought they were. It's easy to fool them, isn't it, really? There was only a little handful of them. No to British terror. And they've done a little picture of what they think is Big Ben. And you can tell it's all done. It's been done for them because these people just look like a bunch of drunks. Look at them. There's no more than 15 people there. They said Britain is a terrorist state. Yeah, says the country that's bombing the hell out of women and children. These people are more drunk than you think they are in the first place. But good old Putin, well-known drunk. That's the old homophobia one, isn't it? Where he rides bareback on horses. Poor horses, I say. Harry and Andrew could be stripped of their royal connections if Prince Charles gets his way. He doesn't want, they're bringing the royal family down. Harry's been the big embarrassment. He can do what he likes. He can do what he likes. I mean, Charles is, they say, becoming obsessed with slimming it down and trimming it down. How much we believe, I don't know. Because it's very easy to read pieces out of the paper and they say, oh, a royal author says this, like they're an authority on it. Because they're not necessarily. But my favourite phone call yesterday, I happened to be out. Where did I go to? I was going to do something. Oh, that's right. I went off to do... Oh, a friend of mine phoned up and we went out for breakfast on the Sunday and he'd left his keys in his jacket pocket, which was on the back seat of my car. And so he said, I can't go to work. I said, why? He said, you've got my keys. I said, where are they? They said, in my jacket on the back seat of your car. You don't just realise, yeah. And it's a special key to open a building. And so I had to drive into town yesterday to drop the key. It took me an hour in and an hour back to drop the keys off, which were nothing to do with me in the first place. So you can imagine how happy I was yesterday. Yeah, then I went to Marks and Spencer's and bought some little bits and pieces. And so that was all sorted out. And then I came home. Then I discovered I'd missed the postman and I was waiting for this parcel. And then I got a Christmas parcel. A Christmas present from my friend Stuart, who owns Sandy's, the fishmonger. And he'd phoned me 2 days ago and said, I've got your Advent present, which is, I mean, it's I had to open it. I can't resist opening boxes, I'm afraid. So I opened it, and it's from Fortnum and Masons, and it's a little gramophone which has got batteries already in it. Very thoughtful, very wise, and it's got little discs, and you put them on, and each one plays a different Christmas tune. I thought it was the best thing I'd ever seen. I love stuff like that. I mean, I've got all sorts. Helinka's very good at buying me these beautiful cards, which are sort of animated. You open it up, and there's people skating, or little lights twinkling. All this kind of stuff I love. And so I'm going to send a message to Stuart to say how fantastic. And I had to check with him about the turkey situation, because he knows of farms where they've had to destroy the entire flock of turkeys. It's as simple as that. There it is. Yes, there it is. That's that little thing there. How have you found that? Did you just put down? You have. It's so pretty. Is it very expensive? I don't know what it got. It's. I don't want to show that, but it's lovely. You put these little discs in, and they're picture discs as well. It's really nice. I tell you, it's the most unusual present I've ever seen, and I've seen some unusual presents. So have you ever seen anything like it? It's only about so big. It's beautiful. I haven't actually put the records on yet. I wouldn't have the faintest idea. I don't like to sort of find out how things like that on it. Oh no, tell me, go on, because it's really lovely. It's beautiful. But anyway, so I was asking Stuart about the turkey situation. He's ordering turkeys this year. He does the Copa turkeys, and he'll have a queue down Heath Road in Twickenham. And what did I discover the other day? Oh, goodness me. Remember I told you we're sort of having had loads of shops working and up and running in Twickenham. It's all changed. Burger King is now gone. They've stripped it out completely, because presumably if you leave all the stuff in there, the people who take on the shop, you have to put it back the way you found it. So you have to take all the fryers out and everything else. So that's gone. I believe there's a cafe which is going there. Cafe Nero is going as well. And then a stalwart of Twickenham, I don't think she'll mind me telling you, Mrs. Modi, who owns the little corner shop, and she's sold up. She's going to retire. And she's the newspaper shop. That's where I get all my bits and pieces from. And so that's sad. Yes, just on the bend, on the corner. And they've been there, I think, about 26 years. 26 years. And so she's going to retire, which is good, because at the moment she can't get holidays or anything like that. She's got a son who helps her out in the shop, but he's got a full-time job. So it's all change. It's all changed. I'm not sure about the change bit. I don't like it very much. But anyway, so you can order your turkeys from Sandy's, and he will do his best to fill them, all the orders. And as I say, he sells the most turkeys. Even though he's right next door to a butcher's shop, he will sell the most turkeys, because Sandy's has been there, and Stuart and his dad were running it, and his dad was typical old-fashioned fishmonger, pork pie hat on, apron, all the rest of it, and all his staff because you're working with wet fish and crabs and lobsters and all sorts of things that move in the night, and he's got jars of this and jars. It's like a delicatessen and all the rest of it in there, and he takes on and he works all the hours God sends. Literally, he's open Christmas Day to fulfill orders. People who've been in on Christmas Eve, and they order their sort of platters. It was established in 1977. Yeah, it's been there for ages. They get fresh fish in every day, and he puts all his ice out, and he's got all the freezers operating, and they get fresh fish in. So it's all fresh crab, fresh lobster, he'll do anything. But on Christmas Day, he's in there probably up until midday, fulfilling orders. People will come in and collect. He does these big platters where he's got all sorts of fish on, dressed crab, whatever you want, and people go in and collect them. Because when I've been finishing here, because I am here Christmas Day, by the way, and I'm here New Year's Day. Thought I'd tell you that. Boxing Day as well, 7 till 10. So Christmas Day, which is Sunday, 7 till 10. 7 till 10 on the Monday, and then the following New Year's Day, 7 till 10 as well. And then the rest of the time we're just normal. So as per usual, we shall look forward to your company on Christmas Day. So if you're one of those people who's listening at the moment going, do you know, I was wondering what I was going to be doing for Christmas, you can join me. I shall need the company. I might even open up the phone. No, that's not going to be silly, Stephen. You never do you? You always say you're going to and you never bother with it. Shane in Sydney says, was not happy in Australia. There won't be bounties and celebrations down here as well. Well, buy something else. I mean, I think it's outrageous that they've taken that. Only in Tesco's here. Steve, what is your secret for retaining such a youthful appearance? Youth. I am youthful. I don't know what it is. Somebody was asking me the other day. They said, I said, well, not smoking helps. I know that seems a bit ridiculous, but smoking does in fact age you. And I did, yeah. I mean, I smoked since I was 14. And then stopped, and they were saying, "Oh, it'll be terrible when you stop smoking. All the tar falls off your lungs." And I didn't get any of that at all. I really didn't. They said you'd be coughing up phlegm, and no, I got nothing like that at all. I tended to find if you drunk enough prosecco, it kind of diluted it anyway, so there was no problem there. And you're not covered in blood today, Steve? I am not, actually. I am not. This was after yesterday, where I injected my insulin, and I bled for the world because I'm on blood thinners. I'm on warfarin and something else. And so if I've only got to break the skin and it starts bleeding. And yesterday was an extortionate amount of blood which appeared. But anyway, it's all good now. And after struggling through this week with a terrible sore throat, aches and pains, made it to Friday. Did 2 COVID tests. Thankfully, they're negative. Well done. I have a week off from tonight. We're going down to Devon to stay in a boutique retreats cottage for my birthday next Thursday. Tradition is stopping off at the Grazing Cow near Honiton for their brilliant cooked breakfast. And I heard you mention Cafe Concerto, and you've not been yet. Steve and I have been on several occasions, and we usually go to the one by Trafalgar Square if it's still there. Who's this from? I can't open this one up. I never know how to do this. Is it Anne, the Sleepless in Pool? Oh, right. I don't know where the one is near Trafalgar Square, the Cafe Concerto. I know that there's one at Piccadilly Circus, but I don't know where it is in around here in Trafalgar Square. It's Northumberland Avenue. Sorry, I just tend to think that's a little bit further down, near the Playhouse Theatre, heading down there, just literally at the top of Trafalgar Square. So, lovely. I've not been. I've really not been. And we love it, she says. Well, I'm going to try it as well. And Eileen in Scarborough says, I'm so envious of your Fortnum and Mason Advent gift. I would love that. Please open up the phone lines on Christmas Day. We haven't even got to Christmas Day yet. But, I mean, if you're one of those people who's going to be by themselves, why not come share our house? Why not come round and join me Christmas morning on LB? Not literally. We don't turn up, for goodness sake. That'd freak them all out on the front desk. But, no, you're more than welcome to come and join us on the radio. We'll do the same as we do all the other time. We talk about Christmas, and we talk about all sorts of things. And yesterday as well, I was mentioning the fact that I'm number 1 in Ian Dale's All Talk, in his top 8. I don't know how many he's done, loads of them. And I'm the number 1 podcast, and mainly because it runs quite a long time. Sheila Fogarty is just underneath me. Not at this precise moment, but, she's underneath me. And so we're numero uno. And if you've not listened to it, have a listen. It's well worth it. You'll hear crying, I'm afraid. You have to accept the fact that 2 grown men will cry. And I think it was over producers. I'm sure it was over producers. In fact, I'm pretty certain it was over producers. Because, we keep producers for a while and then they get moved to something else. And that's when I don't like it. That's the only time that I really get a bit upset. And it all happened years and years ago in Gough Square, which I'll tell you about after this.
This is LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to have your company. 4:20 is the time. It's Friday, November the 4th. I'm Steve Allen. This is Early Breakfast on LBC. Everything you've heard about the programme is absolutely true. And so, yes, going back to producers leaving, and it all started back in Gough Square for me. I had a producer called David Burge. David Burge was very tall. His family had a farm down in Kent, and they did lambs and everything else. We went out to do a documentary called A Place in the Country. And we were working together overnights on LBC. And then I think Thames Television came a-calling, and David announced that he was leaving to go to Thames Television. And I never kept in contact with him because I don't think in those days we didn't have mobile phones. I know it seems ridiculous, but we didn't have a mobile phone. And so, if you wanted to contact him, it was a carrier pigeon. or something like that. But anyway, he sort of I went to pieces. I went absolutely to pieces because, you work with people, in this capacity when there might be 2 or 3 of you, and they just become part of your family, not literally, otherwise, it'd be very embarrassing. And you just get used to working with people. They get used to working with you, and then they take them off, they move them elsewhere. In Dave's case, he went off, and I've still got no idea where he went to. I mean, after Thames Television, he might have gone on to... He might be sort of running the country secretly. I have no idea. But it was just one of those sort of things. And it's funny because we were talking about it, when you leave people or lose people, you go, yeah, we'll go out for drinks and we'll go and do this. And it somehow never works out because you just don't find enough time, much as though you would like to. It's not an easy thing to do. Pete the Pool Man says, my mother-in-law, Sue, has a very important hospital visit today and she's reluctant to be picked up by the hospital taxi. Can you tell her to be ready for 7 a.m? Sue, get ready. We know it's been a tough time lately, but you're loved by all of us and you need to attend. If we don't want any excuses of not going. I get into trouble for that, Sue. So don't worry, you're not alone. You're not alone in perhaps I could put it off. I put one off the other day. I got a letter, it said very urgent on the outside. I thought, not another speeding ticket, please God. And it turned out to be the hospital because I'd had to cancel the last appointment because I was tied up with other things and I'd forgotten about it. So I cancelled it. And they said they've sent me another appointment. I don't know what it is actually yet. We shall wait and find out. Yes, it'll be a surprise. Ian, a Glaswegian in Gloucestershire. It's not possible. Just realised we share the same birthday, Steve. I am chuffed about that. Chuffed to little pieces. And Alan says, thank you so much for sorting out my Christmas and Boxing Day merriment. Until now, I was looking forward to a quiet time with my greyhound Sammy, a half-empty cheese board and a bottle of cheap sherry. I could think of nothing better than listening to your festive mirth and cheeriness at Christmas. It will be. It will be. This year, definitely. I don't know why. I think this year is going to be more special, mainly because it's been such a crap year that, people want something. We've had COVID for the last 2 years. We've all been a bit miserable and a bit down and, just terrible things. So this year, let's see if we can put some bounce back into our lives, although it's not going to be easy. It was interesting. I was listening to James O'Brien yesterday. Did I tell you the story? I started telling it, probably got sidetracked. And he was talking to this woman, and she said she came on, and she was a bit. I think she described herself as a bit sort of northern working class, or I don't know why people bother telling you that. It makes no difference. I couldn't care less. And she was sort of saying, I like it, but I don't like it when you're condescending. And he was trying to find out what she meant by condescending. And then she proceeded to start telling lies. She said, because these asylum seekers, they get free cars. And he said, no, they don't. She said, yes, they do. He said, where did you hear this from? And anyway, in the end, it turned out that she just kind of made it up. It was absolutely ridiculous. She thought that all asylum seekers, she'd obviously heard it from a so-called friend of hers. You know, it's like you get internet whispers. Somebody will say, oh, Steve Allen's gone down with diphtheria and whooping cough or something. And there was so much rubbish online. I mean, you can really make, somebody says, oh, it says on Wikipedia. And you go, oh, you don't believe that old toffee, do you? Goodness sake. But she was convinced that asylum seekers all got free motor cars. And then there was another one that James said he pointed out that was on the internet, that all asylum seekers from Pakistan were given a corner shop. It actually appeared on the internet. They were given, and he had to explain to people, no, you won't be given a corner shop. Of course you won't. Of course you won't. But that's what they do to sort of, they start these rumours. It's like the rumours of somebody dying you'll read on the internet. And it'll say, like Jerry Lee Lewis. Jerry Lee Lewis has died. He hadn't died, but obviously the shock of discovering that somebody thought he had killed him, because eventually, 2 days later, he died. Which is interesting. Steve, do not worry, says Sarah. It's a trial limited run of the No Bounty tubs. Oh, I know what it is. It's a publicity exercise. And I'm not buying into it. In fact, I'm so annoyed about it, I'm going to boycott them all the time now. Heinz said that they were discontinuing salad cream. Do you remember that one? And we all went, oh, quick, stockpile salad cream. Stockpile salad cream turned out to be a load of old cobblers, didn't it, really? But anyway, November the 8th, customers in selected stores, it's only in Tesco stores, can exchange tubs bought in the store that day for the new No Bounty celebration tub. These people must be so dim and stupid. Oh, do you have the tub with the No Bounty in, please? Thank you very much indeed. It affects the plate with my teeth on it in the middle of my mouth. People do the silliest things now, but it's only in Tesco's. And it's obviously filtered over to Australia as well. Somebody, obviously, some wheeze, in the board of directors, they went, let's tell them we're going to take all the bounties out. What I'd like to do is seal them all up. When they open the lid, it's all bounty. Just to really wind them up. But there you go. Oh, the gleeful BBC presenter back on air. Do you remember she sort of expressed interest and surprise? And they took her off air immediately because they have to be impartial. And you're not allowed an opinion on the BBC unless you're Gary Lineker, in which case you can have as many opinions as you want. And they'll pay you handsomely for it because they're very flexible at the BBC. We don't do advertising. Yes, you do. Yes, you do. We've seen it all over the television. They're still doing that ridiculous thing on Blue Peter. When they make something, they cover up the cornflakes box, they cover up the Copydex label, and they cover up the Fablon label for the sticky back plastic. That's how stupid they are. That's how stupid they are. But, what can you do? What can you do about it? Energy bills leaping and Kilimanjaro's glaciers. I didn't know Kilimanjaro had glaciers, but Kilimanjaro, I don't know. Japan, isn't it? I thought. But they reckon they'll melt by 2050, which actually is not going to affect me in the slightest, nor probably quite a number of you. But they've said it looks like quite a nice glacier. They showed you what it looked like 20 years ago, and now they've shown you what it looks like now. It's Africa, is it? Kilimanjaro. But it's got glaciers. I think glaciers are fab. I think they're really beautiful. There was an advert in Country Life. Oh, it's lovely, isn't it? Look at that. It's got snow on the lower slopes. How beautiful. Doesn't look that high, but it is. That's because you're quite a way away from it there. Obviously in a hotel or something. But no, I love stuff like that. What was I saying? Glacier. Oh, yes, there's this cruise ship. 13 nights or 13 days, and you go and cruise around Antarctica for 4 days, then you go to other places. Price is from $12,999. And I was also looking in Country Life. There's all these exotic holidays abroad. If you're not flying with Thompson, you could be flying with this other company, which I think is called Turquoise something. And its places have got turquoise water. And they had one, and it was one of them was a chalet in Courchevel, and how much do you think it was? It sleeps. I think this one slept. Was it 8 and 4 kids or something like that? Whatever it was, a lot of these chalets sleep a lot of people. They rent them out. This one, for a week, including your flights, was £48,000 a week, and this was one of the cheaper ones. I looked at one of the other ones, which was on this beautiful island, and you got everything included. 69,000 the price was charged for a week. For a week, I'd expect to be on holiday for the rest of my life for 69,000. I couldn't believe it. Really, so expensive. So expensive. Kathy says, I've been awake since 2:30 due to stuff. So I put on the film Le Weekend with Jim Broadbent and Lindsay Duncan, set in Paris. Shows how middle age gets to us all. Oh, listen, Kathy, I've been there, the middle age bit, and I've emerged the other side. Le Weekend. It's Lindsay Duncan, Jeff Goldblum as well in the film. And it looks very nice, actually. I like Paris. Very expensive. Terribly, seriously very expensive. And it's about, I think the couple are Nick and Meg, and they return to the honeymoon destination of Paris, because it's, even though it's gay Paris, Nick and Meg went, and they wanted to rekindle their dying marriage. I would have thought a couple of bottles of Prosecco each would cure that, wouldn't it, really? But no, it's very pretty, but so expensive. So, even something simple like a cup of tea or a cup of coffee is like an arm and a leg. You need to remortgage your house, I think, to get through things like that. Noddy Holder is trying to secure a second Christmas #1 because he still gets the royalties, and he makes a small fortune out of the royalties from So Here It Is, Merry Christmas. I think he gets it's over 50,000 a year.
May I have your attention, please? You can now book your train tickets on Uber and get 10% back in credits to spend on your next Uber ride, so you don't have to walk home in the rain again.
Trains, now on Uber. T's and C's apply. Check the Uber app.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
We just had a look online while you were tiddling around there at home, trying to find out your cups and all the rest of it. Ed Sheeran's new song, and the video is filmed in Richmond, because I recognise the meadows. It's called Celestial, and It looks lovely because there's a lovely bit. That's the top of Richmond Hill, looking at the River Bend. It's a very famous painting of that, because Richmond's got a lot of famous bits and pieces. And now there's a bit coming up in it. He's sitting in a meadow full of flowers. About to plant all of those out. Must have taken forever. And he got small feet. And there's another bit. That place there, you see that church thing? That's down in Petersham. And that was a church that came up for sale a while ago. About a couple of years ago, 9 million they were looking for. It was used for billeting people during the war. It's a complete church, and it's got a huge tower and everything else. And in the basement, or the crypt, they put a swimming pool. And I thought, if I had 9 million, the only trouble is it's a nightmare to get in and out of. It's a 1-car lane to go down to your property. And right next door to you is a school. I mean, it'll be obviously for posh people, so you won't have cars. But you can imagine it's going to be mummies and daddies and the 4x4s. Anyway, Merry Christmas, everybody. So here it is, Merry Christmas. Earns Noddy Holder more money than any other Christmas song. They reckon an estimated £500,000 in royalties each year, although the figure is rumoured to be closer to £1 million these days. Because I think there were two of them. I think it was him and Mr. Powell who wrote it, the drummer. I'm pretty certain. But it certainly wasn't all of them, because the producer said, do they all get money? I said, no, of course they don't. Only the people who wrote it. The Pogues are having a very merry Christmas with their Fairy Tale of New York hit. That's about £400,000, closely followed by Mariah Carey, who gets an estimated All I Want for Christmas Is You, £376,000 a year. Elsewhere on the list, Wham and Tony Mortimer of E17. Nobody else in E17 makes any money out of Stay Now, Baby Don't You Go, Stay Now, Baby Don't You Go, Stay Now, which I thought was a great song. I thought it was fabulous. And Wham's Last Christmas, that's around £300,000 and 97,000 for E17. See, I think it's worth more. I really do. I think it's worth an awful lot of money, because I think that was really good, but they were an unattractive group. They really were, except the best-selling Christmas song of all time. Oh, that would be Bing Crosby's White Christmas. Absolutely, without a shadow of a doubt, because it featured in a couple of Hollywood movies. I'm dreaming of a white Christmas, just like the ones we used to. And you can still hear it now, and you can still hear Bing's fantastic voice echoing through. I've got it on all my Christmas albums, and it's a lovely song, written by Irving Berlin. And featured in the film White Christmas, and also Happy Holiday, I think, or something like that, something holiday. I can't remember what it was, but it's a lovely song. And when Hollywood did Christmas, and that's why it's so important that we have That's why this program is recorded, and we put it out as a podcast, because in years to come you'll be going, do you remember way back in 2020 there was this bloke on the radio who used to do this programme, just rabbiting on for 3 hours about all sorts of bits and pieces. But it was, look how they used to live in those days. Look at him. I saw a lovely thing the other day. It's on my phone, and it's a shop in America. They sell shirts, but on top of the shirt, it looks like it's a wraparound dressing gown, but it's not. It's just printed on there, and they're $33. And I nearly bought them. I nearly bought some, and I thought, no, save your money, Stephen. You don't need any more blooming shirts. I've got all these glitter shirts for the shows at Christmas at Magic Circle, and for February, where I might wear something a little bit gaudy, which is okay. Gaudy is okay, I think. Ken says Kilimanjaro is the highest mountain in Africa. I know. I've no intention of climbing it, thank you. And Anthony says, thank you for making my mornings worth getting up for. Oh, you and me together. You and me together. That's what I get up in the morning for. I come into here, and I love it. I was saying to my driver this morning, I said, the nice thing is you go in, I can have a nice cup of tea, can have a biscuit, can have a satsuma, and watch a bit of television, watch some YouTube, annoy myself, get myself wound up. This morning I was watching a bit of Steps, doing my root scooting baby is driving me crazy, and so it goes on 5, 6, 7, 8, because we did them first on Five's Company. And Lionel Blair was getting very close to H, very close to him. I'll dance with him, Steve. Yeah, all right, Lionel. Have it your own way. I couldn't resist temptation just now and opened a Christmas selection box, eating the Snickers and the toffee crisp, says Mike. Does that make me a bad person? It means you will go straight to hell and Father Christmas will not visit. He will totally ignore you. The festive bakes from Greg, says Matt. Each one has 460 calories, but that will not stop me having at least 4 of them. Dave says, when you were singing the E17 song, did you wear a stupid hat like they did? I thought they were great. Their hats. And Tony Mortimer, the only reason I know of Tony Mortimer, I go past his house on a fairly regular basis. That was Brian Harvey. He was mad as a toothbrush, I'm afraid, whichever way you looked at it. But they were all wearing their parkas and everything else. But Tony Mortimer was building a house. It's a very old property. And his daughters went to school with my eldest goddaughter, and his daughters were beautiful. I mean beautiful. I mean stunning. Absolutely stunning. And so I always liked it. And his wife was just beautiful. Seriously, a whole family of beautiful people. I find that very difficult to believe because I only thought it was my godchildren that were the beautiful family and my brother's daughters as well, and anybody else who knows me. I thought I'd tell you that now just in case. But no, I thought when they were wearing their lovely outfits for Baby Won't You Go There, Stay Now, and they were on Top of the Pops, they were on everything. It was great. Slade's Merry Christmas, everybody, written by Noddy Holder and Jim Lee. Thank you. Jim, very talented multi-instrumentalist, playing bass, violin, guitar, keyboards and more, says Kevin the Milkman. I knew there was just 2 of them that shared the money. But that, you can live on that, can't you? You can live. Pete the Pool Man says, I know that church with the pool. It's off Sudbrook Lane in Petersham. Yeah, it is. He says, I did the pool at the Box Cottage owned by a Sir and Lady and Cecil Hose opposite Tommy Steele's. I also did the Ex-Shadows pool down the road too. It's a mecca for pools, that place. Yeah, I looked at that church. Obviously, I couldn't afford to buy it. It was £9 million. But I don't know if the Rolling Stones lived up there. Oh, yes, up on the hill, Mick Jagger had a house up there. But, I mean, everybody lives in Richmond. But Pete the Poolman, he comes out away. So you're right. This is off Sudbrook Lane. I went down it only a short while ago. See if I could get the car down the lane, just in case I came up on the lottery, which tonight is £137 million. I was doing a recce. I like to sort of see something. And I looked at it and I thought, oh, God, it's got a school next door. That could be a nightmare, couldn't it? But the sitting room is huge. The sitting room is huge because they used it for billeting during the war. It's about 56 foot by about 40 foot because it's a church. You'd have to get some very big rugs, I should imagine, and a lot of furniture. You'd have to do it out like a hotel. Hollywood at its best, says Sandra. White Christmas, one amazing film. Oh, I loved it. I could watch that now. It's about a general, and there's a song in it sung by Bing. It goes, what do you do with a general when he stops being a general? And this is people who were in the war and dealing with all the bombs coming down, and Bing Crosby and partner were out there entertaining the troops, which people still do nowadays. They go around the world entertaining the troops, bring them a little bit of home. And he then goes to open a hotel in the mountains, the general. And so Bing and decide to go up there. Danny Kaye, I think it was. And they go up there, and of course he relies very much on trade for when the snow comes down. People go up there and they sing a song that goes snow, 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 snow. And of course it didn't snow. And so they went up there and they discovered they didn't have any bookings. And so he goes on a Christmas programme on the television to Bing Crosby and says, listen, all the guys who were in this troop, we want to throw a surprise for the general. They kept him away from the television so he didn't know what was going on. And he said, I want you all to assemble because we're going to go up there and surprise him and fill the place. And so they go up there and it's all very hush-hush. And the general is upstairs and he's getting ready to go down for dinner. And his housekeeper and daughter say, put your uniform on, Dad. And he goes, I said I would never, ever wear my uniform if I wasn't actually on parade. They said, oh, stop being so miserable, says the housekeeper. Put the blooming uniform on and all the rest of it. So he puts it on and they go down and they fling open the doors of the huge dining room and there it is full of his battalion. And he's like, oh, it's fantastic. Anyway, they put on this huge show, which they were going to take to New York. But the good news is, at the back of the stage, there's two big barn doors, because it's obviously a former barn. And during the interval, whilst they're resetting with these huge Christmas trees that come on from the side, propelled by magical motors, and they open up these barn doors and the snow is coming down, and then they go into White Christmas. And it's bloody brilliant. It's bloody brilliant. If you haven't seen, anybody who's seen the film on numerous occasions, like myself, and probably many of you will know exactly just how good it was. And they were all wearing these beautiful red outfits trimmed with white fur and stuff like that. And it was just lovely. They've got little kids in there. It's perfect. It is perfect. And you think it's such a shame because none of the people who star in that film are alive today. I think June Allison's in as well, the woman with the most interesting voice in Hollywood. Absolutely interesting. I think she was also in the Glenn Miller story. And Glenn had recorded a concert to go out over Christmas, but his plane was missing. And she was listening to the radio to hear the concert, and the announcer said, Major Glenn Miller is missing, but we agreed to go ahead with the concert. And so she sits there listening to the concert with the tears rolling down her face. It's very moving. Here we go again. Get your hankies out.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to have your company. You know, we always get people who try and dodge train fares at the moment. Now they've upped the fee for dodging. It's gone up to £100. And still, the producer had somebody the other day barged in behind him. You see, I would stand there, hold my ground and go away. Fare dodger. That's what you have to say to them. Shout it in a very loud voice if you can. But anyway, there's a woman who tried to skip a fare worth £2.50. She's obviously done it on loads of occasions before. I'll tell you her name a little bit later on. Anyway, she gets fined in court. £666. £666 because she was basically a thicko. And so deserved it. As far as I'm concerned, you don't pay the 666 now, you go to prison, OK? Pack your bags, lovey. You're off to the old grimy prison cell where you'll be eating slop and all the rest. Oh, it'll be disgusting. Porridge. Is it worth the waiting for? All we ever get is gruel. Yeah, you fair dodge. We make sure you pay for it. I mean, she's complete. Mind you, we found two this morning. We've got two people who tried to cheat the system. One of them was really stupid. She claimed that she had whiplash. Whiplash is very difficult to prove nowadays. You've got to basically find somebody who's going, yeah, they've got whiplash, but nobody really knows what it is. You see people... a friend of mine lives very near a doctor's surgery. And he said it's amazing how many people you see getting out of their cars, putting on their little collar and then going into the doctor's surgery so they can get signed off work. This particular woman decided that she would make a claim that she had whiplash. Her name is Lois Cartridge. Okay. And she comes from Bournemouth. She told the court, she's 24, that she suffered minor soft tissue injuries after being in a car accident as a backseat passenger in 2018. However, the court has ruled she went on to wildly exaggerate her symptoms in an attempt to boost a compensation claim. She's an account handler with an insurance broker, believe it or not. She told a doctor who examined her about 6 months after the accident that she was still so badly injured she was prevented from exercising. But investigators working for the insurance company that covered the other motorist involved in the collision examined her posts on Facebook. And it revealed that, unfortunately, Thicko Cartridge had completed a 5-kilometre obstacle race on the day she had the consultation. Her Facebook account also showed that shortly afterwards she'd scaled the Sydney Harbour Bridge with her boyfriend whilst travelling in Australia. She's now admitted she's a crook. She exaggerated her symptoms. She's been handed... luckily for her, I'd have had her banged up immediately, a 16-week jail sentence and ordered to pay £20,000 in legal costs. £20,000 in legal costs. So that's good, isn't it? There's a picture of her in all the papers today. She's a crook. I hope she's lost her job at the same time. Hope she's lost her job. She's pictured with her boyfriend. Look, here I am. We're climbing the Sydney Harbour Bridge. But I managed to rip people off. Yes, darling. And that's why you've been fined £20,000. You're a liar. You shouldn't be employed. You shouldn't be in anybody's books at all. And I'm glad you're made to pay back all the excess costs. I don't know how much you got in compensation. I don't know. It doesn't tell us that. But she got a suspended sentence, and she's in every paper today. If you live next door to her, you can actually bang on their front door and go, boo! That's always very, very, very therapeutic for people to do. Imagine she's not the only one. She's tip of the iceberg, the amount of people who claim all sorts of things. They had somebody some years ago, they did it as a television programme. This bloke pretended that he couldn't speak or do anything else. His family used to wheel him into court in a wheelchair which connected up to all sorts of bits and pieces. And it turned out he could speak perfectly well. He was a crook. He was somebody cheating the system. Anyway, they sussed him out. He wasn't in a wheelchair at all. The family were complicit with, it was like this sort of thing. He'd been involved in an accident, and now he was completely wheelchair bound and couldn't speak and was sort of wildly exaggerating. He was lying. He was a crook. So, you've got to sort these people out. But I'm glad that little Lois has now been fined 20,000 quid. Perhaps she'll have to sell the house or the car or just everything. Perhaps her little boyfriend can help her out, because now they're exposed in the paper. He's obviously must have known that she's perfectly able to climb the Sydney Harbour Bridge because they did it together. How dumb do some people get? What an embarrassment. Sarah says, I've still got my late mum and dad's original Decca 10-inch record of Bing Crosby singing White Christmas. I remember it being played as a child on Christmas Eve and during Christmas Day. What memories. Oh, I agree with you. I agree. Steve, June Allison was brilliant in the first colour version of Little Women. Get the tissues out. I don't need tissues. I'll just sit there and sob into my hands. I'm terrible. I'm like that. Eileen says, sorry, I was away for a few minutes. I went on YouTube to see someone playing that Fortnum & Mason gramophone. So cute. That's my Christmas gift from my son's store, to just have to tell him what he's buying me. When I lived in London, long time ago in Bethlehem, so the Holy Bible say. That's Taffy Knight from Pontyclun in South Wales, tidy. He says, me and a friend used to go to the subway in Hammersmith during the December evenings and busk a rockabilly version of White Christmas. Oh, God, I can't think of anything worse, Nige. Can't think of anything worse. Paul from Sutton Coldfield says, the Belgian waffles from Brussels were nowhere near as nice as I'd hoped. They were stodgy and dry. The chocolate cake, on the other hand, are amazing. Heading back home this morning for an early flight to Marbella tomorrow. Hope the weather's improved back home. Unfortunately not. It's got worse. Young Kim says, one of my boys, Greyhound, has got a girlfriend, Steve. He absolutely loves this wee poodle that we keep meeting on our walks. I've warned him not to bring shame on the household. No puppies on my doorstep. In all seriousness, Steve, he has been done. Him and his brother. They just sit there and stare at you now. They can't actually perform. Oh, how sweet. They've got a thing here from Hertfordshire Police in the paper today. You'll find it in a few papers. And it's a David Beckham lookalike. He's paint spattered, and he's thought to have lifted items from a builder's merchant in Bishop Stortford. And so they've... He also looks like he's broken into a building site. Somebody will recognise him and somebody will dob him in. So you're going to be surprised, pal, today, aren't you, you David Beckham lookalike? You're on page 23, by the way, of the Sun this morning. It's a nice full-page picture of you, you bent crook. So sorry, got a bit carried away there with it. You'll be arrested. So materials were stolen from a shop. I saw somebody stealing from Marks and Spencer's yesterday. He just picked up the stuff and walked straight out the shop. Because you're not going to challenge somebody for picking up, £2.45's worth of beef jerky or whatever it was. But he turned around and looked at me because he knew I'd seen him doing it. I do my special Paddington Bear stare. I do that. And also, if ever I see anybody trying to push through the barriers at Twickenham, I always go, fair evader. I always have to do that. Make sure they get caught by the old constabulary, which is quite good. So here she is again. I'm looking at a picture of... it's a lovely picture of you, Lois Cartridge. Same day you were examined by a doctor, you crook. And there she is swimming with dolphins. The judge said she admitted exaggerating, given a suspended 16-week jail term and ordered to pay £20,000 in legal costs for contempt of court. That'll bloody well teach you, dear, won't it, you crook? Hope she's lost her job. It doesn't say whether she has. But on the day she was medically examined, she wrote on her... she's even really more stupid than you imagine, thicko. She said, we did this 5-kilometre inflatable run this morning. I don't know why it's an inflatable run, but that's what they called it here, an inflatable run. I don't know. She was going shopping and on a dinner date. This is the day after the prang, and put up pictures of her swimming with dolphins a month later. You crook. I mean, seriously, you'd have to be really thick, wouldn't you? I don't know how she got her job. Ridiculous. So it doesn't say. Oh, she just says that the compensation claim left her unable to clean, cook, drive, or swim. Basically, she's been hoisted by her own petard. Crook! Sorry, I do beg your pardon. I'm trying to hold back on this one. I'm trying to calm down. But fancy going on a 5-kilometre obstacle race the same day she was examined by a doctor. And then post it. I mean, what do you think? You're going to get away with it, thicko? I don't think so. I don't think so. This is why insurance is so expensive nowadays, through cheats and crooks like her. And her boyfriend, who must have known she got money. We don't know that, but I mean, put it this way, she climbed the Sydney Harbour Bridge with him. What do you reckon? Perhaps she limped up there. They've been going out together for years. Yeah, well, I don't believe it. And now, here we go. I knew they'd pick up on this one. It's two beauty queens who are basically lesbian. So? Why is there such a big deal now? For the Sun, apparently it is. Miss Argentina and Miss Puerto Rico get married. We think the world of each other. It's their secret romance for 20 months. Now you can't shut them up about it. And the Sun, of course. Oh, look, we found two lesbians. Quickly, put them in the paper, quickly. Perhaps we could put them on Strictly Come Dancing. It's ridiculous. I mean, so? They spent Christmas together last year. So? Why is this such a big deal? I'm sorry, have lesbians just arrived in this planet? I wasn't aware of them before. Goodness sake, honestly, what is the world coming to, ladies and gentlemen? Next we'll have a bishop saying, I quite accept gay marriages now, and sex is okay as well. And we found another bent policeman, I'm afraid. Bit of a shame, innit? Seeing as they seem to be flavour of the month at the moment. This is Met PC Razvinder Agilu. She was arrested on conspiracy to supply drugs in 2020 but not charged. Now she's been kicked off the force after Class A drugs, cash and a cannabis farm were found at her homes. Not home, homes. Anyway, and she served as a cop for 20 years. She worked as a fitness instructor. Another bent one. It's unbelievable, isn't it, really? You may actually wonder why these people are sort of out there. You get a nice job working as a police officer, but you have to be bent. And you've got to run cannabis farms. Not just the one. She's got two. She was doing so well. Kicked out the force. What a shame, love. What a shame. Should have gone to prison. It's 5 o'clock.
This is a passenger announcement. You can now book your train on Uber and get 10% back in credits to spend on Uber Eats, so you can order your own fries instead of eating everyone else's.
Trains, now on Uber. T's and C's apply. Check the Uber app.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, everybody. How nice to have your company. It really is as we head towards bonfire night. Although I reckon tonight people will be doing fireworks. But, of course, if it keeps tipping down, the like of which it started this morning again. Yesterday there was flooding all over the blooming place. It was terrible. And I don't think the forecast is any better over this weekend. I think you're going to have rain, it's going to be overcast, it's going to be miserable. It's going to be just sort of one of those sort of days, which is a shame. Blue are in the paper today saying we didn't squander our money, we got shafted. This is the trouble with all these Boise bands. You know, they go out there, they want to be famous, they want to be stars. And I think one of them bought his mother a house, and then because the money ran out, he had to go and take the house off his mother and sell it again. So they had some money. Because they don't earn a huge amount of money. They'll be on a retainer for singing. And if the child, does very well for them, then they can earn a little bit more money. But unless they write the hits, they make nothing. I don't know if Blue wrote anything. I'm not convinced. I know they had hits, but I think it was written for them. Otherwise, they'd be laughing. But they've all had to go off and do different bits and pieces. So, I don't know. But they are touring again, aren't they? Because they've got Bewitched as the warm-up act. That'll be interesting. I can't imagine, if you're a fan of Blue, you're going to be all girls, aren't you? You're not going to be boys. Well, I don't know, it might be boys as well. Especially after Duncan came out. And I think then, all the girls will go to see them. And then you've got Bewitched singing. What do they sing? I don't know what they sing. C'est la vie, c'est la vie, c'est la vie. It was in the days when literally every other week another boy or girl band popped up, and they go, here they are. Because on Five's Company we used to have them, and the record company used to tell all the fans where they were appearing. So we'd have them outside the studios in Stephen Street, just off Tottenham Court Road, and all sorts of bands. Although one of them, oh God, we got into some trouble. They give them microphones, but they mime. But unfortunately, this particular Irish band sang. And when the record faded out, they carried on singing. They were tone deaf. Absolutely tone deaf. The manager went up the wall. That's all I remember is somebody said, "Oh, he's gone absolutely mad." And I said, "Why?" He said, "Because you heard them singing and they can't sing." I said, "But I never assumed any of these people could sing anyway." I really didn't. Heather, my Norwich nurse, says, "I wanted to confirm my front row seat for your Christmas morning show. Absolutely perfect start to the day, as always. I'm feeling very festive now with all this talk this morning of turkeys, Christmas tunes and white Christmas. Just the tonic for the dark nights and grim tidings on the news daily. Keep cheering the nation, Steve. We so need it." We love Heather. And so she'll have her front row seat for the Christmas morning programme. So Christmas Day, Boxing Day, and then New Year's Day, 7 till 10. So it's a reasonable time, and it's okay. Ashley says, "Off for an endoscopy today to check for throat cancer. Not what I expected to be tested for at 36. I'm a little nervous, but your show keeps me... Oh, it's easy. It's easy. I can only tell people the truth on these things. I thought I was going to, be sick if they put anything down my throat. That's down your throat, the endoscopy. But the thing that makes it better is they put a little tube up your nose with a little bit of sort of expandable rubber or plastic, whatever it is, and that's pumping air through, which means that you don't choke. The only reason you choke is because you can't breathe when they put something in your mouth and down your throat. And you think, I'm going to be sick, I'm going to be sick. This one, you don't. It's absolutely perfect. Absolutely perfect. And also, better to get checked at 36, and it doesn't matter what age you are. If you're getting checked for cancer, get checked for cancer. It's as simple as that. You have to do it, and it makes you feel a bit better, because otherwise you build up all sorts of dreadful stories in your own mind about what it could be and how bad it could be, and then you read the internet, and by that time you're suicidal. You're reading it thinking it's awful. Always get checked. If they say, if you see a bit of blood in your wee and stuff like that, go and get checked. It takes but minutes to do it. It's very quick, and at least then you will know. And if it is something a bit more serious, which sometimes it is, most of the time it isn't, then they can start sorting out treatment and stuff like that. So always do it. Always check. I'm crackers for checking things nowadays. I really am. I've just said, because every single thing that I've been through, every single procedure, and there have been a fair number of procedures, as people will tell you, new listeners to the programme, start here. And they go, "What's it like having this done?" And you go, "Well, actually, this bit's not so pleasant." But it's all doable. They're not going to kill you. They're just doing something, to make sure that you're better and to make sure that it can be done and sorted out. So fear not, as they say. What have we got? The Bradford ace footballer. That's what they call him now. This one's particularly thick. He's just been fined for hair coursing. This is where they have a rabbit, and they send it out on a field, and they send hounds in after it to rip it to shreds. And this stupid Bradford ace, I'll tell you who he is a little bit later on. Elton John to meet Britney to persuade her to perform live again. He loves jumping in on these bandwagons, doesn't he? I'm Elton John. She died last night, crying, 0 hour. Oh, why don't you go and perform live like me? Yes. Why don't you just go on another world tour? She will perform live again. I'm sure she will. So the story in the paper today is Suella, who says, "I'll stop the boat migrants." Yeah, I seem to remember Priti Patel came up with the same garbage. She didn't manage it either. Unless she's going to walk on water and go, stop, or let their little rubber canoes down or something like that. I don't know how she's going to manage it. I really don't. I don't think she's got any idea either. Ridiculous. Half of police forces still have fewer than 10 black officers in the ranks. Can you believe that? Half of our police forces have fewer than 10 black officers in the ranks. And I can remember once reading an interview with a black police officer. In London, we see quite a lot of black. Perhaps we've got over the amount, but we seem to have quite a lot of black and Asian and ethnicity within the police forces. And nobody thinks anything about it. But I have spoken to some before, and they say, unfortunately, other people in the community see you as being a bit of a turncoat. You've joined the ranks of the other side. It's like people don't like police officers. Mind you, not surprised, the amount of bad publicity they've had recently. Terrible. What was the other one? Oh, Matt Hancock has found a supporter. It's his girlfriend. Bet the wife's thrilled every day she opens up the papers. Kevin in Luton says, what are the Christmas lights like this year? And the tree that comes from Norway, not too droopy. Oh, it was droopy last year. Very droopy. That normally goes... It should be going up soon, I would have thought. The one in Covent Garden's better. Much better. Paul Cooper's supplying the two in Twickenham this year, the one that goes by the phone box, and then there's the other one which goes outside the station, which is lovely. And that's when I feel that sort of, Christmas has arrived. It's just, we need a bit of snow, but the trouble is with all this water, any snow that falls now, it's just going to evaporate, isn't it? It's going to fall into the puddle and add to the water as well. The traditional bacon butty, they obviously run out of things to talk about in the paper. And so it's a toasty, cheese toasty, which is lovely. Love a cheese toasty. The Trafalgar Square Christmas tree will be felled on Saturday, November the 19th. That's according to the Oslo City Council. It will depart from Brevik, a town 2 hours from Oslo, on Monday, November the 21st at 5 p.m. It will go across the sea and arrive in Immingham on Wednesday, the 23rd at 10 p.m. That's a 4-hour drive from Trafalgar Square, so it will arrive in the capital on November the 24th. And then they'll erect it, and then they'll put all the lights on it and everything else. And this is Norway's appreciation for British help they received during World War II. The first tree was felled in 1942 by Mons Rangsvag and sent to the Norwegian King Haakon VII, who was in exile in England. I've said, could we have the money? As opposed to the cost of sending this tree out. Just give us some money, we'll go and buy one down the road. Save you having to fell it. But I went over there one year. I'm one of the few people who's been over. A British person, no less. I went over with my producer, and we went to help cut down the tree and watch it coming back here. Yeah, we got flown over by Oslo, and mainly because one of our producers on the breakfast show, she was from Oslo, and said, "Why don't you do this piece?" And so me and my producer got flown down in a plane all the way to Oslo, and then we were taken by private coach. And there was only about 6 of us put up in this top hotel in Oslo. That evening there was a grand dinner for us, and then the next morning we were out there in the snow, tramping through the forest, and we had hot Ribena. I think it was blackcurrant, but Ribena, for want of a better word, hot Ribena. Well, they do that in Lapland. You get hot blackcurrant, which is very nice if you're sitting out there and your bits are falling off because it's so blooming freezing. To get a nice hot, simmering hot of blackcurrant is delicious. Sitting on Rudolph we were at the time, unfortunately, who'd been skinned, and had to explain that to the children when we went out there for Christmas. It's not really Rudolph, just looks like him. And we got Rudolph's stew and everything. I don't think I had any. I don't think I could. I'm just a bit funny about stuff like that. But no, we cut the tree down, we came back here, and then we were invited to the ceremony for the turning on of the lights. I have to be honest, the lights are not the best on that Christmas tree. They're really not the best. They're just plain white, and they just put them on at the top and they hang down. They don't wrap them round the tree, which they should do. That's how you decorate a tree. But in Norway and Oslo and inside the Arctic Circle, they're very clever. They just cut a block of ice from a river, and they put it outside their front door, and they carve a hole in the front of it and stick a tea light in it. And the ice reflects the tea light. So all you see are these sort of icicle things for putting your tea lights in, which is very lovely. So much better than putting coloured lights up. But I like coloured lights as well. There is a hotel made of it. Yeah, the Ice Hotel. Yes. And there's a bar as well, which is the Ice Bar. I think they might put it in Leicester Square. And you drink vodka in frozen glasses. I quite like. They've got one in Las Vegas, an ice bar. But there is a hotel. You stay in the Ice Hotel because, contrary to public opinion, it's not freezing cold in there. In fact, some of them have fires in the sitting room. Well, I don't know why it does it to me at this time on a Friday. It's ridiculous. What was that for? What? Is it? Oh, I didn't think it was. But yeah, ask them, because they build the igloos and they build them and then they make a hole in the top and they have a fire. I've seen the Inuits doing it. Because every time they move on, they get their sort of tent poles out and everything else, and then they pack it all with ice, and it's so well insulated, it's never going to melt. It's like a glacier. It's not just going to, well, it might do actually if it's Kilimanjaro, but no, it's I don't know really actually, but they've said it melts. It moves about 20 yards a year. If you speed up a glacier, you can see it moving. You can see it literally moving, because the one at Kilimanjaro and there's another one, I think, are melting, but I'll be long since pushing up daisies, I should imagine.
Steve Allen on LBC.
Morning, everybody. Have you tasted the mulled wine from M&S? No, I like mulled wine, actually. I do like mulled wine. I think it's very nice. You could just use any... In fact, actually, you don't even need to make this stuff now. You get a bottle of cheap red wine. You buy the mulled wine, it looks like a little tea bag, and you put a couple in a saucepan, pour on the red wine, just leave it there to simmer gently, and then just drink it, and then try and find your way out of the kitchen. Always an entertainment as far as I'm concerned. Ian says, a large bacon roll from Garland's Bakers in High Street Ruislip. Kirsty says, hi. Hi to you. Large bacon roll. See, that's the trouble nowadays. Why do they do small bacon rolls? Who the hell wants a small bacon roll? We only want large bacon rolls. I remember, says Lorraine, as a child, my dad took me to Petticoat Lane on a cold Sunday morning, and there was a stall that served hot cordial, and the best was sarsaparilla. Yes, sarsaparilla. Yes, they could still buy it, sarsaparilla. I always thought it was something from the days of cowboys and people like that. You know, sarsaparilla. I don't know what it is. It's like a fortified wine, is it, or cordial or something? That's all I can remember. It's a soft drink, I think, and it's known by the common name Sarsi and trademark Sarsi and Sarsay. Similar in flavour to root beer. Ooh, horrid. I never liked root beer. It's a slightly bitter flavour profile, which is why most producers now include ingredients like licorice to try and reduce the bold flavour. I love licorice. Imagine a licorice kind of... Well, I don't know. I've never had it in drinks. I've never had sarsaparilla. It's supposed to be very good for you, isn't it? Well, Lorraine remembers it. I mean, for goodness sake. The producer's hairdresser once offered him mulled wine. She put some red wine in a mug and stuck it in the microwave. Doesn't quite work the same, does it? Yeah, very festive. Would you like some mulled wine? As I'm cutting your hair. Not really sure, actually, that's the kind of thing. But, you know, it goes, for goodness sake. They sell it at the market here, the Winter Wonderland. I hope we're having that this year, but I don't like this paying in advance nonsense. I don't want to do that. I shan't go if it's going to be like that again. Yeah, you have to book to go in. You never had to book to go in before. I don't know why. It's, I don't mind buying the tickets. But just remember, if you buy tickets inside to go on the rides, spend them that day, because they're only valid for that day. You can't sort of hang on to them and nip back at a later time. You've got to book again. You see, I don't like it. I don't like booking. I don't. Why they've done that? I've got no idea. So, when do they open? Do we know when they open? Prices from £7.50. Off peak prices from £0. So, I think I'll go off peak. I'll go, if I'm a child or something like that. Was that sold out? If it's red, it's sold out. The 4th of November. Well, it's not open today, is it? It's not open yet. Why has it got 4th of November then? Are they just sort of putting down the... Oh, it's a calendar. Yes, I know what a calendar is, honestly. Very patronising this morning. And you choose your date between the 18th of November and the 2nd of January. Ice and easy. Entry is free during off-peak periods, costs £5 to £7.50 for peak hours. Once you're in, you can stay as long as you like. If you spend 25 quid on any of our attractions, which of course you will because they're quite expensive, and your entry ticket becomes free when booked in the same transaction. So in other words, if you book £25 worth of tickets, you get your entry free. It does add up. Yeah, it really does add up. I would think so, yes. And you can add shows, rides and games. Games? I don't want to play games, thank you. I want to go on some of the rides. But I think they're about £9, the rides. Very expensive. Very expensive. Former glamour model Katie Price. Seriously, she never was. She's revealed she's taking tests for ADHD. She told Fan she's checked out for the attention deficit hyperactivity disorder affecting behaviour. She said, I went to see a doctor to see if I've got ADHD, and it turns out I probably have. Well, it's not probably you have, dear. You've either got it or you haven't got it. If you went to see a doctor, you've either got it or you haven't got it. There's no sort of, I maybe might have it. I maybe might have to have my feet amputated. I maybe, you can't say that at all. But anyway, I wonder why we've not heard from her for a while. Also, Hollywood stars Ryan Reynolds and Rob McKenney have been awarded the Freedom of Wrexham. Because didn't they buy the National League's football club last year? So in return for that, you get the freedom of the city of Wrexham. I'd rather give the club back, to be honest with you. What's the point of that? You've got the freedom of the city of Wrexham. Oh, have we really? What does that mean? It means nothing. It means that. What? Have I ever been to Wrexham? No. Why would I go to Wrexham? No, I don't want to go to Wrexham. Don't try and make me. You can't force me to go there. I don't. What do you mean it might be good? I'm not going. I'm not going at all. Luke Evans says straight actors should be able to play gay roles, claiming I wouldn't have a career if it was the other way round. He's a Welsh actor. He's gay. No kidding. Honestly, people just can't wait to tell you now, can they? And he starred in The Hobbit. He said, I wouldn't have had a career if it was the other way round, and I wasn't allowed to play straight roles. I've always been happy with who I am. And I don't think it's had any impact on who I am as a professional actor. Shouldn't imagine it makes the slightest difference unless you want to tell people about it. Who cares? You know, it's like people always saying, oh, is so-and-so gay? Is so-and-so gay? You think, who cares? Get a life. Get over yourself. It's probably your own sexual insecurities that you're trying to fight off, I should imagine. Steve, Doris Day's Calamity Jane always drank sarsaparilla. Yeah, there was a song she sang. Was it Whip Crack Away? Whip crack away, whip crack away, whip crack away. Yeah, I'm sure she drank sarsaparilla. I'm pretty certain on the Deadwood stage, whip crack away. So there you go. Curtains flap and the driver snap in the rains. Let's get the full lyrics up. And wait a minute. Okay, it's hankering like a homing pigeon, heading for a fancy cargo care of Wells of Fargo. The wheels are turning. We'll be home tonight by the light of the silvery moon. And there you go. Introducing Henry Miller, just as busy as a fizzy sarsaparilla. Ain't a showman any smarter, operates the Golden Garter when the cream of Deadwood City comes to dine. And I'm glad to say he's a very good friend of mine. Yeah, that's canny, isn't it? It's almost as if she revisited the studio for us. I visit Manchester every year, says Steve. No, it's Mark. For the Christmas market, and they always have a hot Vimto. Oh. I thought, wow, this is amazing. I told my mum who's from Bury, and she said it was normal when she was younger. Hot Vimto. Well, there you go. There you go. I've seen Vimto. I don't think I've ever had it. It's blackcurrant again, isn't it, Vimto? So I assume you could just put that with hot water. That's okay. I always used to think blackcurrants and stuff like that were really good for you. So as long as I stick to that one, lots of sugar, Although occasionally I do like buying a bottle of Ribena, and I add it to a bottle of ice cold water, and that's very nice. Or failing that, Rose's lime juice. There's only two things: Rose's lime juice and Ribena. Love stuff like that. It's very good for me. The Masked Singer returns this weekend. Oh, God, how boring. Wonder what non-entities they'll be finding in the programme this time round. I mean, last time round, Jonathan Ross kept coming out with, I think that'll be Britney Spears. I'm thinking, Britney Spears wouldn't come over here and do this programme. What are you, some numpty or something? I mean, she's not performing anyway. Olivia Attwood is the highest-earning contestant on social media. Yeah. She's dull and boring. You wait till you realise how dull and boring she really is in the jungle. It's going to be an embarrassment. She will not be able to. I mean, I can imagine Boy George is going to have a field day with her. Hancock goes in later. And Tony Hadley says that he's making a big mistake, claiming politicians need to be above celebrity. Yes, I mean, he says we've got China threatening Taiwan. Our politicians need to be focusing on what's the problem. Oh, not him. He's selfish. He's selfish. Managed to ditch the wife and pick up with somebody younger, so much younger, and he's now flogging a book on dyslexia. I mean, how many copies is that going to sell? 3, 4? I don't know. I find it absolutely ridiculous. But his girlfriend's going to support him. Oh, that's nice. He'll get the boost when Gina goes down under for him. Insiders say the aide will fly to Australia next week to be near him. Oh, God, honestly, what a load of old rubbish, isn't it? It really is drivel. It really is drivel. Here we go. We've got Amanda Holden, all dressed up. She's the only person who dresses up to do a show on the radio. I mean, I make an effort, but I mean, it's not really as much as she does. I mean, some people around here, it's obviously a fashion parade. There are certain people on our news desk outside for whom, coming into work is, let's show you the latest item in my wardrobe. Whereas me, I'm sort of, finding items from years and years ago. What else have we got today? E.T. may be found pretty soon, because apparently there's a bloke who says anything is possible ahead of a new US government report. Don't be stupid. There is no such thing. It will never happen. Okay, I'm just telling you that now. Think you can prove differently? Bring it on. Bring it on. I tell you, you'll never beat me. Steve, I've been watching Welcome to Wrexham, says Desmond, which is the docu-series about them taking over the club. One of the best documentaries I've seen. Even if you don't like football, it'll still be a great watch. You should check it out, mate. I think not, Desmond. I think not, mate. I think not. It's not my sort of thing at all. Football, no. The only thing I'd be doing at a football match is sort of selling hot dogs, burgers. That's what I'd be doing. King Charles is unafraid to strip the publicity-shy pair of their titles should their Netflix show and memoir be too damaging. Oh, get rid of them. We don't need either of them. The interesting thing is, if you said to her, you now, because she refers to herself as the Duchess of Sussex, and if he strips them, she's not allowed to use that, and they will take action in court. You know, you're going around masquerading as somebody you are not. You never were a duchess, you never behaved like a duchess, and you won't be one very shortly. This is Tom Bauer who said this, and he's very much respected in the business. He's got the best-selling book Revenge, and he said the monarch will also extend such a ban to their children, Archie and Lilibet. So there you go. Because, you know, somebody going out there going, oh, I'm the Duchess of Sussex, them going, well, now we're going to take you to court. You know, don't want to do that, do you, love? Because it means you're just a failed actress. But there you go. Another one here talking about Charlie Mullins, talking about Matt Hancock. He says he's dull. I'm unsure about his TV bid. He's just a self-publicist. That's all he is. He's a self-publicist. 400k, they're saying. Plus, he also keeps his MP's salary. And then he gets the royalties from the book, if indeed the book sells any at all. Richard E. Grant says he's allergic to alcohol and orders ginger ale to stop people asking questions. I wish the producer was the same, honestly. We've tried desperately, but, you know, you can't. I'm doing the news. I'm just explaining about the drinking situation, you know, with Richard E. Grant. So he orders... See, I like ginger ale. I think ginger ale is quite... I wouldn't want to drink it all the time, but I mean, I think it's quite pleasant.
Are you receiving tax credits? If so, this message is for you. Tax credits are coming to an end, and most people will be asked to apply for universal credit instead. The Department for Work and Pensions is writing to tax credit claimants. You won't be moved automatically, so look out for your letter explaining what you'll need to do and by when. And there's also lots of support to help you make the move. Get ready for your universal credit switchover. Search Understanding Universal Credit today. Eligibility criteria apply.
Leading Britain's Conversation, LBC, with Steve Allen.
Morning, everybody. 26 minutes to 6 is the time. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast. David Baddiel and Frank Skinner are releasing a Christmas remake of their anthem, Three Lions. It'll be a tribute to the England Lionesses winning Euro 2022, as well as coinciding with the men's bid to take the World Cup in Qatar. Actually, somebody said, who was it? Was it Patsy? Patsy, I think, wrote to me and said that she'd seen a documentary on Qatar. They don't like anybody. They don't like women. They don't like women doing all sorts of things. Unless you toe the party line, you're in big trouble over in Qatar. I wouldn't want to live there. What a dump. What a dump. But as I say, David Beckham enjoys taking money from regimes like that. What else we got? Kids as young as 9 are running drugs for gangs, which has become the norm. The reason being they can't prosecute them. What can you do with a 9-year-old? Put them in court? Of course not. And there's one here. This is cops disguising themselves as superheroes to arrest drug dealers in a cunning Halloween ruse. Captain America and Spider-Man joined the undercover operation in Lima. In Peru. A lot of coke comes from Lima. That's where the Lima 2 came from. Do you remember those drug smugglers? They got stopped at the airport. They opened up their briefcases. No, young girls. The Irish girls. And they had all this stuff in there. They used to work as holiday reps, and then they were known as the Lima 2, I think. They pretended to make this video, these cops here, and then pounced on their target. Didn't they do something a while ago to catch some criminals who they couldn't catch? And so they sent them a letter saying, you've won a prize. Turn up at this particular place to claim your prize. It was like, you know, you're in the running for a car or something like that. And dutifully, all these numpties turned up to collect their car, and then they promptly get arrested by the police. You have to laugh. A third of Brits aren't bothered about how much water they waste. Millions overfill kettles. How can you overfill a kettle? That would be a bit of a pointless exercise. Leaving the tap running when cleaning their teeth and having long showers. What do you call a long shower? See, I remember in the shower, I'm about 15 minutes. Well, there's a lot of me to wash. You know, I mean, yeah, I think 15 minutes is... How long are you in the shower for? Under 10? Dear me, that's not washing yourself properly, is it? You need 50. I mean, if I'm really having a good shower, 20 minutes. You know, if you're really having a good sit-down shower, 20 minutes. Yeah, but normally it's about 15 minutes, 15, 20 minutes for a shower. That's quite normal. I quite like that. I mean, I could probably do it faster if I thought about it, but I'm not really that interested. I quite like standing under the shower. It's nice. You obviously hate being underwater or something like that. Just busy things to do, you know, flannels to clean and all the rest of it. You and your bar of soap. I love it. Laura Whitmore's going to front a new dating. Oh, please don't let her. She's a dreadful presenter. Please don't let her do it. She's landed a big money deal. They always say that. Have you noticed? They never say, we got her dirt cheap because she didn't have anything else to do. And this is called Date Night for Prime Video. Whatever that is. What's that? Amazon. Oh, it's Amazon streaming. In a twist, they'll be getting advice from friends and family to help them find the one. Oh, for goodness sake, give it up now. Give it up now. These dating programmes, they're so stupid. So stupid. Also, a new series of Star Trek spin-off, Picard, is to kick off on Feb the 17th. Episodes you can stream on Prime Video. I'm assuming that Ed Gleave is just sort of getting the press releases from Prime Video today and doing them. There's also a teenager from Hertfordshire set to represent the UK at Junior Eurovision. What's that? This is Freya Sky will sing her entry, Lose My Head, in Armenia. She said, I feel so lucky. I've never even heard of it. Junior Eurovision. Is that some new thing that they've come up with? I mean, goodness sake, honestly. So she's going to sing Lose My Head. And so it's been organised by the European Broadcasting Union since 2003. Yeah, we've missed the first 19 of those. It was first broadcast 18 years ago. Good Lord, I didn't know. Number of episodes 19. And Freya will sing Lose My Head for the United Kingdom at Junior Eurovision. Well, she's a Buckinghamshire schoolgirl. She represents it. Well, nobody knows about it. Nobody knows about it. Isn't that? Yeah, good luck in that one, love. I mean, because, you know, if you are as good as they say you are. But, I mean, I wish I knew what the programme was. I've watched it. Here we go. Just checking my Russell Grant stars today for Pisceans. We're not doing everybody, so fear not. For Pisces, he says, finding the courage to put new and inventive ideas into your work will bring praise from higher up. You could receive a bonus because of your quick thinking, and this will please someone at home who has extravagant festive plans in mind for December. What do you mean somebody at home? Who's at home? Get the police. Get the police. If there's somebody in my home now, I want to know who it is. It'll be Teddy, won't it? You can just tell. So I wonder what that is. I wonder if that's going to be a good thing to know about. Oh, look. Supercharge your sex drive today. There's a whole page on this one. Get a little tablet, apparently. And you can enjoy sex again. Oh, God, what on earth is the point? I really don't get that at all. It's a whole page advert. Take your love life to limits you've never dreamt of. That, I assume, means having sex in a plane. I can't think of anything else. And apparently this increases your stamina. Oh, do you think of anything worse, boys and girls? Supercharges your libido. Oh, dear. Boosts your confidence, works fast, lasts longer. Each box has got 60 tablets in it. Oh, I'm feeling worse. Luckily, it's only £25. You can get 2 boxes for £47. Yeah. That's my Christmas present sorted out, isn't it? Hey, Steve Allen's libido. 25 quid for the privilege. I tend to find a bottle of Prosecco does exactly the same. Basically, you kind of forget about anything like that and you just go to bed and sleep, which is nice. Sarsaparilla was sold in one special shop on the Walworth Road, Steve, in the 70s. And you could buy up to a gallon. The stuff they now sell in the supermarkets is a sad remake, says Dean. Well, you can get it in Petticoat Lane because there used to be a man who used to sell sarsaparilla. And I never knew what it was. I never had anything like that. I was too busy watching the people ripping people off and conning them with the, somebody selling you the contents of a little paper bag. Really amazing to watch. Johnny in Brighton says, showering, I'm in and out. He says, in about 2 minutes. That's not a shower. That's turning on the water and walking underneath it and drying yourself off again. That's not a shower. 2 minutes. No, I'm definitely 15 to 20. Definitely 15 to 20. Because you've got to do your feet, you've got to do your legs, bits in between. And then you've got to do your body, And then I always do it again. After I've done it the first time, then I rinse off and then I go back and start again. You know, I like a shower. It's nice. But it's very clean to have a shower. If you have a bath, you're basically washing the dirt off and sitting in it. So when you get out of the bath, you're still covered in all the dirt. What's the point of that? A shower loses less water, it's more economical, and it's more hygienic. Why would you not want to do it? 2 minutes in a shower. I'm very up. Have I had baths? Yes, I've had baths in the past. Yeah, I do have a bath, but I just don't have baths anymore. I haven't had a bath for years. What's the point? You just lie there, looking like a beached whale. You know, it's horrible. Sometimes I like candles, but that's completely different. They've got a bejeweled dress coming up for auction, made by somebody very famous, I think. But this was made for Sophia Loren, and it's set to fetch £10,000 at auction, which I think is cheap for some of these beautiful, beautiful dresses which you get. Plus, a trick-or-treating teenager was slashed on her lip after biting into a curly-whirly which had a hidden blade inside it. I felt quite queasy when I read that. I think that was absolutely awful. Absolutely awful. Now, we don't know whether it was put in afterwards or whether it got in the factory. They've contacted Cadbury's, I think, to find out. But do check children's candy. I mean, I don't know. It might be some lunatic putting blades in curly-whirlies. I do like a curly-whirly. It's sort of toffee, and then they cover it in chocolate, which is nice. Kim Marsh burst into tears at rehearsals. We have no idea why. Apparently the beloved star, they tell us, is just very emotional about different things. Samantha Womack cheered by theatregoers when she took to the stage after breast cancer. So well done to her. And Rihanna is very busy with plans for Glastonbury. Apparently she's up for it. And they're very, very keen to sort of get her on the programme. Apparently she's a huge star, according to the producer. He's got all her record, and he said she's very good. So there you go. Good old Rihanna. Name 3 of her hits. Not now, please, because that'll mean you're cheating, I can always tell. And what was the other? Oh, the number of naturists in Britain has doubled in a decade. In 10 years, more people want to take their clothes off. Well, I tried it the other day. It was ridiculous. You know, you don't look any different to you do under the shower, except I was sitting on the downstairs of the 176 bus to Penge. I thought it seemed... There is a bloke who does... He's the naked rambler, isn't he? He keeps getting caught by the police. They keep putting him in court, and he turns up naked in court. I don't know why, what this obsession is with taking your clothes off. But I did go on a nudist beach. Oh, yeah, I've been on nudist beaches before. I sit there in my tent, fully clothed with an anorak on and a pair of binoculars in the other hand. I don't understand what the point of a nudist beach is. If you want to take your clothes off, go and sit in your own garden. Why you want to go and sit in there exhibiting yourself, I've got no idea. The producer said to me, should we go to one? I said, no, we definitely shan't. And because he hasn't got a garden, so he needs to go to Brighton Beach. And he's very excited about it. He's bought some new suntan lotion just to celebrate. In fact, he's bought quite a lot of suntan lotion.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning. I've only just discovered, actually, that Downing Street has defended Suella Braverman after she flew to an overcrowded migration centre in a £3,500 an hour military helicopter. I mean, you seriously cannot believe that the Home Secretary avoided questions from the press as she met the Dover Coast Guard and travelled to the Manston facility in a Chinook, because this place she went to, Manston, is supposed to hold 1,600 people for no more than 24 hours. So far, 4,000 people are in it, and they're detained for weeks on end. And she had the audacity to actually go there but refuse to answer questions to the press. Your days are numbered, chicken. Let me tell you. We're going to get rid of you. You'll have to go, because this journey would take half an hour in a car. I mean, I wouldn't mind, but there's like 5 vehicles next to this Chinook helicopter. They must be looking at it going, who is she? Oh, it's that one. It's that one. There's 4 cars there. She's sort of putting a helmet on because they're very noisy. Look, have you seen the size of this helicopter? I mean, what delusions are you suffering from, dear? We thought it was bad enough with Priti Patel coming up with this garbage. And you're now going to stop people coming over in boats. Well, Jackanory. Guy says, I've just timed myself in a shower. 12.5 minutes. That was me rushing. You see, I mean, I think showers are quite... Why shouldn't you spend 10 to 15 minutes in a shower? I think that's quite nice. No, I don't think, well, of course there isn't anything wrong with it. The longer you spend in the shower, the happier you are. I love a good shower. Don't forget, please, to download my little free bit extra podcast. My free little bit extra. There's a brand new episode, as you know, available just after the show. This morning, exclusively on our Global Player app, where you will also find all of LBC's shows to catch up on, as well as the world's biggest podcast. All you do is download Global Player for free from your app store or head to globalplayer.com. Why not join the rest of the world in downloading globalplayer.com? 1 million downloads a month cannot be wrong. So we have 2 podcasts. We have the big show, and we take the adverts out and the travel and stuff like that, and the news, and then you just get the programme, and then we've got the Little Bit Extra. Steve Allen, the whole show, and Steve Allen's Little Bit Extra. And I'm also available on Ian Dale's All Talk as well. I just thought I'd mention that, so trying to make sure that I stay at the top. I know I'm number 1, but perhaps you can go higher. I don't know. Is it possible to go ever higher? What was the other one? The number of naturists we've done. This is Pete the Pool Man. Oh, that's nice, isn't it? He said, it's the one I was beneath yesterday morning. As you can see, it's all working now. Hydraulic floor packed up. It's got a hydraulic floor. What, in the pool? The pool, has he shown us? Oh, we've seen this before, haven't we? So in other words, the floor rises from the pool and then the pool disappears. Where does the water go then? Does it sit underneath it, I suppose? Oh, right. £14 million pool. Not bad, he said. It's a bit too white and glam for me, but hey-ho. I think that's quite nice, actually. It's got a bar down there. Fatal combination. Pools and bars. But I like the idea. Yes, you're right. We did see it when the floor rises through, so it could then become a discotheque. But fancy you knowing Sudbrook Lane. I was quite impressed by that, actually. But you're right, Pete. That was very nice indeed. We like that. This is the £14 million house. But £9 million down in Petersham. But that was some time ago. I wonder who bought it. You often want to go knock on people's doors, don't you? And go, excuse me, I know it's a bit impertinent. Could I have a quick look round your house? And Johnny says, I used the nudist beach several times this year. I find it quieter with less kids and smokers. People smoke on the beach? Do they? Oh, right. Oh, are these the people who bury their cigarettes in the sand? Have you ever been smoking on the beach, Joe, and buried your cigarette in the sand? Where you dispose of them safely? Where do you dispose of them safely? The local bin. So you walk up from the beach, packing your tent up, your towel, and your Winnie the Pooh snorkeling mask, and you go all the way up the beach, and then you sort of stub the cigarette and then come all the way back down again. How marvellous, honestly. What a marvellous person he is, isn't he? But and also kids. I shouldn't imagine you get kids on the nudist beach, would you? Definitely not. And it's all stony down in Brighton. It's not sandy beach, it's stones. Very painful, exactly. I mean, you also lose a few of them as well, which isn't easy. But I quite like Brighton. It just looks a bit tatty, you know, because of you get the salt and all the buildings look a bit sort of ropey. So it's only when they're all done up. They've just done the Brighton Pavilion up. That looks very nice. That's a good place to go to. Go and see how the Prince Regent lived all those years ago. And it really is. It's very glam. Very glam, excuse me. Eurovision was held there. Well, not at the Brighton Pavilion. I don't think so. It's a palace. I don't think they'll be allowing people into the rooms. But there is a place near there where you could probably hold it. It's called Bill's. And Brighton Dome, yeah. I didn't think it would be the Brighton Pavilion. Have you been to Brighton before? Have you really? What did you go there for? Candy floss, toffee apple, nudist beach. Oh, well, we live in hope, don't we? We live in hope. The recession is looming, so why are they raising the rates? That was the bad news yesterday. 3%, which is what was predicted. That's what was predicted. Noddy Holder, who is 76, he's recorded a charity single, which is interesting. It's a diary entry by a First World War soldier after the Christmas Day truce of 1914. It includes the lines, "The brutal war had stopped. There was no noise, no screams, just silence." And the reading will be laid over music produced by Brian Eno before a new Christmas single begins. Wow. The track is released by the Evermore Project for the Cancer Awareness Trust. Yes, Noddy, famous for shouting, "It's Christmas," which I loved, actually. I loved it. It still rakes in the money for him. 72% of you in a recent survey believe Matt Hancock should be stripped of his MP salary. He's not popular, is he? They don't like him at all. Also, there are certain people getting publicity, and there are certain people in the jungle getting no publicity at all. There's one in here, Babatunde, who says jungle hunger won't bother him after a tough childhood in Tottenham in North London. He's on Celebrity Gogglebox, but I've got no idea who he is. He's a comedian, apparently. He said, I lived a struggled life. I'm not here to tell everybody a sob story. Well, you are. That's exactly what you're doing. He says, I can deal with going hungry, a thing like that. He also insists he doesn't feel pressure to be funny in camp. Oh, dear. Oh, dear. A comedian who's not wishing to be funny in camp. I mean, the trouble is, if you're a natural comedian, it'll be ha, 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 ha. You know, otherwise you're going to come across as being a bit dull. You want to try and sort of up the ante on that. He's father to son Judah. He married wife Leonie back in 2015. And he says leaving his wife and son back in the UK was very emotional, he says, as this is going to be the longest I've been away. Oh, don't worry, you could be out very quickly if the public have their way. You know what they're like? Nobody can determine who they're going to kick out. We have no idea. You can't really tell, actually. Susie says, I know a shower uses less water, but a warm bath is great for painful joints. Get a chair. Get a chair. I've got a chair in the bath. I've got a chair, plastic chair. It's a shower chair. And you could sit there quite happily, just being drenched. It's lovely. It's very exciting. Steve, I time my showers to coincide with your ad breaks. I've got it down to 3 minutes on a work day. On a rest day, it's at least 20 minutes. Wonderful, says Angela. And somebody wants to know, Eileen in Scarborough, does Pete have a pool in his own house, or is he sick of the sight of swimming pools? Just wondering. I don't know. He does hate swimming pools, but he might have a swimming pool. You know, I had a dream about a swimming pool the other night. I'm having some very odd dreams recently. I was in it. Somebody said to me, oh, you bought this new house, Steve, in my dream. I don't know who this person was. And I said, oh, yes. They went, has it got a swimming pool? I went, yes. And they went, do you use it? And I went, every day. Not. Because it was heated. I've had it built for £400,000. What are you looking at me like that for? What's the matter with you both? So, yeah, I think that's quite normal to have a house, you know, with a swimming pool in it. I mean, I probably would use it. I don't know if I'd use it every single day. Not sure about the smell of the chlorine and everything else. But then I woke up. Discovered I'd wet the bed. And anything to do like that. If ever you have a dream about going to the toilet, you will be going to the toilet. I can tell you that for a fact. That is the problem. And people who are drunk will confirm that to you. They go, you have a dream, and in your dream you go, I must go to the toilet. And you go to the toilet, and then you feel this sort of dampness encroaching on your pyjamas, which is not good. You mentioned smoking ageing the skin, says Dan in Lingfield. Well, that was the only reason I stopped. It was about 18 years ago. It was also when they reached £5 for 20. Now they're about £12, I think. Oh, no, they're more than that. How much is a packet of cigarettes, Joe? About just under £14, Dan. Just under £14 for a packet of cigarettes. That's an awful lot of money. An awful lot of money. That means that I would have been spending, had I been buying them there, 14, 28, 38, 42. Yeah, all right, I can do the 42. I can do it. Not that stupid. But, yeah, 42 quid a day on cigarettes. You can imagine, can't you? Oh, I'm so glad I gave up. So glad I gave up. Coronation Street star Sherry Lee Houston. I didn't know who she was until they put a picture of. Somebody just said to me who I thought she was somebody else. But anyway, she's an actress. She's played mouthy Izzy Armstrong for 12 years, was honoured for services to drama and for people with disabilities. So she's in a wheelchair. It's a motorised wheelchair, and she's in there. And I didn't realise, you know how long she's been in Coronation Street? 12 years. 12 years. That is absolutely amazing, isn't it? Absolutely amazing. Oh, the producer would be delighted. Rita Ora wearing a daring dress, slashed at the thigh. She raves about loving her husband. She was on Jonathan Ross's show. She just looks like she's badly dressed, I'm afraid. It's not the best thing I've ever seen. And Becky Adlington has urged Number 10 to stop pool closures. They can't afford to keep them open. It's as simple as that. We'll talk more about that. And tempted to go rogue. You'll find out what that is after the news.
To keep my business ahead of the game, I knew I needed some fresh ideas. And fast. That's why I decided to host a young person on a T-level industry placement. My student has already brought loads of new skills into the workplace. Plus, we're getting first pick of new talent coming into the construction industry right here in the Northwest. It's been a total win-win. Go next level with T-levels. Search Skills Revolution.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, everybody. It's nice to have your company. Welcome to Friday. Thank goodness we've reached the end of the week. Yeah. And you probably bought the fireworks, and the kids have seen them in the supermarkets, and they've gone, oh, can I have that box of fireworks there? And they're fascinated by a box of different sorts of fireworks. Just remember, they're very dangerous. And accidents can happen. And if you've got pets, keep them indoors and keep them in a room and play Classic FM to them, because they've got their own programmes to help them through that part of the week. Celebrity home furnishing revelation, Louis Theroux interviewing Judi Dench, who's got a doormat at home in her cottage, which says, I've been expecting you, Mr. Bond. There'll probably be a pillowcase coming out very shortly. Have I done? No. She's very nice. I do like her. But, you know, she's going blind. She can't read her scripts and stuff like that. Still nice. Channel 4 celebrated their 40th birthday this week. I'd forgotten about that, actually. But they're still doing the Great British Bake Off. And they think it's time to give it back to the grown-ups. Because there's so many of these baking I don't know which programme I'm watching half the time. And the shows sort of end up becoming a parody of themselves. You know, and they go, oh, we're making cakes, and then we've got to freeze this. I mean, they're always showing repeats, so I don't know where I am. I've got no idea. I watched the American ones. Yeah, in Kingston, if you go into the Benthall Shopping Centre, there's a new cake shop that's opening up where Twinings Tea used to be. And they had pictures of all their cakes they did. And I didn't know if they were full-size cakes or cupcakes, because if they were cupcakes, they looked delicious. Because I miss Patisserie Valerie. I used to enjoy a Patisserie Valerie breakfast. And then when that went, I was very disappointed. Very disappointed. But, you know, it is all changed round our way. It really is. Really is. James Corden got into a spot of bother the other night after using a Ricky Gervais routine, as we said yesterday, almost word for word, without credit. Quite right, too. Only Ricky Gervais is allowed to repeat old Ricky Gervais material on television, as anybody who watched all 3 series of Afterlife will no doubt confirm. So bitter. So bitter. And Top Gear, over at the new series, they were doing all the usual double entendres. Freddie Flintoff announced that he, Paddy McGuinness and the other one were in Thailand with a few grand each to see what they can pick up on the local market. Don't worry, it wasn't what you're thinking. For a start, at least 2 of them are already married. They were just looking for second-hand pickup trucks. That was it. I love it. It's so good. New drama of the week. A straight fight between BBC One's SAS Rogue Heroes on Sunday and the second series of Sky Atlantic's The White Lotus on Monday. And you could be tempted to go rogue. Plus, what else have we got? A few nuggets from Charles, Our New King, ITV's 4-lock yanking succumentary. Royal expert. He likes to be secluded like a monk reading religious texts. Probably the only monk-like behaviour he's ever indulged in. David Cameron. At royal banquets, my wife always used to say, please let me sit next to Prince Charles. Wasn't that more to do with her wanting to sit anywhere but next to Dave? And a Gordonston pupil on Charles being bullied in a rugby scrum. One boy pulled his ear. That explains one ear, but who pulled the other one, he says. The old gags are the best, aren't they? The old gags are the best. You can't beat an old gag. And here is the Bradford City's Cian Harratt, currently on loan from West Yorkshire rivals Huddersfield Town. I shouldn't imagine they'll want him back after this. He's a professional footballer. He and 2 others were convicted at Beverley Magistrates Court. They were caught on farmland in East Yorkshire. Harratt, who's 20, of Pontefract, was fined £830 in order to pay £150 in costs, with the victim's surcharge of £83. His 2 friends were also fined because they were doing hair coursing, which is not a pleasant thing. A spokesman said Harratt would not play in tomorrow's FA Cup tie against Harrogate Town. I'd be very surprised if you allow him to play ever again, to be honest with you. Hair coursing. It's usually greyhounds. It happens more in the autumn. I think. Lurchers or salukas are kept on a threaded slip lead that can be easily released. The coursers walk along the fields to frighten the hare into the open. They then release the dogs to give chase, and the dogs are tested on their ability to follow the hare. And a bet is made on which dog will catch the hare first, with large sums of money changing hands. Since 2005, it's been illegal throughout the UK. So, a dim footballer, I'm afraid. You can't really expect him to know things like that. He's far too stupid. Also, somebody has written here an open letter to the Home Secretary from Holocaust survivors. And this one says here, Dear Suella Braverman, we write to you as Holocaust survivors with a simple plea. Think before you speak. Your dehumanizing language about people seeking asylum is dangerous. Every single person making the desperate journey to our shores is a human being, just like you, and it's only through the lottery of birth that it's not you risking all in a fragile dinghy. She seems to have stuck her feet both firmly in her mouth, hasn't she, on numerous occasions. But this latest wheeze to tell you that she's going to stop the people coming across the channel is almost laughable, I'm afraid. I don't know how she's going to do it. They've not managed up until now. And it's funny thing is, well, it's not funny, it's quite serious, because it's just got progressively worse. It hasn't improved. It's not as if we can see the numbers have sort of dropped down. Oh, look, here's the Chinook helicopter. I was just watching the television to see the Chinook helicopter just to put one little old baggage in there. I mean, couldn't they have popped her in the post or something, wrapped her up as a parcel and been delivered? I don't understand why she had to go by heli. Does it make her feel more important, probably? We went by Chinook and it was very expensive, and we can do things like that. That's what happens. Dave in Sittingbourne in Kent. Love the sound of you slurping your tea and coffee. I never stopped. Oh, and I do it all the time, Dave. I do it all the time just to wind people up. I love it. I love it. I can't believe that I've only done it a few times this morning. I generally do it because it's too hot and you sort of get a little bit, sort of caught up. But no, I love doing it, and I know it annoys you as well. Steve. Yes, the amount of people who have had no idea how much a packet of cigarettes cost. Even I was a bit surprised. Taffy Nyes from Pontyclun in South Wales says, I have you in the shower with me. Got a flashy DAB radio and a chair, tidy. Oh, I love a chair. Big into chair I've had for about the last 15 years. I've changed it about twice, actually. It's a plastic chair. It's a plastic, obviously, because it's in the shower. What do you think? Wood? Something from the Renaissance or an armchair? A recliner. Barry says, I shave in the shower as well. It's so much nicer than making a mess in other parts of the house. Oh, yeah. See, you're obviously a wet shaver. You see, I'm a dry shaver. I do dry shaving. So, I probably could do it because my shaver works in the shower as well. But I just don't feel right having a shave in the shower, and there's so many other things to do in there. Christmas gnome Karen in Norway says, I live in Norway. I have an outdoor pool in my garden. It has a sliding lockable roof that we can slide off or swim with the roof on. We have to drain the water in the winter, then put our garden furniture in it. We have it filled April to May to September. We didn't use it this year because of the price of electricity. They take a bit of maintenance, but my larger half does all of that. How lovely. See, I'm all in favour of things like that. And also, says Tim, can you give a mention to my lovely mum? It's her funeral today. Her name was Audrey Dennis. There you go, Audrey. Safe journey, as they say. Safe journey. It'll all go well. People often write to me saying, I've got a funeral to go to today and I'm dreading it. And I say, don't dread it. Look on it as a celebration. Look at it as a celebration of that person. I know at the time it doesn't seem like it. It's that dreadful line, isn't it, from Steel Magnolias, where the daughter has died of complications from diabetes. And one of them, Annelle, in there says, to the woman who's just lost her daughter, you should be pleased that she's now with her Lord because she's discovered religion. And the mother turns around and says, well, you be pleased. I'd rather have her here with me. Thank you very much indeed. That's the way it goes. Steve, it's my last day at work in Leicester Square, says Tony at Substation. It's au revoir. I will be back to see the Christmas market in a few weeks. How fab. Yes. Yes, and he's all done now. It's been a pleasure, Tony. Tony was the one who sorted out for us to go down there and go and have a look at this electricity substation. And now they're building that Christmas market. I didn't realise, actually, Tone, that they're literally, they build all the cabins. I thought they'd come in prefabricated and just clip them all together, but they're literally built. There's a big pile of wood out here. In fact, there's quite a lot of wood. So, au revoir And we shall bump into each other again. He said, I will be back to see the Christmas market in a few weeks. Yeah, it's lovely. And Rachel in Cockfoster says, I love hearing you sip your tea. Only tea in the morning. I never drink coffee. I don't want to go up on the ceiling, thank you. And when you tuck into your ice cream too, it sounds really cosy. Oh, it is. Yesterday was salted caramel. Ice Cream Ian, as we've now called him affectionately, sort of supplies us every so often. We get a little ice cream from Häagen-Dazs. It's delicious. Seriously. The only trouble for me, it's all right for the boys next door because they can sort of happily eat it, and they do, just to annoy me during the programme. Well, I'm having to chat and wait till the next ad break. Can't do it. I have a presentation next week in front of 80 people, Steve. Any tips for nerves? Just imagine them all naked. That's what people do, isn't it? You imagine them all naked when you're doing a presentation. I don't get nerves for presentations. I really don't. It's like, we've often said before on this programme especially, how much preparation goes into the programme. Sorry. I don't think I was nervous when I started an LBC. I only get nervous if there were people in the studio watching you, because you're not sure who to perform to. You're not sure who to perform to the microphone or to the people who are coming in, because if you can leave, and because you don't want them to think you're boring or something like that. And I know lots of my presenter friends in all the different stations, they also don't like being just stared at. It's only somebody opening their mouth and sort of just saying words. So I never used to think about it too much, but I used to have a ruling. I'd say, please don't bring guests in to show them around, because they used to pile in. At one point, you'd have about 10 people crammed in some of the studios that we've been in, and they stand there watching, and you think, how long are you going to be there? Yeah, Mr. Moyles hates that. He really doesn't like it at all. But you always ask yourself the question, I wonder how long they're going to be, as you look at the person and give them your Paddington Bear stare, which means take them for a walk around the building. So no tips for nerves, because you shouldn't have any nerves. Seriously, always make sure you've got a bottle of water, because your mouth might go a little bit dry. And if you've got a bottle of water, all tickety-boo.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
It's interesting because we have a fascination with a number of things in this country. One is Titanic, and the other is Tutankhamun. We want to know about it because he's still in the Valley of the Kings. Even though his tomb has been opened up, it's a tourist attraction. You can go there, and his mummy is available to be seen. You see his head and his feet, and there's a cloth which is covering the middle of him, because he was 1819 when he died. Of what, we're not too sure. But they've reconstructed his face. I mean, the poor soul died all these years ago, and yet here he is on display. He was a king. It'd be like sort of digging up the Queen Mother or something like that and going, this is what she looks like now. For King Tut, these pharaohs, and the iconic mask of the boy king was quite something, let me tell you. If you've never seen it before, it just blows you away completely. And then they've got a picture of what he looked like after the embalming process. So his face is the same. And then what they've done is they've done a forensic reconstruction of his face to show you what he would have looked like. He was only young. They said he was a bit of a warrior. And it's very interesting. There's a book out, Tutankhamun and the Tomb That Changed the World by Bob Breyer, which is out now. And then you look at the picture, I just feel so, as far as I'm concerned, I know it's interesting, and I know it's history, and I understand archaeology and everything else, but it's just a case of, this poor boy's body on display. He's just sort of covered 100 years after, 100 years it is since that tomb was discovered, the real boy king behind the mask, what he looked like and how it all worked. And with this golden sarcophagus, I mean, they really obviously rated him, but he was sort of put together. And I think that's really clever. But I've seen these reconstructions before. But I think, no, let the poor boy rest in peace. Can't they bury him again or something? Because he's in a glass cabinet in his own tomb in the Valley of the Kings. I mean, who'd have thought years and years ago that that's what we'd be looking at? Images of the boy king, Tut's mummy, as they call it. But it was the finding of it. I suppose it was the finding of it that captured the imagination of everybody. People like these sort of things, don't they? And they're still there in the Valley of the Kings, still looking to see if they can find more graves. There must be more graves there, probably untouched. But will they be as sensational as Tutankhamun? Who knows? Who knows? What have we got here? Oh, it's all these gift boxes. That's what we're going to be giving it for Christmas this year, gift boxes. You can buy them with, nail care at Wilko, £10. Easy to wrap. They do one at Boots, £49.50. Wilko does a Technic novelty toiletry thing with snowflake bath fizzers and body lotion and nail creams and all the rest of it. And you just buy it. It's like an advent calendar kind of thing. And there is one here. This is a 24 picture book bundle. Includes the magical snowman and a Christmas wish. And that's £24 at the works. Plus they've got Play-Doh. Everything you need, including stampers and moulds and everything. I love Play-Doh. It's not really politically correct, is it? And they've also got a tea light advent calendar from the range. 24 scented tea lights, $3.99. I mean, it seems quite reasonable, doesn't it? Plus there's a cheese one here. Gourmet flavours from Applewood smoked cheddar to Mexicana cheddar with mixed peppers and cheddar with onion, sage and apple. £10. An espresso capsule from Asda, £12, and all the. So people like these. I mean, I quite like these sort of presents. There's one here, a spice journey, 24 sachets of sweet and savoury delights. You can experiment and boost your cooking. I think not. Maybe we'll think of something else, shall we? I don't mind the. I mean, they've got a huge one in Costco at the moment, which is what do they call it? Chocolate liqueurs, the little bottles, and it's like a 4 fold-out thing. Really nice. And I like biting the heads off the little bottles and just drinking the contents, which is quite a nice thing to do. Although over Christmas, I never drink. It doesn't interest me in the slightest. I'll eat fruit. I'll eat satsumas, but everything else, I'm just not interested in doing alcohol. Perhaps because you can drink alcohol all the time. I saw something the other day. I can't remember where I saw it. And it was one firm. It might have been probably in Country Life, because I bought that yesterday. And it's genuine slices of orange dipped in dark chocolate. And I thought that, because I thought, if you remember, that Terry's chocolate orange was in fact orange segments dipped in chocolate, but this was orange segments dipped in dark chocolate, proper orange. And I remember thinking, that sounds quite nice. Definitely. And so I thought, there you go, Belgian dark chocolate dipped candied orange slices, £17. Blimey, that's not cheap, is it? Friar's chocolate candied orange, £21.50. And there's quite a variety, actually. Chocolate dipped lemon from Fortnum & Mason's. Ooh. Very nice. And oranges, dark Belgian, £17. That seems to be about the right price, doesn't it? £17 for a bit of orange dipped. It is a lot, I know, but, you could probably do it. It's a bit dangerous. You've got to melt the chocolate. But you just do it in is it a bain-marie or something? Saucepan. No, you can't just melt chocolate in a saucepan. What you do is you put water in the saucepan, and then you put a bowl in the actual thing, and then you melt the chocolate, and otherwise you'll be there all day. You have to throw the saucepan away, won't you? Trying to clean it and sort of, losing your temper and throw it across the room, narrowly missing the cat, I should imagine. What else have we got? The Almeida Theatre. Music by Elton John on this one, and lyrics by Jake Shears of the Scissor Sisters. It's called Tammy Faye. It's a musical about Tammy Faye, who I told you was that famous these things out. So the energy bills, I don't want to ruin your day again, I'm afraid, to leap by £1,200 when the cap ends. The staged mob. You'll see pictures in all the papers. Obviously, they had the UK envoy, for some reason, going over to Moscow. For what? I've got no idea, because I'd never even heard of her. But she goes over to Moscow for talks, really. As I say, can we send over somebody who knows what they're doing? But we could have sent Suella. That would be a good one, wouldn't it? We're going to send you to Moscow, dear, in a helicopter. That'll be nice. That'll frighten the life out of them. Land in Red Square. That'll be very exciting. And so they've got a staged mob with their little pictures and posters, which somebody's dummied up for. They've obviously all been paid to stand there and basically heckle her. But as they really don't know who she is, they didn't look as though they were intelligent enough for that. And she doesn't know who they are either. She just ignored them. Again, back to Suella. She just ignores the press. I'm sorry, do you have any comment about this? Nothing to say. Nothing to say. That's what they do now. They just duck down, don't they? But apparently he gets the blessing from number 10 Downing Street to spend £3,800 just for an hour on this thing. I should imagine there must be 3 hours worth on there. Do you not think so? Flying down, flying back, in the waiting time. It doesn't sort of come... It's not like an Uber. I don't know, it might be for her. Yeah, it depends how fast they are. What was the other one that I quite liked? Oh, I mentioned the police beauty queen. Caught doing drugs at home. She had 2 cannabis farms in her homes. Chris Lowry over in I like to be. No, he's in. I know did America. He's in Spain. He says no sign of Christmas arriving yet. Shoes don't start stocking up until December. Miss all the Christmassy stuff. Oh, we're here. We've got all the lights up. They're on. The lights are on. I think in Oxford Street and Regent Street. I think they're up. Harrods lights were on the other day. I saw them as we went through, but I think they were probably doing a little bit of a test. It opens next week. This is the Christmas market. I'll have to send you a picture of the Christmas market because we like it. They've got all sorts of things in there. It's mainly sort of Christmassy stuff. I wonder if they've got toffee apples. Might have to go and find out, mightn't we? It never opens at the time we're there. I'll have to... I know when I can do it. When does it open? Is it the 19th? Oh, that's no good. The 9th. Oh, the 9th. Oh, that's good. Because when we have our Radar meeting, I can do it after that, can't I? There you go. How cool is that? Christmas in Leicester Square. How festive. And should be very lovely, actually. La Clique. That's returning to London, which is very nice indeed. Shops, not shoes, don't start stocking up. Shops. I couldn't work out what shoes were. I knew I'd misread something, but I wasn't sure what it was.
May I have your attention, please? You can now book your train tickets on Uber and get 10% back in credits to spend on your next Uber ride, so you don't have to walk home in the rain again.
Trains, now on Uber. T's and C's apply. Check the Uber app.
This is LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, everybody. 26 minutes to 7. Do not forget to download my free Little Bit Extra podcast. There's a brand new episode available just after the show this morning, exclusively on our Global Player app, where you will find all of LBC's shows to catch up on, as well as the world's biggest podcasts. So download Global Player for free from your app store or head to globalplayer.com. And I'm also featured on Ian Dale's as well. Ian Dale's Alter. I only mentioned that a couple of times just to make sure I retain the position. I don't want somebody to overtake me. I get quite upset by things like that, which is quite nice. I've just noticed, actually, that The Lady have got a great feature on somebody that I was a huge fan of years ago, Hayley Mills. She used to live in Denham Village, where the Mills family lived. And, of course, Hayley Mills was big star as a child, and she's talking to The Lady about the perils of being a child star, because many children who appear in movies never make it any further. There are loads of them. The road to success and fame is littered with people with drink and drug problems and all sorts of things. Luckily, she had a family who were in the entertainment business. But also, do you remember yesterday I was trying to find these Hasselback potatoes? I couldn't find. They seem to. They're very annoying in M&S. Sometimes they'll have them in, then the next day you go in there and they're not there anymore. And I wanted them yesterday, so I had to buy some normal potatoes, which I did in the same way. I just put them in a saucepan and put the lid on and sort of steamed them. But James Martin, the Hasselbacks are the ones that are sliced all the way through, but not all the way through. Do you know what I mean? They've sort of cut it so like a concertina kind of thing. There you go. And I ate a whole bowl of potatoes yesterday. I don't know whether I'm supposed to. I thought haven't they got something in them? Is it starch or rubbish or something? I can't remember. But so I had but James Martin is celebrating the potato in The Lady. So it's potato time, because I like those Duchess potato. I like all sorts of potatoes. I like new potatoes as well. Little new potatoes. I sometimes cut them up and I put them in a stew or something like that. I don't know. It depends. Mind you, there's so many things I'm into at the moment, but it's these blooming potatoes, these Hasselbacks, that I wanted yesterday. So I go all the way to Marks and Spencer's, like it's a long way, and they didn't have any. And I walked up and down, because sometimes I miss things, and they move things around. Have you ever discovered that? You go to a supermarket. I said, no. I wanted them fresh. Fresh Hasselbacks. I don't want frozen Hasselbacks. Not quite the same, is it? Stormy times ahead as the UK faces the longest recession. As I say, it's 3%. They've started putting adverts in the papers saying 3%. Whether it goes any further, I've got no idea. And stream me up, Gene Kelly still rocks. You might not know who Gene Kelly is, but he's a pop picker's all-time streaming favourite from Singing in the Rain. In fact, he was so successful, and his dance numbers were so successful in Singing in the Rain, that Morecambe and Wise did a spoof on it. Paint It Black by the Rolling Stones and Bohemian Rhapsody by Queen. To mark the 70th anniversary, the official chart companies have compiled a list of the most streamed songs. Singing in the Rain is the most streamed from 1952. I wouldn't have thought people knew about it. And then Johnny Cash, I Walk the Line. You might not... I remember the song. I couldn't sing it to you now. And the very odd Jailhouse Rock with Elvis. Very odd. If you listen to the words on it, it was really peculiar. Really peculiar. It was all sorts of sort of subliminal messages in it and things like that, which people have explained to me over the years. What about the year I was born? 1973? What was the 1954 one then? What was it? So 1954 was I Got a Woman by Ray Charles. How inappropriate. I don't even know what the song is. I've heard of Johnny B. Good. Paul Anka, Put Your Head on My Shoulder. Solomon Burke, Cry to Me. I only remember Solomon Burke singing She Wears My Ring. Etta James, I remember. Stand By Me, Benny King. My Girl, Temptations. Be my little... But the 70s were very good because Elton John had Your Song out. John Denver in 71 was Take Me Home, Country Roads, killed in a plane crash. Jolene, 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 Jolene. I like that one. Tiny Dancer by Elton John. They've just done a new version with Britney, as you now know. Africa by Toto I thought was good. And Journey's Don't Stop Believing in the 80s. Back in the 90s, Nirvana, Smells Like Teen Spirit. Nirvana. Yeah. Nirvana. Oh, honestly, you're so pedantic, aren't you, really? See, I've never heard of half of these. It only goes to prove the 90s were useless for me. You know, Dr. Dre, No Diggity by Blackstreet featuring Dr. Dre, Bittersweet Symphony by The Verve, Iris by the Goo Goo Girls, and No Scrubs by TLC. Who in God's name are these people? Who are they? I don't have any of their records. In the noughties, Dancing in the Moonlight by Top Loader, I like. Nickelback, I don't know. I've heard the group, but I don't lose that. Eminem, Lose Yourself. I know Eminem, but I don't know the song. The Killers, Mr. Brightside. I Bet You Look Good on the Dance Floor by the Arctic Monkeys. Way too long a title. Absolutely way too long. Fluorescent Adolescent by the Arctic Monkeys. They get 2 entries. That's not bad, is it? Jason Mraz, I'm Yours, and Party in the USA by Miley Cyrus. I don't know that one either. I'm not well up on my music. See, I'm better as oldies. I'm better in the 60s and 70s. No, not 50s. I do better 60s, 50s and 60s, I think. Well, that's what I tell myself. So Pete's on the treadmill, paying for all the Christmas chocolate snowballs and Yule logs. He says, I think a Christmas Day phone-in would work. We could discuss your new pool, my contract fees, and the list of reasons why you shouldn't have one. But he didn't answer the question. Does he have a pool himself? That's the big question. Charlie Girling says, could you just not cut through the normal potatoes and make them Hasselbacks? You have to come up with something clever, don't you? You see, and it doesn't wash with me, Charlie Girling. Smarty pants. Yes, I probably could, but I am accident prone, as anybody will tell you. I'm not allowed sharp objects. I don't have knives. I have scissors. And it doesn't work with scissors because you just cut straight through. I wouldn't have knives in the place. I'm frightened. I'm very likely to cut myself to pieces. So I buy the hassle. I mean, I agree with you. I should be able to do it, but I can't do it. Phil the Sparky says, regarding slurping the tea, my dear old mum, God rest her soul, used to tip her tea into the saucer to cool it and drink from the saucer. A family I've heard of people doing that. A family tradition that we thankfully did not pass on to our children. And Brendan says, I'm seeing The Lion King in Manchester tonight after 2 years delay. Don't know if I'm more excited that it's actually happening after all this time or because it's The Lion King and it's meant to be amazing. Oh, you won't be disappointed. I'll defy anybody. Defy anybody. For the moment it starts, you'll love it. Absolutely love it. You mentioned Ricky Gervais, says Dan in Lingfield, again. He says, well, I couldn't stand him for years, but once watching Afterlife, I now think he's absolutely brilliant and see him in a different light. Yeah, I think he's brilliant. I think he's absolutely brilliant. I just like everything about him. I interviewed him for In Conversation, and he was. I think it's on YouTube. It's on YouTube. I was filmed, more for him really. And Joe in Welling says, "Watch us, Steve." Haven't said that in ages. I just thought I'd try it out. 5 minutes in the shower unless I'm washing my hair, then a tad. I'm the same. It's the washing of the hair and then, and then putting on takes ages washing my hair. Seriously, ages and ages. Steve, we went to the Oxo Tower for lunch for my birthday, and we had Harvey Nick's non-alcoholic Chardonnay. Great replacement, says Wayne from Hornchurch, for a dry Christmas. 10 quid a bottle. I don't mind 10 quid a bottle. There you go. Look, there's Ricky Gervais. He was very good. They filmed these things beautifully. I thought they were really, really good, actually. What was I wearing? I never know what I was wearing on these things. Oh, my God, Father, where did I get that shirt from? It's the same shirt. It's not the same shirt. Oh, what a dreadful thing to say. That's a Tommy Bahamas I'm wearing there. But they were very good, these. I think they filmed so many of them. There were lots and lots of these interviews being filmed. And I've never watched them. I don't like watching them back. I don't. I'm not on some ego trip, thank you. Hello from Slovakia, Steve. I've been here for 9 days, staying with my wonderful boyfriend. Says Alan, I can't recommend the country enough for those who love history, food and wine, as well as walking. He said, you'd like it. Their version of Prosecco is fabulous. Alan comes from Whitstable in Kent. Oh, I've had friends who've been to Slovakia. They say it's lovely. They absolutely love it. Really, really nice place, which is fantastic. Dan says, morning, Steve, up and raring to go. Coffee and PCV medical to renew my licence. The joys of getting old, followed by another coffee. Another coffee. He likes his coffees. He likes his coffees. I do drink coffee, but not very often. Not very often. There's a lady here who's moved her savings so she can get an interest rate rise. It's the paying. I told somebody the other day, I said, I've got this letter from the government, or whoever, I can't remember who it's from, saying I've got £500 towards my heating bill this year. So I've never had anything like that before. I'm a bit excited. I don't get it yet. It's paid in soon, but if I don't get it by January, then I'm to contact them. And that'll be quite nice. Pete does have a pool. Does he really? Oh, you're not serious. Is that your pool? How big is that, for goodness sake? That is absolutely... How much furniture have you got outside? You've taken a picture of somebody else's house and sent it in. I've never seen a pool that size. That's like an Olympic-sized swimming pool. It's absolutely huge. I mean, seriously, I've been in council pools, not for years, obviously. Not really that sort of person. Also, the strip Hancock of his MP salary for going on I'm a Celebrity. Just get rid of him. Just get rid of him. Quick as possible. Let's vote him off. I don't want to watch him doing the Bush Tucker trials. Couldn't care less. He's going to irritate the hell out of just about everybody. So let's start off by going, in fact, even before he's arrived, we don't want you in there. OK, simple as that.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning, 10 to 7 is the time, £137 million. I'm planning the house already, because I had a dream about winning £137 million. Isn't that surprising? Isn't that surprising? But it doesn't really matter. Have you tried fondant potatoes, says Jackson? Yes, I love fondant potatoes. Very much like things like that. And I've just enjoyed a cup of hot water with fresh honey from my uncle's beehives. Very comforting way to start the day. Yes, honey in hot water is very nice. Very good for you. Very good. If I've been ill, I've tried that before. And Lindy says, I tried to book a table at Joe Allen's to celebrate a special wedding anniversary, but they could only allow us a table for an hour and a half. And we wanted to spend a leisurely afternoon. No, you can't. Every restaurant, you won't find a restaurant that does not put a time on, especially in London. I don't think I've ever been in any restaurant where you can sit there all day. They just don't do that. They have to turn a table around, and that's it. When you actually book tables, they would turn. I didn't think it was an hour and a half. I thought they gave you longer than that. Because if you've got to get 3 courses in, you can't do it in an hour and a half. But every restaurant does that. You try booking any table. I know the booking things. They say you've got the table at this time, but we need it back by so and so. That's how it works. Sometimes they'll move you. You can go and sit at the bar or something like that. That's how it works. Then they don't throw you out of the building. They'll just move you to the bar and you can go and sit there and have cocktails at the bar. But you can't keep the table because they have to turn tables round, which is fair enough. They've been doing it for donkey's years. I've never had in fact, in all the 35 years I've been going there, I've never had anything like that before. They would normally say something like, when you phone up, they'll say, if you want the table for 1, they say, we'll need it back by 2:30. And you can either accept it or not, but that's how in London it operates. And probably not, throughout the country, but certainly in London's busy restaurants. Catherine says, at my mum's funeral, we played her favourite songs, John Denver, Country Roads, and Mamas and the Papas, Dream a Little Dream of Me. And yesterday I was driving home and Spotify randomly played Annie's song, and then the Mamas and the Papas hit me like an emotional wave. Oh, Annie's song was named after his wife, called Annie. I used to love him. I used to like, actually, one of his songs, which was all about Jacques Cousteau and the good ship Calypso. The song was called Calypso. Hi, Calypso, the places you've been to, stories you've... And it was a story about Jacques Cousteau, who was a documentary maker. And he would talk French, real pronounced French accent, saying, today we take the boat out and we go down under the water. And he would take you and show you things. It was, Armand and Michaela Dennis years ago used to take you out into the savannah and show you all the wild animals and everything else. And but with Jacques Cousteau and the good ship Calypso, it was a research ship. They took it all over the place to, lakes that were so remote they'd have to sort of drag it up there and things like that. It was really good. Really, I think his son still does it. Mary says Tesco's have Hasselback potatoes, which are on a mix and match of 3 for £2. My much-loved and missed Nan used to start drinking her tea from the saucer as it cooled the tea down. Great show, as ever, says Mary. You really do sparkle. Well, I like to sparkle. I like to have a little bit of sparkle, a little bit of glamour and showbiz, which is good. Steve, says Peter the Pool Man, it is mine. It's a fisheye lens camera. It's not that big, though. Opinions vary. Well, look pretty big to me, I tell you. We thought it was an Olympic-sized swimming pool. We were very impressed, Pete. Very impressed. And Steve, listening to you from my home in Croatia, I had a brief fling with June Allison's grandson when I was in Texas many years ago. Well, if that's not a claim to fame, I don't know what is. And LBC, wasn't it David Hasselback, who was in Knight Rider, says Peter? Hasselhoff, I think. Yes, David Hasselhoff, the oldest man running up a beach looking like he was about to be winded. Cat in Slough says, like you, I can mostly only remember songs from the 60s, 70s and 80s, which is okay. And Mike says, mentioning sipping tea from a saucer took me back to watching Grandpa do it back in the 60s. The boyfriend and I are in Hampshire for a couple of nights, taking Mum and Dad out to celebrate his 90th tonight, getting checked in at the hotel. We were after if we intended to book a double room rather than a twin. I should be taking this up with the duty manager later. Do you remember that couple years ago in the paper? Their business was completely destroyed because they had a gay couple who phoned up. They didn't say they were a gay couple when they phoned up. They just phoned up to book a room for 2 blokes. And they got there and they wanted to push the beds together. And this couple who were Christian went, I don't think so. They weren't happy about it at all. And they made them feel very uncomfortable. And I can't remember what happened, but all I remember is I think they got taken to court over discrimination. And their business collapsed. Because, unfortunately, you can't discriminate to somebody over their sexuality. If you're offering a bed and breakfast service, then you're offering it to everybody. You can't just discriminate. They lost their appeal, the B&B owners, that was, so they didn't have a leg to stand on, because it's a case of if you're having a B&B, everybody turns up for it. You can't then just go, oh, we'll take you in, but we're not taking you two in. Yes, everybody except gay couples. It's like saying, oh, by the way, and we don't want sort of, disabled people, or we don't want this and that. You can't do it. And so they lost their appeal. The BBC has said comments by the news presenter Martine Croxall breached its rules on impartiality. She made them during the news channel's newspaper review, seen by nobody, I should imagine. But anyway, soon after Boris Johnson said he wouldn't stand for the Tory leadership, Croxall said, well, this is all very exciting, isn't it? Am I allowed to be this gleeful? Well, I am. And they decided that was too much. So they said several of her remarks and reactions caused a significant risk that the audience could believe opinions were being expressed on the Conservative leadership contest. They're so panic-stricken, aren't they, at the BBC? You mustn't have an opinion. Don't have an opinion. Just say thank you. Thank you, and then sort of move on. But unfortunately, she apparently overstepped the mark. I thought it was hilarious. I didn't see that as being offensive. She was suspended for a week. Imran Khan has survived, they say, an assassination attempt after a gunman shot him in the leg. Obviously not a very good gunman. He only shot him in the leg. He was doing a rally, I believe. And yesterday, because he was targeted, this is the long march to the Pakistan capital, Islamabad, where he hopes to force a snap general election. Because since he's stepped down, his popularity has soared. So he thinks he stands a really good chance of doing it again. But now he's suffering and in hospital. Not so good. I was asked to leave a restaurant in Edinburgh, says Alan, last week, because our table was up after 90 minutes. We haven't even had a dessert and the service was slow. And another one here. Maggie says, I booked Joe Allen's and it was always 2 hours in the past. They're really getting busy now. They're really getting busy. I sometimes just have a main course and a pudding and then go and sit at the bar, which is what Corey and I did last time. We went and sat at the bar, which I found absolutely. There's no time limit at the bar. You can sit there all night as far as you're concerned, which I thought it was wonderful, actually. Was Jacques Cousteau really French, says Gordon? He was. That's why his name was Jacques Cousteau. The giveaway, I think, is in Jacques. But the accent was so extreme, I sometimes wonder if maybe he was from Isleworth. And it could have been an act. Yeah, no, it was a very good act if it was. I used to love the programmes. They were really absolutely excellent. Really, really good. What else? New rail strike misery. Weekend of chaos. So don't forget tomorrow, please. Train strike and nothing going on. Monday, train strike. Wednesday, train strike, which means Tuesday the trains will all be in the wrong places anyway. And then I think they've cancelled the post office stuff, but that might be coming back on again a little bit later. But fingers crossed. I think they've been offered 9%, whereas the train people have been offered nothing at all at the moment, and yet they're still going forward with the strikes. I wish you a fantastic weekend. Morning, nice to have your company. It's Monday. It's November the 7th. I'm Steve Allen with you till 7 o'clock this morning. End of the line for Strictly's Ellie. Yeah, she didn't. I thought she was okay. I did actually happen to catch quite a bit of the programme. And there was some bloke singing Bridge Over Troubled Water. He might have been called Luke Evans. I don't know why that just flooded into my mind. But whatever it was, he was. There was no orchestra there. He was singing along to a backing track, which wasn't Luke Evans. Who is he? I've never even heard of him. But I thought I should have heard of him. But he was singing Bridge Over Troubled Water. It's a nice orchestral backing. And but there was no orchestra there. There was nobody playing along with him. I thought that because when they cut to sort of a bit of the drumming, there was no drummer. Oh, he's an actor. What's he an actor from? I feel I should know him. I mean, the name sounds familiar, but I don't know why he was singing Bridge Over Troubled Water. Perhaps he's got an album out, I should imagine. Oh, there you go. He's an actor and singer from Wales, and he's been in many West End productions. So he's done all sorts of little bits and pieces, and Bridge Over Troubled Water. Actually, it's such a good. I think, to be honest with you, you could get a cat singing Bridge Over Troubled Water, and it would be a hit. It's one of those songs, isn't it? It just goes on and on and on. I loved it. I've got a disco version of Bridge Over Troubled Water. A disco version, I ask you, but still. The best is Simon and Garfunkel when they're playing Madison Square Garden, and it goes from one song into that familiar piano riff, and you know immediately what it is. Luke, usually an actor, but he's got an album out. I thought that was how the BBC work. Is it payola time again at the BBC? Is that how they operate? Because they used to do it on the food and drink programme, which Ainsley did, and then they'd invite somebody on and they'd mention that they'd give a plug to the name of the farm and all the rest of it and say the ingredients and everything else. And I thought, wait a minute, it's still more payola at the BBC, isn't it? Yeah, that's called promo. But I mean, does he pay to be on that programme? Is his management paying? They just sort of go to him and go, would you like to be on a programme? And can we have a few copies of the album? Thank you very much indeed. Yeah, I bet they do. I bet they do. I bet somebody walked away with a copy of that album without a shadow of a doubt. It's like somebody coming into me and they say, I remember only once in 43 years, somebody came in and I'd done this book interview, blah, blah, blah. And then at the end they said, we'll have to take the book away again because we've only got one copy. And I thought, no, the deal is you come in for an interview. I keep the book. That's why I reckon there was of course I kept it. Absolutely. I wasn't giving it up. Yeah, they only had one copy. You should have thought of that beforehand. Dreadful. No, there'd be loads of copies of his albums. They found them all on the tables at the hospitality thing, I bet you. Can you sign this? Yeah, please, I'll sign it. But it was just odd that he was singing along to backing track, which I thought was even odder. There's so many people involved in that programme, and I'd love to know what the costs are, because the BBC, according to an ex-news boss down there, have been bombarding viewers with terrible daytime television. And I couldn't honestly think what was on the daytime on the BBC. And he was talking to Ian Dale. This is Roger Mosley, isn't it? Roger Mosley? But I don't know what their daytime lineup is, because if I'm watching anything, and I don't know why it would be, but I'm always watching ITV. So I get the end of "You're gorgeous, you're marvellous, you're wonderful," and then we go on to other things. So here we go. We've got... So you got the breakfast programme, but that's just sort of basically two people reading an auto cue. Then you've got this morning live thing, which is Gethin and Kim. I do like Gethin. I'm not bothered about Kim. Talking to Dr. X about the uses of medical cannabis. Again, it's one of these programmes which seems to have a whole plethora of presenters on it. In fact, 6 in total. They can't manage it themselves. Then you've got at 10 o'clock, Critical Incident. And sounds like my sort of programme. Dirty Rotten Scammers. And so that they fill that up with. And Homes Under the Hammer, which seems to be getting more presenters by the daytime. You've now got... They're all repeat. Everything's a repeat. Yeah. Homes Under the Hammer has got that Martin what's-it bloke with the hair transplant. He's had it stuck on his head. Martin somebody. Bargain Hunt. And again, that's not a repeat, thank God. The News might be. Doctors, Money for Nothing. It's another one of these people where they give them something and they go, what can you do with this? Throw it away. That's what most people did with it. It's like the repair shop. It's exactly the same. Money for Nothing is exactly the same as a programme on the other side where this lady comes round to the rubbish dump and says, can I have that? And I'll turn it to something nice. And then they sell it and give them the money. This is the direct rip-off of it. All they're doing is they go, we've got a pram, 2 armchairs and a broken table. What can we turn it into? More garbage. So, what have we got? The repair shop. I have seen the repair shop. It's just basically people who are too tight to go and get it done professionally, so they take it in and make a television programme about it. Pointless. I'm totally useless on Pointless. I've tried to be intelligent and answer some of the questions. I can't get anything. I'm just absolute rubbish. Absolute rubbish. But, the way it goes, isn't it? I mean, television nowadays, what is it? Cheap reality shows with sort of failed politicians, dreary people who cheat on their wives. They put somebody on like that and give them £500,000. It's obscene. It's obscene. Although I did love Ian Hislop, and Have I Got News for You, tackling old Mr. Neville, isn't it? And, ask him about why he's going out to Qatar and taking the money. He said, well, we can all make our own protests. And he said, well, you can sit at home and not take the money. It's like no mention of David Boy Beckham, who couldn't care less about human rights. If he's taken 10 million from the Qatari government to promote Qatar with their dreadful human rights and their reaction to women and all sorts of things like that, shame on David Beckham. Shame on him. Really annoys me. But it was very good. It was very good watching, Ian Hislop. Because when the former Man United pro who's commentating at the sporting contest asked Hislop if it's coming home, he replied, what, your reputation? Yeah, he's shot through completely. Shot through. There were a few weedies who sort of wrote in and went, oh, I thought he handled himself very well indeed. They're not concerned about people's human rights. They couldn't care less. Hislop, showing his serious side, said, the others have been very gentle with you, Gary, but the elephant in the room is still there. You're commenting there, aren't you? And he says, well, you've got a choice, I think, haven't you? And Hislop says, what, going or not going? Yeah, basically, he's taken the golden shilling. He's brown-nosing the Qatari government, to be honest with you, with their disgusting human rights. Ghastly, really. And Hislop was not finished. He said to Neville, there's another option. You stay at home and highlight the abuses. You don't have to go and take the Qataris' money. It's just not a very good defence. David Beckham's done exactly the same. And but as I say, he couldn't care less about people's human rights. Why should he care less? He couldn't care less if there's persecution of homosexuals. Why should he? Why should he worry about things like that? He's got better things to do, like try and prop up the wife's ailing shop. Ian, my friend over in America, I like to be in America, says, I was in Barnes & Noble on Saturday. We don't have a Barnes & Noble, do we? He says they have a Christmas section now selling 2 of your favourite DVDs. Oh, right. All Mine to Give and Christmas in Connecticut. All Mine to Give is also known as The Night They Gave Away the Babies. Do you remember it? It's very sad. Christmas in Connecticut I love anyway, but The Night They Gave Away the Babies. I've got it at home, actually. It's on the settee next to me, ready to be shoved into machine. And the day they gave the babies away, when all these parents go, Glynis Johns and somebody else, and they moved to America, and they've got 6 children. And first of all, the dad dies, and then the mum dies. It's very sad. And the 6 children have to look after themselves in the Wisconsin of the mid-19th century. And some of the children are sort of old enough to look after the little ones, but they decide that they can't survive by themselves. They have to go round. So the older boy takes the kids around on a sledge and pulls it through all the snow and says, "Can you please look after my sister or look after my brother," or something like that. And many of the families out there don't have children, or if they have, they've only got one, and they're always sort of looking, to help other people. And so they do, and that's why it's called The Night They Gave Away the Babies. And he comes back all by himself, and he's given away the only reason it's a Christmas film is because it's got snow in it. It's got snow in it, but the kids are sort of struggling, to come to terms with everything, but they have to give away all the children, and so they end up going to other houses, so that they can sort of look after them. It's really good. It's a very, very sweet film. But I warn you, you'll need a box of tissues. It's one of those films. Roger says, just picked somebody up from Stansted yesterday. 14 quid for 11 minutes parking fee. Not cheap. That sounds a bit expensive. A little bit expensive. My friend Ian says, All Mine to Give is the saddest of all movies ever. So my friend Jimmy and I, Jimmy's sadly not with us anymore, and we used to sit down on a Sunday. I would cook Sunday lunch. I know, unheard of. I would cook Sunday lunch, and we'd sit down and we would watch Little House on the Prairie. And there was always a bit in Little House on the Prairie where we would look at each other and we'd both be crying. We used to get so wrapped up in it, the Laura Ingalls story. It was just... And then the other day I watched Highway to Heaven. Have you ever seen it? It's with Michael Landon. In fact, his production company that make it, although Michael Landon's not with us anymore. And he plays an angel in this. And he comes down to earth and he's got a normal life. But he does wonderful things. He helps people see and realise exactly where they're going wrong. If only we could have put in Mr. Hancock's way, something would have happened there. And it's a really good programme, and I didn't want to watch it because I thought, this will be all American schmaltz. And yet the funny thing was, the more I watched it, the more I got into it. And it was about a father who was an actor, and it was a bloke who was very famous in Hollywood years ago. I can't remember what his name was. And he, I think, did the song "Make 'em Laugh, Make 'em Laugh," da 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 da, and he tumbles and does all the rest of it. In this one, he plays a man who dresses up as a woman. He's a clown. He dresses up as a woman, and his son is an actor. He's had one successful film, and they go on tour together. And the son wants top billing. He's been told you should have top billing over your father, and it's set in a hospital bed, and it's basically their sort of story of, why are you coming to see me now? You haven't come to see me before, and all this kind of stuff. And it was sort of watching a family get back together again who were at war. The father was probably just as bad as the son was. And this play is dying on its proverbial on the stage. They go off to do this play. And in the interval, they go, is it worth coming back for the interval? And he goes, yes, we will definitely try to get it back together. And they get back together, and Michael Landon and his co-partner in the series are standing in the wings watching. And it was really well done. But I always remember Michael Landon in, I think it's called Highway to Heaven. I'm pretty certain. It's whatever it is, it's really good. So I might be having to buy the box set of that before the day is out. I've just got this feeling it is. It's really good. Anisha says, I can't tell you because we have to take a short break because it's 4:15.
Steve Allen on LBC.
Morning. Good news. Kevin the Carrot's coming back. I was wondering where he was. There's so many Christmas ads on the television, but I've worked it out. The one that Will Ferrell does as Elf, Ferrell, and it's what they've done is they've clipped him from a film, Elf, probably, and then superimposed him onto the thing, because there are certain bits where I think, is that him or is that somebody wearing an identical item of clothing? And I've decided that they've just clipped him. He hasn't actually appeared in this advert. They've clipped him. He's obviously got paid for it because, it's his character. This is for Asda. You look at him standing in front of him, you can tell it's a superimposed character. And he goes there and he's looking for a job. And I think they've sort of cut it. And then this bloke here looks at him, and I think that's a cutaway. I think they're all cutaways. And it's very well done. Yes, but if you remember, didn't they do this years and years ago when they did Ice Station Zebra, and they got them drinking Carlsberg at the bar, and they showed you the bottle? But this was Ice Station Zebra from God knows how many years ago. So I don't believe that... there you go. If you're wondering, Pharrell didn't actually prance his way around the store. Instead, a process called rotoscoping was used to take him out of the original film and place him into the newly filmed scenes in the supermarket. It's clever, isn't it? I mean, it's really good, but they do that a lot, where all of a sudden you find famous people in adverts and things like that, and they've been lifted, or failing that, you can put somebody into a movie as well. I think they did it on a Star Wars film some years ago. And in fact, sorry, it's not Fuzzy. But if you remember, don't you remember that they did it in E.T.? They brought out the other version, where E.T.'s on the bicycle, okay, and like that, and then the police cars are in front and all the guys have got their guns out. Then they take off. Well, of course, when they redid that little bit there, they airbrushed the guns out, so they weren't holding guns. So the police are just standing there and the bicycles take off over their head. I'm a mine of useless information, I'm afraid. I'm terribly sorry, actually. Have I seen Alison Hammond? She's basically doing as much as she can, isn't she, really, I suppose, at the moment? Make hay while the sun shines. So she's the star of the Sainsbury's advert. They're all doing them. I've never known so many. Normally, we just concentrated on, Waitrose, who spend a fortune up until now. And now I'm seeing them all the time. There's the one for M&S with Dawn French and Jennifer Saunders in. And this one here, that's Alison Hammond. And basically, they've got to... Oh, that looks nice, that Christmas pudding, doesn't it? They've given her a new wig. And she can basically... I mean, when you think how many people are in this thing, it's quite a big advert, isn't it? I'd love to know what she earned for that. It's not bad, is it? Not bad. They've got all the little people in it. And it's got music, and it's got... I mean, these things take ages to film. These would have been filmed months and months and months ago, to get ready for it. And it would be quite nice. Although, really, I mean, Alison, who's proudly telling us she's lost an awful lot of weight, shouldn't be eating Christmas pudding, let me tell you. But that's just somebody. So it's called Once Upon a Pud. Once Upon a Pud. It's good, isn't it, really? I like all those Christmassy things. Mr. Neil says it was... it wasn't Ice Station Zebra, Steve. It was Ice Cold in Alex. Yeah, it was. You're right. I couldn't remember which. I knew it was Ice Cold in something. Because I remember thinking that was quite interesting that they'd managed to do it. But also, he says, I didn't realise that the Calypso song by John Denver was about Jacques Cousteau. Yes. Hi, Calypso, the places you've been to, the stories you tell us. The stories you tell us. So anyway, so Kevin the Carrot coming home for Christmas, which would be very nice indeed. Yobs were tossing fireworks about the other day, and one lad fell through a greenhouse. He died in hospital. They couldn't save him. And, people were throwing fireworks out in the square and doing all their little bits and pieces. I mean, it is absolutely disgusting. I keep saying, actually, to people, when they say, oh, it's fireworks. No, I love fireworks. Don't get me wrong. But a road was blockaded with fire and motorbikes raced through part of Edinburgh amid bonfire night. There was a motorbike gang. Oh, what a bunch of girls. Oh, we're a motorbike gang. Look at us. Oh, here we go. Racing in the streets with fireworks being set off along the ground, seemingly aimed at people and vehicles. Pathetic, isn't it? Little girls' blouses. Oh, we're on motorbikes. Look at us. Oh, quick. Throw a firework. Dangerous. Very, very dangerous. But people don't seem to understand that, do they? They don't seem to understand that, in fact, you are playing with gunpowder. I've always said kids shouldn't be given sparklers. I really think that they shouldn't. These are white, hot metal. You touch it on your arm, it'll go through it like a butter knife. Highly dangerous. But that's what, people want to do nowadays. You can't do anything about it. You'll never ban fireworks completely. They'll just get them elsewhere. Buy them all over the place. Louis Tomlinson eyeing up an appearance on Bargain Hunt because he watches television in the morning because he's so bored. And so he's eyeing up a thing on Bargain Hunt. Bit of a come down in it, love. Bit of a come down. The stars were out for Jerry's birthday party. Even Victoria turned up doing one of her funny poses where she sort of stands side. She thinks she looks great, but it makes her look slightly peculiar, which is, the way it goes. England's Wags told not to flash too much flesh at the World Cup. Oh, I don't think you can. A leopard can't change its spots. There's no chance. I mean, they'll all have to get out there in their micro things, and then we'll have the first one will be arrested for being drunk and disorderly. That's what'll happen. Mike Tyndall told not to embarrass his wife. Too late. He's already done it. And Williamson's abusive text to the chief whip. There's another idiot, honestly. I mean, you almost beg a belief, does it? Rishi Sunak saying he's not very happy with Hancock for going out there and deserting people. And what has Hancock done? Not remotely bothered. Not remotely. He'll do what he wants to do. If he can get £450,000 for prating about on the television, that's what he'll do. Why should he? He's only earning 89,000 as an MP. He can ditch that and he can go and do the Ed Balls route, which is basically turn up on just about everything that's going, which is very tedious and very boring, I'm afraid. Sad news for Duran Duran's Andy Taylor. They were inducted the other day into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, and they told us that Andy is dying. He's got prostate cancer. It's terminal. It is what it is. It is what it is. If you get something like that, then, and they say it's terminal, 9 out of 10 times, 9.5 out of 10 times, it is terminal. So that's very sad. His is terminal, yes. Yes, I believe so. He's dying. There is no cure. He's got stage 4 cancer. Stage 4, it goes up. Well, I think it goes 1, 2, 3, and I think 4 is the top. 4 is the highest. And so it's one of those things you don't know. I know it seems very odd, but I remember my mother asking her consultant after she was diagnosed with terminal cancer, how long? And his answer was a bit glib, but on the other hand, on reflection, he said, how long's a piece of string? He said, we don't know. He said, your body will go through various changes. And it was quite right. It did. He was absolutely right. She went through various changes. In fact, including some, when they put her on morphine, she thought she was getting better. She really did. I mean, she knew it was. Oh yes, she knew it was back. When she went in for the test second time, I knew it was back. And it was from that diagnosis to end of life, 3 months. 3 months, which tends to be the norm, I think. But she knew what it was like, and they put her on morphine. She thought she was happy-go-lucky. Seriously, she seemed to have loads of energy. She had everything you'd never have known. And then it changed. And she was living with her sister. She'd moved into her sister's house, who was in the same area of the country. And she'd be fine for a day, but she was more and more tired. She was spending more and more time in bed. I think we had one of the cancer charities, Macmillan Nurses, who come round, and they do everything. They seriously do everything. I mean, it was amazing. All my mum had to do was the money that she got from the government, which I think was 70 quid a week, she gave to Macmillan. And they sent somebody round. She ended up with a commode and all sorts of bits and pieces that she needed. I mean, it really was, really, really very, very good. Very, very good. And then she started writing and giving her jewellery away and bits and pieces to her godchildren. And then she started getting difficult. She went through a very difficult phase where her sister would say, would you like some soup? Some soup for tea today? She was very good. Grace was a fantastic cook. And so Mum said, yes, soup. And so Grace would do soup, take it upstairs. My mum said, I don't want that. And she would just change within flash of an eye. And then I think because it became very wearing, as anybody who's been a carer will tell you, it's 24 hours looking after somebody who might sort of need help in the middle of the night or things like that, or something to eat, or a banana or a piece of toast, and it doesn't matter what it is. And so it was decided to put Mum into a hospice to give Grace a bit of a rest. Because contrary to what people think, you don't go in a hospice and die. You go in there just because it's a restful place. And it was in Windsor, ironically. And they were very good, and we used to go down there. And then she started deteriorating. And it just sort of, it happened like that. It was as quick as that. All of a sudden, the body started closing down. She was sleeping more. She'd stopped eating. You know, we had a little sponge which had just water in it, just to keep her lips moist, because she was drying up. She was being dehydrated. And then she ended her days there. She didn't last too long in the hospice. I think it was only about a week and a bit, I think. But the funny thing was, after she died, and we'd been down there the day before, and we had to go back the following day. I don't know why we went back the following day, but we did go back the following day.
Are you receiving tax credits? If so, this message is for you. Tax credits are coming to an end, and most people will be asked to apply for universal credit instead. The Department for Work and Pensions is writing to tax credit claimants. You won't be moved automatically, so look out for your letter explaining what you'll need to do and by when. And there's also lots of support to help you make the move. Get ready for your universal credit switchover. Search Understanding Universal Credit today. Eligibility criteria apply.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning. People all say that, don't they? Nothing worse, turning on the radio at this time, 26 minutes to 5, and some chirpy little so-and-so's getting on your nerves. Anyway, going back to Chris Evans, because he's pictured in the paper today because he went to Jerry Halliwell Horner. Is it Jerry Halliwell Horner? I think it is. 50, yeah. Although I think she's kept both names in, hasn't she? Oh, she hasn't. Oh, okay. Producer knows these things, even though he wasn't at her 50th birthday. But there was a picture of Chris Evans in the paper driving his car. In fact, the paper I got, there are two pictures. But anyway, marvellous too. He said lots of highlights, including a This Is Your Life, hosted by Rylan, a video message from the King, and Shirley Bassey singing Happy Birthday. He said, I did sneak you out some cake, which I was going to drop off this morning, but the kids want to take it to school to show their mates. So I've lost out to the kids and the piece of cake. Happy Monday indeed. Happy Monday. So there you go. Piece of cake. Do you know, I could have eaten a piece of cake this morning. I wonder what sort of cake it was. What sort of cake would she have? I bet it was something a bit grand. Or Victoria Sponge. I was watching a cake programme the other day on the television, as I'm prone to doing. Mainly because I can't cook. And I'm not really interested. And they were literally putting it together with pipes and doweling and everything else to build it up. I don't know if it was Bake Off or not. I've got no idea what these things are on the television. Steve, I saw that very same episode. Michael Landon's son, Michael Landon Jr., inherited his father's production company. He tried to recreate the show. Oh, right. And Sue said, I've now got cats meowing Bridge Over Troubled Water as an earworm. Don't think it's destined for the Christmas #1 slot, but at least it's made me laugh. Mark says, I'm not on the 0501 from Purley, 0412 Brighton this week, as I'm in Toronto, in Canada. It's 23:18 here. It was 18 degrees today, although down to single figures soon. Taking the train to Niagara Falls tomorrow, which should be fun. Yeah, how lovely. How lovely. Niagara Falls. You have to do that, the boat that goes under it. It's called Maid of the Mist, I seem to remember. My father went there years and years and years ago. Steve, Chrissy from the Weald, please give a fantastic shout out to Bart's Health Orthopaedic Services in Newham. I had a total knee replacement on Saturday. Still in hospital. Want to thank all the staff, from the cleaners and the catering support workers, the nurses, the doctors and the surgeons, but most personal thanks to my anaesthetist, who gave me the confidence to have the epidural and be awake. He was by my side the whole time, bless him. Wanted to hug him, but unfortunately I couldn't move. Oh, I loved my anaesthetist when I had my prostate stuff. In fact, he was the godsend. So I remember saying to him, how long will it take to put... Because he said to me, you're carrying a bit of weight, aren't you, Stephen? Excuse me. Yeah, nice to meet you too. And he was really good. And then he said, I said, how long will it take to actually put me out? He said, oh, you don't need to worry about things like that. They just put the little cannula in your vein in your hand, and then they wheel you down. It's very, very odd because you want to be sitting up, but I'm lying down on a trolley. You can't sort of do anything. Everybody's at a different angle to you. And we're in this nice hospital just off the Euston Road. And you go in, you're in like a little ante-room. But I'd seen them coming out of the other room, and I could see that they were all standing around the operating table. And I remember thinking, oh, my God, in a minute they're going to see my willy. And was it general? What do you mean general? Private hospital? General anaesthetic. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, they're pushing tubes down and, oh, goodness me. But they're all in there. Looked like a scene out of, I don't know, the Muppet Show or something. They're all standing around there with masks on and everything. And so he said, oh, this is my assistant. He said, he's been with me 32 years, blah, blah, blah. And he just clips this little syringe onto the little cannula thing coming out of your wrist. If you're going in to have it done today, it's over and done with in an hour, and you won't know anything. Seriously, nothing at all. And he sort of put this stuff in, and I'm sort of lying there, and I'm thinking, I wonder how long it will take. Gone. Wake up an hour later in the recovery room. They go, Stephen, wait, everything went very well. And you go, good. So, no, they didn't make me count down. I didn't get as far as counting. I didn't know how to count. I'd lost the ability to speak, which was good. But anyway, nice. Did you perchance, says James in Windsor, see Celebrity Mastermind the other day? I was thinking of you and what you would have thought. Celebrities, never heard of any of them. Some girl from Gogglebox scored 2. How much exactly do these people get paid to show up? Must be a shed load. She had a big smile on her face, says James. I mean, they did a thing the other day on Gogglebox where they were going, here's the wheel with Michael McIntyre. And they said, who? And they said, this is the first celebrity. And they were all the people on Gogglebox. Like, who's that? The answer is they're nobody. Appearance fees for celeb quiz shows, not very much, £500. I would think, for an appearance fee, yeah. Well, on Gogglebox, you get nothing. It's practically nothing. It's might be 50 quid or something like that. Yeah, it's like the people on The Only Way Is Essex and stuff like that. I'm only watching catch-ups on The Only Way Is Essex at the moment. Arge is trying to seduce Gemma Collins. Hardly difficult. And that's it. But on Celebrity Mastermind, you do look at some of these people. I've seen some dire people. Do you remember the one they had on The Only Way Is Essex, Lydia Dim? She went on there. She was so ignorant, I couldn't believe it. I couldn't believe somebody could be that stupid. I don't know why. And James O'Brien's going on, isn't he? I think so. I don't know when that one's happening. If he doesn't score well, he'll keep that very quiet. I've got a sneaking feeling. See, I wouldn't do it. In the same way, I wouldn't be remotely interested in going into I'm a celebrity, get me out of here. Not that they'd be asking me, because I'm not a celebrity. I'm just a little radio presenter. Tributes paid as the child star dies at 34, which we'll tell you about a little bit later on. Michelle Keegan getting ready for party season. She's not really. She's just flogging some old tat that she's apparently designed in her clothing range. End of the line for Strictly's Ellie, as I say, but I thought she did okay. I thought, she was giving it all she got, and they'd obviously decided, no, they'd gone to the end of the line, and she's dancing with this sort of very pretty dancer. There's something pretty about male dancers, isn't there, until you get to Tony Beak, and then you decide maybe not. Keith Lemon has blasted people offended by the word ginger. Oh, no, he's ginger. He's ginger. Why would people be offended by the word ginger? I mean, ginger. I can't. Who in their right mind would be offended by that? That's like saying you're fat. They're only going to say it if you are. They're not going to say it if you're not. And so Keith Lemon has blasted these people who were offended by something which probably got nothing to do with them. Ridiculous, isn't it? The landlord of a pub selling out-of-date cheese, like 6 weeks out of date. Shouldn't imagine that could kill you, would it really? I don't think so. Rishi Sunak, as I say, hits out at Matt Hancock. Not surprised, actually. Bashir has been a victim of racism at the BBC. It's got nothing to do with racism. It's got to do with the fact he lied and hoodwinked people, and that's why nobody likes him. And then the other story that Prince Andrew, I'd say Prince Andrew, let's just call him Randy Andy, shall we? Because that's what the press called him for years. And he's been told by Charles, so we're told, that they don't want him to have anything to do with the family. He will certainly not be coming into the family ever again. And apparently burst into tears. Well, don't hang around with convicted paedophiles. That would be my advice. Do not be pictured walking through Central Park with him, apparently to tell him that you weren't going to be speaking to him ever again, which we all sort of tried to get our heads around it. And I said, well, why didn't you just send an email? That would be a lot easier. Send an email. I'm sorry, due to recent circumstances, I'm afraid it'd be no more convenient for us to meet or to even talk. But he didn't. He went to meet him in New... I mean, I don't get it either. But, you sort of, unfortunately, you made your bed, Andy, and you've now got to lie in it. So good for you. A glitch hits Glasgow ticket sales. I don't know how much they are this year. I think they're quite expensive. I don't think they are cheap at all. But they had a bit of a problem. People couldn't get hold of them. And I think second release tickets went on sale on Sunday, but many fans reported the site repeatedly crashing. So they sold out really quickly, as indeed they always do. So I think Roxy Music have been rumoured to be filling the tea time slot because they're probably so ancient they can't go any later than that. And so Glastonbury 23 tickets for the festival rise to £340, but that you get an awful lot for £340. You pay £120 to go to the pantomime at the Palladium, don't you? So so it's £335 plus a £5 booking fee and a £50 deposit. I mean, last time they went on sale, but that was 2 years ago, they cost £265 plus the booking fee. But that was cancelled due to the pandemic. People just want to go to it. It is a lot of money. I think it's a lot of money. I think Christmas crackers are a lot of money as well. I just think, yeah, so well, there you go. Angry farmers say vegan food makers must be banned from using the word sausage and meat because it's not. It's not. It's something else. And it's, but they have to say, I don't know why they make vegan sausages that look like sausages. What's the point of that? I thought the whole idea was you didn't like sausages, but there you go. Marty says, I lost my father this year after being his carer for the last few years, and hearing you and other listeners sharing stories as to how hard and upsetting it can be helps us all to know we're not alone. Oh, I've done more programmes on carers, talking to children as well who've been carers, looking after. In fact, Noel Edmonds did it on some of his Christmas present programmes where they had young people. And he turned up and they took her, I think, in a helicopter ride. She wanted to do a helicopter ride. She was only young. She was like 12. And she had to care for her parents. She had to get up in the morning, get their clothes ready, get them ready for the shower, get their breakfast, all sorts of, even before she got as far as school. And I think Noel then took her. She was a big fan of Jedward. Gives you a rough idea how old she is. And they ended up going to Lapland. And so they got taken to Lapland and that was her bit of respite for, working. So we know, Marty, exactly what it's like. Why are hymns that celebrate Christmas called carols? Carol who? Says Mike in Kings Langley. Yes, we shall have the answer for you, I think, after the break. And Frank Skinner's going to boycott bounty-free celebration tins. We did that a week ago, mate. You're too late on that one. Way too late.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, everybody. 11 minutes to 5. I trust we find you well this Monday. It's only 6 weeks to Christmas, Warren reminds me. 6 weeks to Christmas, then it's and then it's all finished. You get as far as singing "Deck the Halls with Boughs of Holly," and then it's all finished. That's why I do the lead up. I think the lead up is really nice. The word carol, this is for Mike's benefit, means to sing and dance in a circle, deriving from the ancient Greek choros, which means dancing in a circle, and from the old French word caroler, a song to accompany dancing, because people used to dance. Because if you remember, it's pagan. So carols were sung, but they were all to do with the seasons and the greenery and all the rest of it. Hey Don Nelly Don Day or something like that. I don't know. But that's what it is. It means to sing and dance in a circle. You try doing that to We Three Kings of Orient Are. It doesn't work at all. We Three Kings. Oh, I suppose you could do, actually. You could sort of sway backwards and forwards. I was listening to carols yesterday in the car. Love it. Ashley says, have you seen this year's Christmas sandwich at M&S? Looks rather tasty. I haven't. Is it another, you need to take out a third mortgage for it? Is it terribly expensive? I quite like the idea of sort of sandwich. Trouble is, I just go for white bread. I'm not interested in all this poncy bread that they give you. I had some scrambled egg on toast the other day, but it was sourdough toast. It's so poncy. Oh, it's all right. I mean, it's not exactly that special. And then they go as if it was some treat. Would you like some avocado with that? And I went, yeah, if you must, you must, if you've already cut the blooming stuff. But I like scrambled egg, but by God, it's difficult to eat, isn't it? And then on Saturday, I went for a Premier Inn breakfast. The trouble is, the one at Hogarth Roundabout, it's very nice, all very well laid out. It's not very warm. It's not very warm, the food. It's a bit chilly. I always feel like saying to people who sort of come in to have their breakfast, eat it quick. It'll go off. It'll go off very, very quickly. So we got the Marks and Spencer's Christmas. We can't find the Christmas sandwich. Can't find it. So while the producer is searching through the archives, crash test dummies are getting heavier to reflect rising obesity. What difference does that make? I mean, honestly, Apparently, mock collisions help calibrate seatbelts and airbags, but mannequins are now deemed too lightweight to protect bigger drivers. Interesting. Do you know, I was thinking the other day, and I don't know where you would do this. You know, when you sometimes you drive past a sign, and it goes, your speed is, and you get either a happy smiling face or a miserable face, and it'll go, oh, you're doing 33, and you look down at your speedometer, and it doesn't look like 33 at all. It looks about 30. And they've got, and I think perhaps we should get our speedos calibrated every so often, because that way, our speedometers, because they might be wrong. I might not be going that fast. It's a bit embarrassing. Oh, I got good news on Saturday. Very pleased. You remember we were waiting because after what seems like a lifetime of paying for a pension, they both matured, roughly within about a week of each other. And so I found a financial advisor, and we wrote off to the first company who got my money, and we had that transferred over. So that was done. The second company were dragging their heels. It's taken weeks. I mean, really weeks. And because you can put all your pension into one pot, and then you can have 25% tax-free. Well, at the moment you can, but I have a sneaking feeling that Rishi's going to change that very, very shortly. How they stop you taking it, I've got no idea. You're taking it out of your money. Well, you can't change the rules halfway through the blooming thing. But anyway, and then Saturday, I got 2 letters from the second pension company. The first one saying, we're processing your claim now. It's all, it's all been passed. We've signed it and we've sent it off electronically and done all the baloney that you have to. And then the second one was to say, we have transferred it to your financial advisor, who's now in Barbados. But no, so luckily we got the money in. So hopefully this week we might get the 25%. That's what I'm hoping. Oh, we found the M&S sandwich, have we? Oh, here it is. Oh dear, how do you eat that? How on earth do you eat that? It's 2 sandwiches. Oh right, okay. So 12 layers of goodness, 3 slices of toasted oatmeal bread. Toasted? Oh. Featuring with succulent roast British chicken, maple bacon, tangy cranberry, chutney, stuffing, spinach, spice pickled cabbage, and our signature gravy. Not much meat in it, is there? Just a few little bits of cheap old chicken by the look of it. And the rest of it is maple bacon, tangy cranberry chutney, stuffing, spinach, spiced pickled red cabbage, and our signature gravy, mayo. Winner, 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 they say. Well, ain't much in it. How much is that? Do we know how much it costs? I bet it's about £4. But there's not a lot. Oh, that looks quite nice. Costa's vegan. Oh, it's vegan, isn't it? Pigs in blankets. No, thank you. Pret a Manger have got a Christmas lunch sandwich. Thick slices of British turkey. See, why for the Marks and Spencer's Christmas one we've got chicken? Please. This is thick slices of British turkey in a port and orange cranberry sauce, teamed with a herby pork stuffing, baby spinach leaves, mayo and crispy onions. It's an absolute corker of a sandwich. Well, there you go. And, that looks quite nice. Cafe Nero pigs under blankets. Consider the chain are pulled out of the stop, so it's a bundle of pork sausage partnered with coffee-cured bacon and cranberry sauce, all topped with an oozy mozzarella and cheddar. So they'll put it on their little... That doesn't look too bad, actually, does it, really? Tostati melt, it's apparently. Pigs under blankets. Morrison's have got a cheese board sandwich. That doesn't look as exciting at all. It's hands up for an extra slice of festive goodness. And this is Boots. They're triple, which comes with 3 standout combinations: turkey, stuffing, cranberry, ham, coleslaw and ale chutney, and a cheddar and chutney addition. Oh, well, that sounds quite nice, actually. That's a good combination. Boots. I've never thought about going to Boots for a sandwich. Have you ever thought about that, ladies and gentlemen? I haven't. Could you go back to the other one, actually? Could I just find out what was in the one that we... That's it. Sorry, go up a bit to number 4. Sorry, number 4. Yeah. This is Olé and Steen's Merry Squashman Toasty. So it's non-mushy veg. Oh, it's vegan. Oh, ignore that one. Go to number 6. What was number 6? This is Starbucks 'Tis the Season. A classic turkey. It looks the most boring sandwich you've ever seen, I promise you. Turkey breast, smoked bacon, pork and onion stuffing, cranberry chutney and mayo in malted bread. It's about as most boring as you can get, I'm afraid. What would we think the best one is, then? I mean, the Marks and Spencer one, fancy putting chicken in a Christmas sandwich. I'm expecting turkey at the very least. Chicken. I mean, chicken I can get anywhere. I can go and buy a bunch of chicken drumsticks, and sometimes I have done that, actually, and just just eaten them. I don't really care about it. And that Rolls-Royce I was telling you about, do you remember? My friend Chris said, have you seen how much it's going for? It finally, this is the one owned by Freddie Mercury, even though he never drove it because he didn't pass his driving test. It fetched £286,000 the other day. I think both Chris and I were slightly amazed at that. I wasn't expecting it to go above like 20,000. I thought maybe 30 at a push. It's a 60-year-old car. But anyway, it goes to a charity that aims to build a hospital in Lviv in Ukraine for victims of the conflict there. Well, that's amazing. 286,000. Phenomenal. Phenomenal. I'm very, very impressed, actually. Dave in Plymouth, he says, don't believe your speedometer. For an accurate reading, use the speed indicator on the sat-nav. Mine is always exactly the same as those roadside smiley pictures. Oh, right. Oh, I have to try and work out how to use the sat-nav now. Have you paid a visit to the newly refurbished Toby Carvery, says Sarah in Worcester Park, for breakfast yet? I haven't yet. Yeah, all these things, they have to go on my wish list. I do have a wish list, actually. The first one was winning 137 million on the lottery. That didn't work because it turned out that some person from abroad, let's leave it at that, shall we, won it. Because if ever it's a Brit, they always say, oh, a British person won it. I don't know whether there was one winner or not. I suspect there might have been only one winner. I mean, it's just nigh on impossible to win. But in America, they're up to 1.9 billion for their lottery. 1.9 billion. However, you won't get 1.9 billion because it's spread over, I think, 30 or 40 years. But you can have $800,000, which, you know, come on. I'm not a meanie. I can cope with $800,000. Did you see that bloke in Jamaica who won the lottery? 98 million. And he didn't want his neighbours to know that he'd won the lottery. So he turned up dressed as Darth Vader. And then they gave him the cheque to hold. Of course, he's got his name written at the top of the cheque. Not dim or anything like that at all. That Toby Carvery, says Henry, is at the end of my road. Ooh. Yeah, he now owns a road. 1 minute producing Nick Ferrari, the next minute he buys a road. I mean, there's no end. Henry Avenue. Yeah. He's been away, actually. He's been away, I don't know where he's been. He's been to the Seychelles. He should be a nice little toasty brown colour, shouldn't he? Do you think he will be? I don't know what the weather was like. We shall see him very shortly, actually. So we haven't seen Henry for ages. We've had the delights of Guy and Connor and everybody else. But Henry's the man. New Forest. You went to the New Forest? Well, that's not the Seychelles. Were they staying in a hotel? I say, were they? I'm assuming he went with somebody. I don't think he went by himself to play Ludo, did he, really? So we shall find out more. We don't like to be disappointed. A thatched cottage? How lovely, honestly. Did you walk around in just your pants? HR. Right, let's take a short break, shall we, for the news? Then we'll come back. An eco-gang's bid to halt Britain. They've arrested the Just Stop Oil mastermind. He was nicked yesterday because they've now made it illegal on certain places to glue yourself to the road. Goodie.
Welcome to 32 Red Online Casino! Incredible! Play over 500 games, including exclusive slots, the queue, tipping point, and I'm a celebrity, get me out of here! Join 32 Red and get a bang tiny welcome bonus up to 150 quid. 150 quid? That's incredible! Visit 32red.com to claim. 18 plus BGambleAware.org. New accounts only. Minimum £10 deposit. Up to 50 times wagering. Max stakes apply. Visit 32red.com for full terms.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, everybody. Monday, November the 7th. Physiotherapists apparently want to go on strike now as well. So nurses, physiotherapists, and there won't be anybody left, will there? Of course, you notice people in radio and television never go on strike. Oh, I don't know, actually. On reflection. Yeah, on reflection. Yes, we did in years gone by. So the rail strike's off, which is the best news I've heard in years. I like hearing good news. But you need to check whether your trains are running. I think they're going to run a reduced service from 7 till 7, isn't it? 7 till 7? 7 till... That's my line. So do check. So South Western Railway said it was too late to reinstate a full service. The trains run from 7 till 7. However, it confirmed that full services will run on Wednesday and Thursday. West Midlands Railway have said a reduced service will be in operation on Monday. South Eastern Railway's service will start later and finish earlier. No service on the Medway Valley or Sheerness lines. And you must check services before you travel and make additional checks on the day. And let's hope they sort it all out. We don't want any more of this. Honestly, God knows it's going to be a tough Christmas this year. Joanne Webb will keep you up to date with all the travel information. And we'll have a chat to her in about 10 minutes' time. The mastermind of Eco Mob Just Stop Oil, a rather dreary little cove called Roger Hallam, 56 but looks a lot older, was being questioned after the Sun told police his group were planning to scale motorway gantries on the M25 today and bring traffic to a standstill. I would not recommend that. I would not recommend that move at all. They say they're going to keep going until Christmas. Well, I noticed they weren't out in the rain the other day. Diddums, you're going to wet, make your hair wet and all the rest of it. Half of them looked like they need a good bath anyway. I wish they had been out yesterday, but I didn't see anybody supergluing themselves to a puddle. Do you see that? No, nothing at all. Me neither. I'll be Santa, not a Scrooge, says Rishi Sunak. Yeah, well, let's see, shall we? He says, I've not spoken with Liz since I became Prime Minister. Didn't she get a credit card turned down the other day? I read some cruel piece in one of the papers. They said she didn't get the credit card approved, but that could be anything, couldn't it? They probably just looked at the name and went, no, don't believe you. So a friend had to step in to settle lunch at a fashionable London restaurant. Ooh, how much was the bill? £20 bill. How fashionable is that? And this is for lunch, is it? She paid when it was time to settle the £20 bill. Disaster struck. 20 quid for lunch? What sort of lunch are you buying for 20 quid? I paid more than that for breakfast the other day. 20 quid. Look at that. She's dishing. What was she dishing into? Well, that looks very nice. And that's 20 quid, is it, love? Blimey, can't be. Oh, that's earlier on in her career. I say career, we use the term very loosely. I have to use the term loosely because when somebody says you can get 20 quid for something. I bought a teddy bear the other day. I went out and I went to a garden centre to go and buy. I was looking for 2000 lights and I found them at a place called Garstons, which is near Sandown Park. And they've got a very big Christmas section. I had a good wander around. I bought a little thing from Noma Lights, and you put batteries in it, and they're all spindly lights, and it looks like a firework display. Well, it doesn't, but it's voice activated. You can put it. It's got a little tiny round thing in it, which acts as like a speaker, and it will flash in time to the music. Got my own disco running at the moment, which is very nice. And Steve in Bridgeport says, great meal at Joe Allen's. The service is so good. I then saw Book of Mormon. Isn't it fab? Have you seen Book of Mormon? Oh, you've got to get out there and see Book of Mormon. All these things. We're going to have to do a list of things that you need to go and see next year. Have I been? Yeah, love it. I saw it years and years ago, actually. Years and years ago. And a friend of mine sent me something in. It was the end of the show at the Moulin Rouge in Paris. It's the campest show you've ever seen. It's all these boy dancers with their shirts off and all these girls with these plumes and everything else. And at one point, all of these plumes become illuminated and start moving, and the audience applaud, lighting. It's fantastic, but it is very, very campy. Very, very campy. So here's Victoria Beckham doing one of her "this makes me look interesting" pose. She's got the most peculiar poses. She needs to be, re-evaluated because she sort of leans back a little bit and looks as though she's about to fall over. Very embarrassing. Dame Shirley Bassey sang Happy Birthday. This is at Jerry Horner's birthday party. And then Alexandra Burke performed. And, wow. I mean, it's all pulled out here. All pulled out. 120 people in a converted barn. So there was Dave and Victoria Beckham. Dave, who's, just trousered the 10 million. Also Ryland Clark, he was doing some little thing. Penny Lancaster, David Williams, Holly Willoughby and her former bandmates Mel C and Emma B and Emma Bunton. And Mel B, who recently became engaged, was not in attendance. Pourquoi? Why would that be? Why was she not in attendance? But all the rest of them were there, which is good. But it's Victoria Beckham's poses. It makes it look so uncomfortable. She's probably not good without having her big glasses on. What else we got here? James Arthur on the trauma of a child Hood in Mental Health documentary. This is going out on BBC Three on November the 3rd. I don't know what BBC Three is. Is that on my television? I mean, do I get BBC? Do you think I wouldn't? I wouldn't like it. The producer says, but they've all got issues. Everybody's got issues nowadays. I don't think there's anybody I've heard of coming into the music business or anything like that who doesn't have some sort of issue. So BBC Three. So here we go. So you've got. Oh, so they get EastEnders, repeat. Top Gear, repeat. The catch-up is a roundup of the day's news. Then something called Stitch Please, which is a repeat. Angels of the North, Series 4. Santa Claus, the serial killer. That's not a repeat. And then you get Series 1. And then other things. Fort Salem. What on earth is this rubbish? What is this rubbish? Do you think the BBC are just buying in rubbish? Santa Claus, the series killer. Again, that seems to run all day. I don't even know what it is. Angels of the North. Again, that's the repeat. RuPaul's Drag Race. Repeat. Stitch Please. Repeat. Eating with My Ex. Have you ever seen that? What a pile of garbage. Repeat. The new Comedy Awards. Somebody called Josh Pugh hosting the 6th heat from the box at Fargo Village in Coventry. Eh? What are these things? Why don't they close it down? Also, the BBC's cost it. Then you've got Lazy Susan. Again, Series 1, Episode 4. It probably goes on for ages. That's at 03:35 in the morning. But that time, I should imagine, you'd have passed out. You wouldn't still be watching this stuff, would you? And that was it. What a dreary channel. What a dreary channel. Very bad. Oh, good news for Suella. You know, she was going to stop all the people coming in on the boats. You've got a bit of a problem now, love, because the people smugglers have launched premium service trips for migrants, promising they will skip a stay in a hellhole processing centre. They're offering an £11,000 person package that includes a 40-minute speedboat ride from Belgium with no risk of being incarcerated on arrival. I mean, normally it's £3.5 to £5 but they're charging 11 for this premium service, which is fabulous, isn't it? And she thinks she's going to stop this. How is this going to be happening, love? The answer is, it isn't. It's just another load of old rubbish. Why aren't they chasing the smugglers? You know, getting them arrested. Why are they not doing that? Because they haven't got the faintest idea what they're doing. Steve, always listen to you. In hospital, having had bowel cancer. Been a tough few days, but made a bit easier listening to you. Big shout out to the NHS, says Deborah, in a place called Arkesden in Essex. I've never even heard of it. Never heard of it. Arkesden. Where in goodness name is that? I like Essex. I'm due to go down actually this Saturday, provided the weather holds, because the rain the other day is appalling. I mean, there it is, Arkesden, a village and civil parish. Oh, it's very pretty. Do you know, I've always said some of the prettiest. Oh, it's very pretty. Some of the prettiest little villages are in Essex. It's not all those ghastly people on The Only Way is Essex, I promise you. It's not like that. You don't see them anywhere. They're just basically kept in a box and then brought out to go and do filming. Terrible quizzes on the BBC. Roger Mosey slammed Unbreakable. The BBC One 8 p.m. couples relationship show hosted by Rob Beckett. I mean, enough already of Rob Beckett, thank you very much indeed. The joke worked out ages ago. And he dismissed Rob as the bloke who's in everything. Yeah, I'm sure he's very sweet. He's probably very lovely, very good to his family. Never goes home by the sound of it. He's always out making programmes. Mosey, now master of Cambridge University's Selwyn College, accused the corporation of making too many daytime-style shows that can be found on other channels. He left the BBC in 2013, told a podcast, Unbreakable is both terrible. It's got 1-star review and it also gets 800,000 viewers in peak time. Pathetic, isn't it? That's the best it gets. And Rob Beckett, who actually looks bored out of his mind. The trouble is, you have to remember, if you do programmes like this on the television, you've got to be interested. You've got to put on the smile. You've got to do the thing. You've got to do the business. You've got to make it work. You've got to make it work. I mean, I always highlight for all those people who say, well, how easy is it? I said, it isn't. Go back, watch old TFI Fridays with Chris Evans and watch somebody who's so into his programme that it just carries it along, and that's why it was so successful. That's how it works. That's how it works. Isn't it strange that the eco-warriors only glue themselves to places in the south, says Jane. Don't get as far as the north, it's too cold for their precious self. Well, they didn't do it in the rain yesterday. I was waiting for them to lie face down in a puddle, which was what most of them look like anyway. But we're just doing to change the government. Yeah, well, try it again. You're going to prison. 600 of them so far have been charged. 600. Amazing, isn't it? When you think we've got a country of how many millions? 66 million? 600? Pfft, go away. Go away. Boring. Oh, I love my slurping of tea. I love it. It's such good fun. Police were locked in a low-speed chase the other day. They were chasing after a man driving a JCB digger. He'd thieved it. That's what these people do. A dog unit and helicopter was scrambled, and the man, in his 30s, was arrested for theft of a motor vehicle. I mean, it does seem rather odd time to be heading to a building site, they said, at 3 o'clock in the morning. But you do get certain people in the community who decide to thieve things like JCBs. That's the way it goes. As far as I'm concerned, straight to prison, do not pass go, do not collect £200, and don't talk to any of your naff little relatives either.
This is LBC with Steve Allen.
Very funny, isn't it? I've noticed, actually, that tidings of comfort and joy are rare in Albert Square at Christmas, because I think actually Daniel Harold, who plays Lola, will be killed off by a brain tumour this Christmas. Well, I didn't spoil it because The Sun revealed that weeks ago. They were the first ones to release it. And apparently the scripts have been locked in after edging the devastating real-life impact of the passing of the Wanted singer Tom Parker from a tumour earlier this year. Who was the one who was going out with Maisie Smith? Somebody from The Wanted. Was it Max? We can't remember. He's so insignificant. But anyway, he obviously wrote to Ulrika Johnson, who'd criticised him, basically, for sort of playing the game, but not really understanding about the game at all. And so she wrote he obviously wrote to her and put a piece up saying blah, 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 blah. And so she basically destroyed him. Absolutely destroyed him, which was very funny. It's a bit like Sam Thompson and Pete Wicks. Pete Wicks is the boring one from Essex, who sort of stands there having chats to Chloe Sims without revealing that they had a 2-year sexual relationship, and they kept that quiet. He's about Yobig, Yoda type. But anyway, apparently, the lads are featured on nearly every reality TV show going. Yeah, but nobody knows because they're of no consequence to anybody. But apparently, a source told the TV Sun's Biz, so it's a press release, the press release column, we call it. Sam and Pete have come up with a dating show format and are in talks with a number of production companies. Nothing's been signed, but bosses are starting to make offers. No, they're not. No, they're not. We don't want another stupid dating show, thank you. But Pete's Towie debut led to MasterChef and The Circle. Huge programmes. Have you seen The Circle? And did you see that dreadful thing with Harry Redknapp and his son going round? It was basically Freebie City. It was the worst programme I think I'd ever seen. It's just a million adverts for all sorts of freebies. I mean, I understand, how it works, for goodness sake, but I mean, at least... I tell you what I do watch on the television. I watch all the shopping channels. I love watching shopping channels. They're so fascinating for me. And the makeup ones, I reckon that QVC must do their multi-million-pound turnover just on the creams alone that they sell. It really is. And there's another channel, which is TJC, I believe, and they sell lots of coloured lights, where you sit in front of and it apparently takes wrinkles out. Well, the only thing that would take wrinkles out is a steamroller. Okay, and, they sort of say, you could buy this. And then they put up the price for it. One of them the other day was like £39,000 for this thing. I remember thinking, what? I think eventually it came down at $12.99. And you just put the batteries in there, and sitting in front of this blue light apparently sort of took your wrinkles away. Well, I don't think it does. I'm always dubious about, not that I need it, but I'm always dubious about people who make these sort of spurious claims about this does this. Because I remember years ago I bought some very expensive eye cream. It was £100. And I thought I was going to put this stuff on, and all of a sudden it was like, ta-da! But I've been resorted to buying My Perfect Eyes, which is invented. This woman must have shifted 1 million pots of this stuff, and it's a little tube, and you put it on under your eye, and it dries, and it gives you sort of a temporary facelift, I think, which is quite nice. I quite like the idea because that's why Victoria wears her dark glasses all the time, because the eyes are giving away, I'm afraid, the fact she's now heading towards 50. She's getting on a bit now, but I'm not wrinkled, no, because I put so much cream on I can barely move. That's what it is. Steve, David, Birmingham, here. Amazing weekend in London. Saturday, Clipper, Westminster to Greenwich, Cutty Sark, Royal Observatory, Palace of Westminster, M&S Christmas sandwich with chicken in. ABBA Arena, that was mind-blowing. Little Italy, in Leicester Square. Oh, no, you should have done the one in Soho. Sorry, you've got to stick with family. Premier Inn, Hub in Covent Garden, 25,000 steps and an empty wallet. Best day ever. Should have gone to Joe Allen's. Should have gone to Joe Allen's, or he should have done Little Italy in Soho. That's what happens nowadays. Yeah, he did very well. He managed to cram a lot in. I mean, that's what I call cramming a lot in. Because if you come to London, there is so much to see. You know, every opportunity, there's a photograph. There really is. Even, mind you, we had some people disrupting the traffic, didn't we, in Trafalgar Square over the weekend, I believe. Yeah. I mean, to be honest with you, they really are. They're so ancient. Do you remember that pair of pensioners who climbed on top of a train? Oh, by the way, the tube strike is still on for next week. We've still got a tube strike on. That's not been cancelled yet, which I'm hoping it will be. But we'll have to wait and see. What have we got here? Craig David was in awe when David Bowie gave him permission to sample Let's Dance. I like David Bowie. I liked him. Yeah, tube strike this Thursday, is it? Thank God I don't use the tube. Stay on strike for as long as you like. Don't make no difference to me. You do the tube, don't you? Have to get the bus. Birds of a Feather star Leslie Joseph is so trim at 77, she fits into the show's glam outfits. Yeah, I mean, she's slim. Take my word for it. And the Dorian Green star is touring in the UK in the stage musical of Sister Act. Anybody more like a nun? I can't find anybody else. Steve, is it me? Or am I the only one who didn't know half the people on I'm a Celeb last night? No, it's not you. Well, it might be you. I don't know. Have a look in the mirror. Does it look like you? It is you. Okay, but I mean, there are some that you won't know. You won't know Matt Hancock. He's very irritating. Used to be a sort of a politician of some sort, and he's disgraced. You probably don't know Jill Scott. You probably might know Charlene White. Babatunde, who is the comedian who's on Gogglebox. You won't know him. Mike Tyndall, you'll only know because he's sort of the failure in the royal family. Married Princess Anne's daughter, Zara, and lives, I believe, in Mummy's house. I believe Mummy's got a house and that's where they live, because he doesn't really do anything. Apparently he used to be a rugby player, but it was so many years ago. It was all in the dark ages. Sue Cleaver, you'll know from Coronation Street. Owen Warner, you won't have the faintest idea of, I'm afraid. And because he's in Hollyoaks. And if ever you don't know who anybody is completely, Hollyoaks. He's on the least amount of money, but it doesn't matter. He's trying to launch a career. And you'll notice Chris Moyles in there as well, and Boy George, you shouldn't have any trouble with. So there's only a little, like a little handful in there, but some of them will be very irritating. Very irritating. I mean, it's a better lineup than Strictly. Strictly, even when you see them with their war paint on, you've got no idea who they are. Seriously. I mean, you know, and you watch it. Although I've noticed actually, because somebody said I was checking actually on Chris Moyles. I said, how do we know how long he's going to be away? And they said, well, he'll be away for the 5 weeks. Why? Because if they come out early, they go to the hotel and they stay there for the wrap party at the end of the show, at the end of the series. You'd think you could leave early and come back. You can't. You're contracted, so you have to stay in the hotel. What a hardship. You have to stay in. It's not the Versace either, but you stay in the hotel and then you wait to the wrap party at the end. And then you do that, and so, yeah, really pleasing. Nice to see you and all the rest of it. Chris Moyles will be very good in it. Very, very good. Just hope he's not too nice. Not too nice. You know, you've got to have a slight edge. Boy George, I think, will be completely different to how you imagine. Even though the Sun and a couple of other papers are sort of trying to make out, oh, he tied this person up to a radiator, you know. A bit like singing Hallelujah, isn't it? You know, she tied you to the kitchen chair. Anyway, this was tied to a radiator. So sort of made out, and this other person said it's disgraceful he's on this programme. This was years ago. Years ago. You might as well go back to the dark ages, you know, and start digging up stuff from then. Matt Hancock, you will hate from start to finish. Really will. Not very nice at all. He's a disgraced MP. Allegedly asked Channel 4 to remove a clause about appearing on any similar reality shows. You sad, desperate little man. Failed as an MP, failed as a reality show, I think, as well. Lots of fireworks everywhere and rain. That's all we've had, fireworks. I didn't notice anything on Saturday. I didn't hear any fireworks. I might have heard a couple of rumbles of thunder, and I looked out the door and it was like a tsunami. But we didn't have any displays or anything. No. Well, apart from that, it tipped it down. That wasn't really very clever at all. But a 17-year-old boy has died after fireworks were hurled in the street. Residents said that they were being hurled around the time the lad was found injured. Residents said the fireworks were being aimed at police during the evening in Halifax. West Yorkshire police have confirmed that they were in the street at the time due to fireworks being set off. What is it, these stupid people? You know, I mean, we don't know if this 70-year-old boy who fell through fell into the garden of a house on Saturday night, but they were around him. But whether he was throwing them, I've got no idea. I mean, either way, he appeared on top of a greenhouse and then fell through it. You know, and you think to yourself, why would you climb on top of a greenhouse? I don't get any of these sort of things. Hilary Duff has paid a touching tribute to the former boyfriend, Aaron Carter. The Lizzie McGuire actress dated the late singer for 3 years from 2001. She reflected on the deep love of their teenage romance, but he had a very, very troubled life, lots of addiction and stuff like that. And she said, sending love to your family, the rest of it. Apparently New Kids on the Block say they've been shocked by his sudden death. They said, we were shocked and saddened about the sudden passing of Aaron Carter, sending prayers to the Carter family. You can't do anything, can you? How many times have we said, you know, you see somebody, a young person who dies, they've taken drugs, and you think, what can we do to put people off drugs? The answer is nothing. If they're going to take them, they're going to take them. Nothing that we say is ever going to change at all, which is a shame, great shame. And, you know, oh, that's nice. Elliot, Gertie and Michael reunited after 40 years. Oh, from E.T. From E.T. That was 40 years on, says Pamela. How lovely. Actually, I'd seen pictures of Elliot before, and Michael, the brother. It's amazing, isn't it? You look at pictures, and you sort of think to yourself, my goodness me. Would you recognise them? No. Have you been onto YouTube and checked out Elliot's audition piece where he cries to order? He literally, he cries tears. He cries tears, and I love the brother. I just loved the film. I can remember watching it in the cinema. I can take you back there now, where we sat there. I think there were 4 of us, and at the very end of the film, when we're all in tears and yes, I saw it in Kingston. It was the cinema where Pine World was.
Save 35% in the Ancestry DNA cyber sale and discover the people, places and journeys that led to you. All for our lowest price of the year at £49. Buy your Ancestry DNA kit today. Price excludes variable shipping costs. Offer ends 28th of November.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning. My friend Rich says, don't mention the crash test dummies again. He doesn't have much luck because, seriously, he really doesn't have much luck at all. And wait a minute, let me just find this little bit here, because Mr. Neil says, Arxton is so beautiful, Steve. Yeah, we looked at the pictures of it. It's amazing. Very chocolate box, thatched houses, just around the corner from Jamie Oliver's family pub, the Cricketers. Well, they sold it after 44 years. It's now owned by something called the East Anglian Chestnut Inns Group. So it's gone. It was ironic because I was going to book a table for us. It was going to be about 8 or 10 of us, I think, something like that. And then somebody said, no, they've sold it. They've moved on, which is a shame, really. They've done it for 44 years. Why not? Still there, yes. Still there. It's lovely, isn't it? I think that'd look nicer if it was thatched. But Jamie Oliver was gutted as well, that they got rid of it. I think it was lovely. I mean, I'd never eaten there, but it looked like my sort of place. Anita in Tooting saw the Wimbledon Morden fireworks this weekend, both fab, then randomly saw Battersea Park ones for free last night. Oh, I like the free. I'm all very good on free. Very good at all. Very good with it. First time listening to you, Steve. I must say what a straight shooter you are. I wouldn't say that. Definitely wouldn't say that. At my age, straight shooter. Oh, look, a lovely picture of... which paper would put in... poor old Christine McGuinness. She hints she's back on the search for romance. Here she is lying on the bed, showing off her bum. The model, I don't know what they always put her down as a model. Is that when you can't think of anything to put down for somebody? And she shared a picture of herself in a hotel bed. There was also a mystery red rose in front of her, but the beaming new single mum didn't mention who it was from. Your photographer, dear. Are you that stupid? Do we look stupid? No. It's a very sad, lonely picture of you, dear. But, you know, it's nice if that's what you have to do to sort of sell it. But no, the rose would have come from the photographer. Certainly wouldn't have come from any admirers, I don't think. Lots of... I'm pinning my hopes, actually, on either Chris Moyles or Boy George. I think it depends what goes on. I mean, as far as I'm concerned, we can get rid of Hancock straight away and Tyndall, and then we could start whittling it down a little bit. At the moment, Tyndall's the favourite, but of course, believe you me, it won't be. By the time he's bored, he won't be doing any stories about the royal family, which is very embarrassing. Matt Hancock's 33-1, so for that read, disaster. Awful. Apparently, Sadiq Khan has hailed the huge success of the Elizabeth line as Sunday services and more direct routes were opened. And we brought out Britain's first bilingual guide dogs, which I think is quite a nice idea. I don't understand. Well, I understand what bilingual is. I suppose they understand 2 languages. Plus, angry farmers say vegan food makers must be banned from using the word sausage, bacon and steak, because it's not. It's not. They have to think of different words for it. And more than 850,000 has been spent on air fresheners by councils over the last 3 years. Good Lord above, 850,000 for air fresheners. That seems quite reasonable, doesn't it? I don't know who counted it. Keith Lemon, who's a redhead, has blasted people who are offended by the word ginger. He moaned that the term has been outlawed in America. In America, it's been outlawed. He says, I grew up to enjoy my ginger hair, although I was speaking to Sharon Osbourne recently, and she said in America you're not allowed to say ginger. You have to fill out a compliance form before you go on telly. What? And I said, yeah, but I've got ginger hair. And she said, well, you're not allowed to say it. But the Celebrity Juice host admitted that when he was younger, he worried about his barnet. He said, I remember that I often look at myself and wonder if my hair will ever go brown. And I love the idea that Sharon's warned him. You can't mention it, even though you are. It's like saying, I'm 5'8". Well, you can't say that. Why not? Well, because you just can't. Ridiculous. Bono has shared the heartbreak reason he and his wife Ali refused to be godparents to Paula Yates and Michael Hutchins' daughter. This is Heavenly Hirani Tiger Lily, isn't it? I seem to remember. They all got peculiar names. But he fell out with In Excess. He used to be close with Michael before the star's tragic death in a hotel room, and that was a bit odd, wasn't it? Found on the back of the door, I believe. I don't know how these things work out, but Paula Yates we used to watch all the time because she was married to Bob Geldof, and then she started doing these interviews on the television where some days she was completely off her face. Big Breakfast, yes. And they would sort of have her separate for the thing, doing her interviews on a bed, and she'd be draped all over these people, and it was very peculiar. And then we discovered, what she was going through. Save Our Squad with David Beckham. I don't want anything to do with David Beckham, thank you very much indeed. I'm afraid he's not on our list at all. And telenaturalist Steve Backshall says young people are suffering from planet anxiety due to the doom and gloom about the environment. Well, it's programmes like yours. It's programmes like yours when you go, oh, we've got planet anxiety, and you go, well, I haven't. Yes, we know him, we like him, but I haven't got planet anxiety at all. I really haven't. I like watching all these programmes, about it, but don't start making me feel guilty about the whole thing. Terrible. Apparently, Holby City star Rosie Marcel wants to join EastEnders. Anybody? Anybody on that one? No? Bit embarrassing, isn't it, really? Ollie Murs wants to return to the X Factor. No. Sorry, no. He said, I'd love to be involved behind the scenes. No. Thank you very much indeed. And the magic happens. It's the Luxury Villa, a new dating show. Here we go, another load of old garbage turning up on the television. This property is in the Peloponnese, Greece, and boasts a swimming pool and a sun-soaked courtyard, which, of course, it's the weather over there. They haven't actually sort of brought in sunlight. The show, hosted by Clara Ampho, features 12 sexy singletons who get paired up based on their star signs. No, we don't want any more of this rubbish. Any more of this rubbish. Thank you very much indeed. We've had it before. We've seen these dating shows. We've seen people sitting there. We've seen Naked Attraction, where the weird and the wonderful and the less endowed go on to display themselves under those tubes. It's all very peculiar. I happened to catch it the other morning, and in fact, I mean, I know I keep happening to catch it. It's only because I like to see how I'm measuring up, and I've discovered that's why I was crying. I thought I did quite well, actually. But they had all these people on there, and it was this woman who had tattoos all over her face. And I thought, why is it the weirdos go on this programme? They want to take their clothes off and show people, you know, their little appendages and things like that. And there were all sorts of people on there, and then they do the close-ups, and oh, God, honestly. It's quite cringe-making. But at the same time, it's morbidly interesting, in the hope that one day they might find somebody actually good-looking. You know, and then the person picking goes off and comes back stark naked, and we all go, woo, you know, because that's the way it works. It's a very odd. I'd love to know who came up with that concept, because apparently, as we told you last week on the programme, do you know there are more naturists in this country? I mean, obviously not in the wet weather, but apparently, I can remember years and years ago, there used to be sort of naturist magazines, but because of all the clubs, Eureka, I believe, was a very famous. But there's that place in France, isn't there, Cap d'Arge, where it's a whole, like, city or town or whatever you call it, or complex. Everything's naked, supermarket and everything. How you push your trolley around, I've got no idea. And they have these things. There you go. Popular nudist resort as interest skyrockets. And so people sort of go and take all their clothes off. I don't know why. I haven't quite fathomed out what the appeal is of actually taking all your clothes off. Apparently, the organisation, British Naturism, was founded in 1964, and 384% of people are now involved in naturism in this country. We haven't got the weather for it. Oh, Google searches for the term, Paris surge by 300, so Google searches. Dirty little people, honestly. So they've got people sort of playing snooker, and yet they're obviously not proud about taking their clothes off because it's all covered up. They hide behind the table. Come on, you got something to show? Show it. Nothing worse. Nothing worse. Ellie Simmons says her time on Strictly was apparently life-changing as she made a shock exit last night. Yes, I mean, to be honest with you, it left Molly and Carlos Gu, who I've never even heard of them. Don't even know who they are. No idea, but I thought she did really well. Did very well. And then the Strictly gang salute her. But basically, they're going, you are out, and so it goes on. You know, because they seem to drag this thing out for, I mean, ever and a day. Do you know that Tom Cruise and the Queen had an unlikely friendship? Did you know that? Apparently huge fan she was. And in fact, she invited him to Windsor Castle for afternoon tea. Would you like tea? I don't know if he went or not. I think he did, actually. I think so. Yes, he introduced a performance by the Royal Horse Artillery because he likes horses. And he said, she's just a woman that I greatly admire, someone who has tremendous dignity. Yes, we still miss her now. But then as far as I'm concerned, because you get all the television programmes and you get all the bits and pieces, as far as I'm concerned, she's still there. She doesn't go, even though after she met Liz Truss hastened her ending. And so 2 days later, she died. You know, I mean, the Queen had to get it all in. She knew she was dying because Johnson B. Harry had been asked if he could do something at her funeral. 2 days after he got an email from Buckingham Palace, she died. Just after she'd seen Liz. So she got the picture in with Liz, then she took to her bed, and then the day after she died.
This is LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to have your company, Very nice indeed. It's 11 minutes to 6, and my Lynn says, can you believe I'm still awake? It's 5:49 in the morning. I mean, this is a woman. Mind you, she did go out partying last night, I think. She was trying a new restaurant because we had rugby in Twickenham the other day, and all the restaurants get filled up very, very quickly. And there's one restaurant that she goes to, and she phoned up to make a booking and went, sorry, we're full. And I thought, do you know, it's a bit naughty, actually. A local restaurant should be for local people. I don't mind people coming in and going to the rugby, but I mean, at least make sure that you've got in reserve so that regular local, otherwise they'll go somewhere else. I'm sorry, I'm all in favour of that, actually. But apparently, for observers in the Northern Hemisphere, the Milky Way can be seen. This is now. The Milky Way can be seen arching overhead, and the winter constellations, Taurus, Gemini, and Orion, can be seen to the southeast. Uranus, remember actually, reaches its yearly opposition on the 9th of November, and later in the month, the Leonids, a meteor shower. Now, it's all a bit exciting, isn't it? We like things like that. Thank you. Of course you can't see it because you don't understand these sort of things, which is terrible. But anyway, she says the full moon is due this morning. Okay, that's what we're looking for. Can't believe it's only me that it affects, and I get mega energy surge. So she's woken up. She's wide awake. They went to this Dal Alfredo on the green because they had to find somewhere else to go and eat. And she said food really great, staff on the ball and really friendly. When we got back, started reminiscing about life events and associated music tracks we remember. And they decided to play some of the dancey ones like California Girls for the beach. Remember that one? California Girls? You remember that one? And it took me back to my surfy days. And that's why I'm going to have a quiet day ahead. She says, I've just heard you talking about QVC and makeup. I should have shares in that company, as you know. I know. Mind you, I mean, you see stuff on the television. It's so easy to order nowadays. That is the trouble, Lynn, as we both know to our cost over the years. You know, you see something and you go, I think we'll have that. I think we'll have that. And so you order it. I mean, not as good as Amazon. Amazon, I think, is... do you know what I tried to buy on Amazon yesterday? Just to put it to the test. I didn't buy them because, I'll tell you why I didn't buy them in a minute. I wanted toffee apples. I had a craving like you can... I thought I was pregnant. I had a craving like you cannot imagine for toffee apples. So I put it in on Amazon. Up comes toffee apples. But they had sugar-free toffee apples. But they said they weren't suitable for diabetics because there's another ingredient in the toffee. So, I didn't order them anyway. But also they had a toffee making kit. And I thought, is there nothing that you can't buy on Amazon? And the answer is no, there's not. There really isn't. Did you see Freddie Mercury's Rolls? Yes, we did. Guy says, morning, Steve. I tried to beat my 12.5-minute shower time from Friday. It is not possible if you want to wash all the necessary departments. Departments? I'm slightly disturbed by that description. Linda in Beverley. Yes, we saw the Rolls. Both Chris Evans and I were absolutely shocked at how much this thing went for. Even with the provenance of it being Freddie's car. It's a 60-year-old vehicle. I would have thought that probably would have... I mean, seriously, in my mind, I had it down as maybe between 20 and 40,000. 200... I mean, that is an unbelievable amount of money. £286,250. But the victim goes... They're making a hospital, Linda. They're building a hospital. But it's been owned by somebody else. So this was formerly Freddie's car, but he never drove. It was bought... some years ago by a Ukrainian pop singer, Andriy Danilko, who intended to set up a Queen Museum in the Ukraine. That's why. Freddie never drove the car. He never had a driver's license. Instead, he had a chauffeur. For the 12 years he was the car's owner. As the old saying goes, the difference between a Rolls and a Bentley is you drive a Bentley, but you're driven in a Rolls. Yes. Why do you think I only have Bentleys? It's an awful lot easier. A local restaurant. Just for local people, says Niall. Sounds like the script from the League of Gentlemen. It's a local restaurant. No, I think what they should do is, if you're a regular in that restaurant and you've been going there for some years, and then all of a sudden strangers come into town and they book up the restaurant, it's a case of, but wait a minute, what about all these local people you should be catering? Because believe you me, the only people who are going to eat in local restaurants are people who live locally. It's not going to be. You're not going to drive in from the Outer Hebrides thinking, "Oh, I think we go to a restaurant in Twickenham." You're not going to do that. So that's why I was miffed. I was miffed for her. I wasn't going, but I was still miffed for her. I think they should say, I'm sorry, we've got 6 tables held back for local people who come in all the time, and then they should say, yes, of course we. Yes, no, I think they should. They should. Yes. I don't even know who was actually playing in the rugby. I can't remember. There was certainly a lot of people, and Twickenham Stadium. Oh, that's right. Who was playing? Was it England, Argentina? Well, we never liked those, did we? We never liked the Argentinians. We never liked them. Remember, we had all that trouble over the Falklands and all the rest of it, and now they're coming in and taking up our seats in restaurants. Why they couldn't have had a pizza, I've got no idea. It made it a lot easier. Stood on the streets with a bag of chips. Steve, on your advice of how lovely it is, I've ordered my husband a bottle of Creed. Ordered it last night, and it arrived this morning. arriving this morning. How good is that? Says Cheryl. Yeah, I mean, well, you won't be disappointed. It's not cheap. Not cheap. You did get 20% off. Even so, it's still very expensive. Yeah, it's still a bit expensive, but it's well worth it. You will not be disappointed. You'll start fancying your husband all over again just because he's wearing the right aftershave. Producers on Brute at the moment. It's easier, you know. No point just, yes, bit of Old Spice, which is how they described Victoria Beckham, wasn't it, really? Old Spice. So villagers are raising a glass. At their local pub, they raised $500,000 to buy it from developers. They spent a decade fighting to save the Rising Sun from being converted into homes. We had a restaurant in Twickenham, just as you come around the corner to come up to the station on the left-hand side. It was an Italian restaurant. It's been converted into 4 flats. It's 4 flats that they managed to get out of it. And they look quite nice. How much they cost, I've got no idea. No idea. Everything's so expensive nowadays. Flats, especially. But anyway, the community group Save Our Sons sold shares and held fundraisers until they had the cash to buy the pub back. And it's reopened as a boozer and community hub, which is good. Well done to them. I hope you can keep it going. Remember that woman who tried to sort of keep Woolworths going? And that didn't work as well. All the branches gradually closed. That seems ages ago now, doesn't it? Woolworths closing. I was very disappointed. Mainly because I quite liked wandering around Woolworths. The trouble is, it was a haven for local school children to go thieving. I mean, on more than half a dozen occasions, I saw school children in their uniforms thieving. They would literally pick up sweets and then just sort of walk right to the back of the store where there was nobody watching, and then just put them in their bags and then just walk out the front of the store. I mean, you see it all the time. See it all the time. What else we got? Oh, Victoria Beckham. She looks really unhappy, actually. England versus Argentina, says Lynn. Thank you very much indeed. She's going to have a piece of toast in a minute to go back to bed again. She's never going to survive at 3 minutes to 6. Yeah, so here was the party of all parties. Emma Bunton was there. Victoria doesn't look as though she fits in with anybody. Everybody's smiling and being happy because Victoria can't smile. Well, she can, but she chooses not to. And so she thinks she looks sultry. She just looks miserable. Not surprised, husband taking £10 million, you know. Do I have a photo face? No, of course not. Heavens above, honestly, I think I have some ego trip or something here. I don't do things like that. I don't do a pout. Victoria sort of does this turning sideways bit, and it just looks ridiculous. She needs to get a better one going on. England's World Cup stars will be cheered on by their biggest ever entourage of wags, kids and staff. Do you think wags have got the faintest idea what football is? I mean, they don't look as if they've got half a brain cell to rub between them. But, I mean, looking at the pictures of 3 of them here, you will not be allowed to walk around dressed like that, I'm afraid. You'll find yourself arrested. And so Harry Maguire will be backed by 8 of his nearest and dearest. The 29-year-old will enjoy the support of his wife, Fern, their 2 children, his parents, 2 brothers and his sister. Lovely. They make a fortune, these footballers, but the wags are sort of, they just look a bit like wags. But they certainly will not be allowed to wear half these clothes they're wearing. You know, showing bare midriff. I think not, dears. I think not. You have to try and dress up for it. Try and get a bit of class into the place, for God's sake. Make it so much easier. What else we got? They're just sort of, it's all sorts of... Do you know there is a juvenile diabetes research foundation? Because the charity is committed to eradicating type 1 diabetes. It affects 400,000 people in the UK. 29,000 of them are children. Amazing, isn't it? You do see people. Mind you, remember last week I injected and practically soaked a shirt in blood. Gross exaggeration, of course, but it just looked a bit like that. And I had to take it into the cleaners the other day to get it cleaned. I love these farming programmes on the television. I've got quite into farming programmes, anything that involves sort of animals on the farm. I don't want to do all the messy stuff like getting up in the morning and having to do milking, but I just quite like the idea that we've got farms in this country. Sometimes it's a bit gory, isn't it? And sometimes it's a bit sad when sort of animals don't quite pull through. But the rest of the time, I love it. I'm sick to death of food programmes. I tell you, we've had quite enough of cooking programmes. Get rid of those, get rid of dating programmes, and the world will be a much happier place, like it is with the news at 6 on LBC.
Having a strong email password can help protect you from cybercrime. But there's an extra step you could take this festive season to make your email even harder to hack. Just set up two-step verification on your main email account to get double the protection. Go on, take your email security to another level the next time you log on. That should do it. Search Cyber Aware from the National Cyber Security Centre.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company. It's Monday, November the 7th. I mean, I think the forecast is rain again today, isn't it? It just seems to be non-stop. The worst thing is, because the councils have been very lax with sucking up the leaves, that's why you get all the flooding, because the drains can't cope. They're piled high with leaves. And so we had flooding in Hammersmith, in central London. There was flooding all over the place, literally. And so it's like drivers have never seen rain before in the road. You know, and they go, oh, what are we going to do? And you go, well, you just drive through it. You know, at one time, your car would have flooded. You imagine, you always used to get somebody who'd gone through a puddle, a big puddle, and then the engine got flooded if they were a little bit low. The early Minis were terrible for things like that. But it has happened to me before now, yeah. Of course, my favourite thing was down in Richmond because it's on the Thames, which is tidal, which is very interesting. So when it rains heavily up north, it all arrives down here, so the River Thames rises, and there are certain places in Richmond by the White Swan, places like that, where you can park your car, but you should really heed the warnings that the area goes underwater. And my favourite has always been, there's a pub just on the corner, just down from Whittaker Avenue, and there's a little slipway, and people park there because they know that you don't get a ticket there, because that doesn't seem to be governed by anybody. But when the tide comes in, people sitting in the pub just watch as the car slowly disappears under the water. And it's happened loads of times. I don't think Richmond's ever flooded, but certainly the tide comes in quite high. And we used to devise, you know, sort of great means of sort of, I mean, Staines got it really bad a few years ago. Really bad. You know, when you sort of, it's all lovely for all these people living by the water, but when it starts coming into your kitchen, you don't want it, because that's when you get the huge problems. So always safer to live in something quite a bit higher up. And when you look, you know, I mean, Staines, I mean, cars, you know, you couldn't have driven your car out of there. And I used to live in Staines, and you look at these places, and you think, my God. And excuse me, it does get quite bad. It's all right if you're in a flat, but you're sort of looking at it. It's like, I don't know if you've seen the excuse me, the pictures of the tsunami in Japan. It starts off, it's most peculiar, as just nothing, a little sort of ripple, and people are standing there and they're pointing at it and all the rest of it, and you're sort of watching, and literally, I mean, this tiddly little wave all of a sudden starts coming in, and then, you know, you might see a car that sort of falls in or something. The next minute, the power of this thing is absolutely unbelievable. I still haven't worked out how these things work at all, because literally it then overflows, and the people who are standing there watching suddenly realise, get the hell out as quick as possible. Get the hell out. Because the buildings started collapsing. Then there were boats which were shoved into bridges, and the bridges broke. I mean, you've never seen anything like it. I mean, the one that they had in 2004, it's just like you have no control over it. You can't stop it. But it starts as something so minuscule, far out to sea, and then it comes in. And when it comes in, I mean, the Indian Ocean tsunami, which killed nearly, I think about 2,030,000 people, 200,000, whatever it is, it's an awful lot of people. These are fabricated pictures that you're looking at there, but it came in really badly, and people are having to literally run for their lives to try and escape it. Anyway, let's hope we don't have too much rain this week, but sadly we have, I'm afraid. More rain arriving, and I don't know what but still, hosepipe ban. Just thought I'd let you know that, just in case you weren't being able to water anything at all. The loophole, which is in a lot of the papers today, which lets trans criminals, people who are transitioning, avoid criminal past. Because if you are transitioning, you can almost lose your previous identity, and nobody can check on what your previous name was. And so it's a case of somebody who is a trans criminal. I mean, it should be easy for them to make the link, but apparently it's not. It's a case of you need to find out who that person was beforehand, and they go, well, you can't, because I'm now this person. I'm not that person, so we won't talk about that. And so it means that somebody with a criminal record can work with children. They can work with all sorts of things. I mean, criminal records should be taken to the new identity, but at the moment, they're not. So they're saying it's a loophole that needs to be. We're constantly changing loopholes. Have you noticed? Every time you get something, they go, "We're going to do that." So at the moment, it's a case of you're not going to super glue your hand to the bridge and disrupt all the travel because you're an ignorant little so and so, and you've got no idea what you're talking about, and you're delaying people going to hospitals and appointments and stuff like that. It's a case of we're going to have you arrested. But the trouble is, they arrest them. And then they release them again. These judges are totally useless in this country. And depending on where you are in the country, the sentences vary completely. Something that you would be arrested for up north and probably go to prison. Down here, nothing. Slap on the wrist. Well, we're going to send you to prison for 8 weeks, suspended for 2 years. Fat lot of use, that is. The crash test dummies, they are getting bigger, apparently. And the reason is of obese drivers. Now, I don't know enough about crash test dummies. I have seen how it works. It's what happens in an accident, and that's why you've got all over the country, and it seems to be all over the country, 20 miles an hour. You try driving at 20 miles an hour. It is just so ridiculous. It is so ridiculous, as I've proven on many an occasion. It just seems balmy. I would have thought at 20 miles an hour you could sort of run somebody over, as you could doing a little bit faster. What was the other one that I quite liked, actually? Mike Tyndall told not to embarrass his wife. That's what he does, isn't it? Like, what, mate? What? A bit of a geezer bloke. And Williamson's abusive text to the chief whip. I mean, what is the matter with these people? You do worry how they ever get to that. I suppose then they sort of earn an awful lot of money and they go, oh, I think I'll be a celebrity now. I'll be a personality. I'll go on television programmes. Like the bloke. He wanted to go to the Queen's funeral, but he wasn't invited, I don't think. And so he had a bit of a throwing his toys out with the bathwater kind of situation. And you think to yourself, oh, they're just temperamental old tarts, aren't they, really? That's all they do now. So he had his tantrum and he wrote it. Terrible language. Terrible language. I was a little bit shocked by things like that. A saint's relic returned to a cathedral 500 years on. We don't do this as often as people do in Italy. In Italy, they're big into relics, historical and biblical relics. Over this country, we don't have very many, but this is something that's returned to the cathedral 500 years ago, and it's of a monk who, and I think it was from Canterbury Cathedral, but 500 years, and then they move him. Why can't they just leave people where they are? What is this digging people up all the time? Great shame. I mean, it's interesting when you actually look at it. This is the new shrine, which is... Are we not allowed to read it? Is it forbidden? Have to pay. Sold that for soldiers. Pay for reading. Who's that from? The Times? Well, I shan't read it then. I shan't read... Wait a minute. I can probably find it in my copy of the Times, don't you? That'll show them. We'll teach them. Wait a minute. Right, I've got my copy of the Times. Actually, I didn't realise that yesterday was the London to Brighton veteran car run. I know it. Normally it gets loads and loads of coverage, but for some inexplicable reason, yesterday it didn't. Mind you, there was so much water about that we probably sort of wouldn't have known about it anyway. But people used to stand there. It was that lovely film Genevieve years and years ago, which was all about the London to Brighton race. Glitch and the buying of the tickets for Glastonbury. There you go, London to Brighton. Isn't it lovely? What miserable weather these poor people had. But they do it. It's considered quite... I mean, many of them break down, as you can well imagine, because they're very old vehicles. But I've always loved it. I've always thought it was something fantastic. I've noticed as well that Harrods in London, it's a little department store, and they sell all sorts of objects in there. They're obviously so hard up, their Christmas lights are sponsored this year by Christian Dior. The whole of the front of it, all the windows, Christian Dior, all around the front arch, Christian Dior, everything. So obviously they've fallen on hard times. I'm only assuming perhaps they'll have a whip round or something. And they've got all these lights up, and they've started unveiling the windows. So they've been hiding it because you know what people are like who have windows. They keep them covered up until they've done them, and they look really nice, even though they're all sponsored by Christian Dior. Here we go. The story that I couldn't bring you a moment ago because I wouldn't pay. Now I'm going to tell you what it is. The Saint's Relic, almost 500 years after the Reformation, a shrine to Saint Chad, has been rebuilt in Lichfield Cathedral thanks to a gift of a relic by the Catholic Church. The donation is a piece of bone. Could be anything, couldn't it? Could have found it in a Kentucky Fried Chicken box or something. Belonging, they say, to the 7th century Anglo-Saxon monk, is to be returned to the Staffordshire Cathedral, where the saint's remains lay for almost 800 years. The relic was disturbed in the 16th century when Henry VIII began plundering the church's wealth. Oh, he was thieving left, right and centre, wasn't he? He really was, honestly. He was a real bad un, that little fat boy. It's hoped that the shrine, to be reopened, will bring pilgrims to pray at the cathedral. Why? For a piece of bone. I mean, it's a bit odd, isn't it, really? Well, Chad, I'll tell you all about him. He was born in Northumbria around 634 and died in Lichfield 672. He was the abbot of several monasteries, served as a bishop in Mercia. On his death, because he died, as you can well imagine, his remains were moved in 700 to the site where Lichfield Cathedral now stands, with his body kept in a little wooden house. I mean, honestly, you can't even rest in peace in the church now before they dig you up. Apparently, in the Middle Ages, his remains were placed in a gorgeous medieval tomb chest. When Henry VIII's men came in 1538, Arthur Dudley, a canon, rescued the saint's bones. They were then passed from priest to... Can you look after these bones? This is the priest. Well, what are you doing with them? We dug him up. Oh, right, yeah, they've dug him up again. But anyway, the relic's been given as a gift from the Catholic Archdiocese of Birmingham as a token of the growing friendship and quest. They just go and dig somebody up and go, there you go, have this. A small fragment of bone can be seen through a glass panel in the cross-shaped thingy there. It'll then be moved to Lichfield Cathedral and installed tomorrow in the Lady Chapel in a new shrine. There's obviously not very much of it. Not very much of it. Apparently, given that the bones were moved from that very place, people began to think, would it not be nice or proper for some of his remains to be repatriated? I mean, how do they know these things are... Somebody could have swapped it because, oh, blow. I've just driven over the bones of this sort of... Oh, get some chicken bones. They won't know the difference. They won't know the difference, Joe. So anyway, so he's returned 500 years on. I bet he's thrilled. Poor little soul.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning. Turns out that Anthony's friend's greyhound, the wee girlfriend, is actually a wee boy poodle called Raven. Says Kim. I'm so proud, Steve. I love it when people say that. Keith says, I used to visit Staines Debenham store, which gave Staines a focal point. Now it's no point. It's gone. It's gone. I remember when it closed. I remember being one of the last people in there. I went there one Saturday, and they said it was just deserted. Same in Richmond, Dickens and Jones, the shop there. That was another one that sort of went. I mean, you could never find anything in these sort of places, but I miss department stores. I know we've still got in London Selfridges, and we've got Harrods, and there's a few other different places. You've got John Lewis, but I quite like it. But how they keep going, these places, I've got really no idea at all. No idea. Here we go. Saving the planet is just the job. The PM's rallying cry to COP27. I mean, the past 8 years are likely, they say, the past 8 years, to be the hottest on record. And they've got pictures of the drought in Kenya and animals that just didn't survive. There was no water. There was absolutely nothing at all. Very interesting. Sunak to resurrect the Bill of Rights to foil EU law and deport migrants quickly. Well, listen, please stop saying these ridiculous things. You're not going to be able to deport migrants quickly. It's not going to be happening. And Suella has now vowed to redouble efforts to tackle an unprecedented wave of illegal migration. Yeah, it's so easy to come in there. They're now charging 11 grand, and you practically get an assisted crossing. You know, they'll whiz you in a super-powered boat. An 8-week trial led by staff in Leeds doubled the average number of claims processed and helped to save money. Well, you're not stopping these people coming in, are you? You know, the poor old Pretty, aptly named, she couldn't stop it. You think you're going to stop these people? You're not. I'm telling you now, it's not going to happen. But the Home Office said it planned for the pilot to be in place across the country by next May. That's how slow they move. That's how slow. The government have increased the number of asylum case workers by 80%, from 597 to more than 1,000. Because apparently, you can wait years in some cases to have your asylum claim processed. It can take sort of 8 years, I believe. And all these people who are supposed to be, put in these detention centres, but they're only going to be there for 24 hours. That's a load of old rubbish. Woke up, says Jonathan in Deal. Well done. Feeling a bit down and pointless. Just turned on to hear you. Feeling so much better. I know. There's always think there's somebody worse off than yourself and you're listening to him on the radio. Duran Duran revealed their guitarist Andy. This is Andy Taylor, battling terminal cancer. He's got stage 4 prostate cancer. He had hoped to fly to Los Angeles to go and collect the award with the rest of the guys for America's Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, but doctors warned him not to. So in other words, he can't even travel. He's had it for 4 years. This is metastatic prostate cancer, and it's a bit of a slow burner. Although the current condition is not immediately life-threatening, there is no cure, he says. So in other words, he's not very young. He's 61. Which, as far as I'm concerned, you look at Duran Duran, to me, they still look exactly the same as they did years ago. You never think about people sort of getting things like that. But they were introduced, Duran Duran, by Robert Downey Jr. And he said the band had always delivered cool, sophisticated fun. So there you go. Well, I suppose they did, actually. The reflexes. Yeah, her name is Rio. I loved all the because it was the pop video, wasn't it? Didn't not the 9 o'clock news do a great thing called Nice Video, Shame About the Song? And they worked out. Yes, it was very clever. They did it as a spoof on, if you want to have a hit single, make a good video. The video sells the record. It could be an absolute pile of garbage, which in most cases it is. And you watch these videos, and they're very, very clever. So it was not the 9 o'clock news with Nice Video, Shame About the Song. And, there it is. And so it had all these little cutaway clips, so you didn't really know what you were watching. And they all sang along to it, which made it sound even more exciting. They just superimposed images and, people walking on water and flames. And it was a complete hodgepodge. But well worth watching. Looks like ITV or TV running up to Christmas might be quite entertaining. Edgy TV and radio presenter Chris Moyles, in one of the columns today, is also in the jungle. I first met him when he was 14, writes this particular columnist. Although I often claim he came to work on a Leeds radio station where I was doing late-night shows to make me coffee, that is not correct. He joined after I'd left, but he did interview me for his own station, which I think was based in his garage. He says, back in 2014, when I wrote my autobiography, he wrote the foreword and set the record straight. We've been mates a long time. With your bad boy reputation, Chris, eating creepy crawlies and getting covered in excrement will give a whole new meaning to getting down and dirty. I think he'll do really well. But you cannot tell. Things change. He's a radio geek. Which is one thing I'm not. I'm completely not a radio geek, which I think is really bizarre when people say, oh, so-and-so, and I go, oh, right. Oh, and do you remember I was talking the other day on the programme about my former producer from Gough Square days called David Burge. And David left to go to Thames Television. They subsequently decided to close. Not after he sort of went there, but he was the one I was talking about to Ian Dale when I said, you build up a bond with your producer, because you spend so much time with them, dreary though it is most of the time. You do your best. And so he left, and I went into complete decline over it. And then Thames lost the license, so that was it. And then he worked around different things. He's retired. He's been retired 4 years now. He said you're still doing the same act, which I thought was very complimentary, that you can manage it for 43 years. But he did say the 3 years I was working on the programme, he said, were among the best times I ever had on the radio. Simple as that. They all say that. Well, maybe one or two might not have said that, but most of them say that because it's supposed to be fun. Spell F-U-N. That's what it's supposed to be. That's what people say. They say, do you have fun doing your job? And I go, actually, it must be one of those rare jobs I mean, it's like people who go on stage and they act for a living and they sing and they dance and they do big musicals and all the rest of it. When that show finishes, they go back to where they came from, which was hoping to get another show. With radio, it just powers on. It powers on. You know, different people discover you, different people listen to the program, and people keep you going. So, of course, I mean, it's great therapy. Great therapy. I wonder how many producers I've got through. Oh, loads. At one time, when I had my 60th birthday, we had 8 of my producers there. There were 8 of them. But that would be quite normal because mostly they stay. David Burge stayed with me for 3 years. 3 years. He said he had to have therapy afterwards, which I quite understood, actually. But no, I've enjoyed working with all my producers. There's only 1 or 2 producers. In fact, probably not even 2. Probably one producer who sort of didn't kind of get what it was, and they sort of looked at it as a job where it's supposed to be a bit of fun. And no, I'm not going to tell you what their name is. I'm not even going to go there. Yeah, that was, yeah. It's sort of, it became a little bit sort of difficult. You know, if you have to battle against people to do a radio program, they're in the wrong job. Definitely. It's not, you know, people sort of say, oh, you know, I want to do. Mind you, some people years ago used to come into radio and production hoping to be a presenter. And I've heard of very few people over the years who've actually managed to make that transition from being a producer of a program to being a presenter. It doesn't really happen very often at all. Thank the Lord. You can imagine, can't you?
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, 26 minutes to 7 is the time. This is the start of another week of wet. Another week of it. Although the good news is all the Christmas lights are going up. They're putting them up as fast as possible. And I quite like it. It makes us feel a bit more cheerful. Because God knows there's not a lot to be cheerful about at the moment, is there really? Unless you look at maybe Matt Hancock having all the Bush Tucker trials to do as being something to make you cheerful, in which case you're on my side as well, which I quite like. Don't forget to download my free Little Bit Extra podcast. There'll be a brand new episode available just after the show this morning, exclusively on our Global Player app, where you will also find all of LBC's shows to catch up on, as well as the world's biggest podcast. Download Global Player for free from your app store or head to globalplayer.com. Globalplayer.com. Doesn't cost you a penny piece, and you can go back about 6 years and enjoy some fantastic programs and some interviews and piece. Everybody's got them. Nobody's got as many as Ian Dale, who I think is currently running 6 podcasts. I struggle to do 2. Ian from the Welsh National Opera says, I just want to say I love listening to you on a morning. Always make me chuckle. The Welsh National Opera. How exciting. What was I watching the other day? It was sort of, it's not heavy. I can't do heavy opera. I can only do light operetta. And I got myself into a state watching the D'Oyly Carte Opera Company. And there's also a very good Australian company that does HMS Pinafore. Have I ever been to the opera? No, I've never done. No, perhaps I should have done actually, but I like, you know, being in the Welsh National Opera. I think that's quite a cool thing to do, isn't it, really? Well, I think so anyway. Love your show, says Patricia. You've kept me sane all night, Steve, as I just tested positive again with COVID. Oh, no. Honestly, who are you hanging around with? You're hanging around with the wrong people. I always make sure I've got my mask on, and if I get in the car in the morning, even though they've got plastic sheeting between me and the driver, very peculiar sensation. I always think if you put the mask on, it's a bit. I just feel a bit sort of. Although the producer thinks that I've had COVID, he thinks that I've had it and not known about it, because somebody was talking earlier on to Darren, Adam, about having hypos, and of course I've had hypos, but never when I'm awake. I get them when I'm asleep. Don't ask me how that works out. I've got no idea. You don't notice anything at all because it's happening when I'm asleep. And they only knew that because of this Libra under my arm. And they said, you've been having hypos. I said, really? I said, yeah. And, you know, when you're asleep, I think, thank goodness for that. And there is also, Warren says, a special children's Christmas show at Hampton Hill Theatre in December between the 14th and the 24th. It's called Hattie and Pippa's Christmas Adventure and is proud to support the Momentum Children's Charity. The show's running time is 50 minutes. Okay. The atmospheric and festive production is full of fun, music and audience participation. Perfect family show to get everybody into the Christmas spirit. This delightful festive offering for kids will appeal to the inner child in all of us. Hattie and Pepper's Christmas adventure brings us festive joy, much needed in such troubled times. Tickets now bookable online from www.hattieandpipper.com. Thank you, Warren. So there it is. Tickets from £12.50, and it's for children 3 to 8. 3 to 8. So something for the little people out there. So Hattie and Pippa's Christmas Adventure. How nice. How nice. It's the story of a little penguin's determination to get home and the strength that true friendships can bring. Oh, you see, they say 3 to 8. I think they should include my age as well. So, yeah, 68s. So that's nice. Hattie and Pippa's Christmas Adventure, Hampton Hill Theatre. I've never been inside it. I passed it on loads of occasions. And I've often wondered, because I looked at it and I thought, I wonder what that looks like inside. I don't know why. I get these sort of strange sort of feelings about looking inside little buildings. Because it's quite a modern building. Oh, right. Oh, it's not huge. Oh, it's quite nice, isn't it? Oh, I like that. You see, I like theatres that size. I think they have a part to play in the community because they're sort of nice. They're nice. They're what I call sort of modern theatres. Modern theatres, but yet you can still get some really nice little production. And children 3 to 8, it's a great introduction, isn't it, for them to go to the theatre. So they get used to going and sitting in a theatre and getting involved, and then maybe they get a bit older, then they can go to a pantomime, and once they've done the pantomime, then they can go to big boys and girls stuff. And that's a good introduction, so they feel comfortable there. We were in a restaurant yesterday. It took over from Patisserie Valerie in Marylebone High Street. And it's sort of, I don't know what you would call the food. I nearly said fusion. I wasn't sure it was fusion. But I had scrambled egg with this sourdough bread and 2 cups of tea, and I was quite happy with it. But there was a couple came in with their 2 children. And obviously they were children. They were probably 2 and 3 years old, something like that. But they obviously had not been taken out to restaurants before, because when we started taking my godchildren out to restaurants, they went from a very early age. If they fell asleep in the pushchair, they fell asleep in the pushchair. It was as simple as that. But these kids were your worst nightmare. You know, the little girl was screaming. I had to go, shh. And then she was banging the spoon on the back of the chair. The little boy just wanted to go and watch the dumb waiter going up and down. So they were all over the place. The parents don't do anything. They just sort of sit there and go, oh, you know what children are like? And you go, yeah, can't they go somewhere else? You know, it was just one of those things. I mean, they were okay. I'm not complaining about it bitterly much, but it was a case of, you know, you have to take kids out from an early age so they get used to being in a. The little boy didn't want to sit at the table. In fact, he didn't want to sit at his table at all. He wanted to go and sit somewhere else. But, you know, that's the way it goes. But, you know, the more you educate them with sort of taking them out and letting them see what it's like going to, you know, you have to make it sound like a treat. You know, you're in a big boy's place now, or a little girl's place, or something like that, and people like it. Steve, don't get too excited, says Ian. I'm just the tour truck driver moving the show around. I think that's as exciting. I think that counts exciting because you'll be driving around in one of those big tour trucks with Welsh National Opera on the side of it. I think that's cool. I think that's really cool. So I can still get excited. Billy says, love your producer stories from years gone by. I love the story you tell about your drunk producer who used to turn up late. Well, yes, I mean, because he was what they call socialising. He did a lot of socialising. Some people are like that. Some people function very well on alcohol, but it's amazing how different things were. You know, things were different in those days. You couldn't do it now. You really couldn't do it now because, you know, people are sort of working to a deadline. You've got to get things out. You know, if I look at how many guests Ian Dale's got on his programme, they've all got to be sourced. You can't just sort of produce 3 guests or 4 guests. You're looking for 12 over the course of a week. You've got to phone. You've got to confirm everything. It's quite a lot of work, and it's very stressful for a lot of people. A real stress thing. Kim says, I'm off for my COVID flu jabs tomorrow morning, Steve. Good to be getting it done. Yeah, I've had mine done. So I don't know whether or not you get an extra booster jab. I don't know whether or not there's... You think I've had enough. Yeah, don't want anything else. Mike Tyndall, here he is, messing around. He's been told not to embarrass his wife with his uncouth eating habits. Oh, dear. How terribly common. But anyway, he was seen grabbing a stunned I'm a Celebrity crew member hours before heading into the jungle. Oh, dear. Have you seen this picture, Zara? Just thought I'd mention it for you, love, because it takes up the whole of page 3. I don't really think that's appropriate at all. Grabbing this girl's waist while he's on the pontoon. I don't think you're supposed to be doing things like that. I don't know. Don't want to make a big deal about it. But it's not the first time he's displayed rough and tumble type pranks. He was fined $25,000. Do you remember? When he was England captain for serious misconduct for enjoying a dwarf throwing contest at a bar in New Zealand. He's got history. He was also pictured with his arm around his old flame Jessica Palmer on the same evening. But speaking ahead of last night's episode, Tyndall said, Zara told me to go and be myself, which is all you can be. Yes, I don't think you should be very pleased with this blonde-haired girl that you're putting your arms around the waist of. OK, just saying. You know, maybe you're going to let yourself down badly, aren't you, really? Tensions flaring for the ex-Arsenal legend. This is Tony Adams. As he survives another week. I assumed he had a bad temper all the time, and here you can see it's quite evident. He seemed to be arguing with Katja Jones, and we all know about Katja Jones. But I'm surprised he's still there. Absolutely surprised he's still there. I really thought he would have gone by now. I'd have kept in Ellie. I mean, not that anybody's going to be asking me. I mean, is he the comedy one? I don't know. I just think they drag this programme out. It's so boring. And here we are doing a quick step. Here we are doing this. And then we're all doing it to the same song and all in different interpretations. It's just boring. OK? It's just dull. But only for me. Other people probably find it very entertaining. But as I say, I should imagine there's a cast of hundreds working on the programme. Morning. Welcome to Tuesday. Welcome to November the 8th. Welcome to... Tomorrow, the Christmas market opens in Leicester Square. Very exciting. They put some brighter lights in this year. They tend not to use coloured lights. They tend to use white lights. All the ones in the trees are white hanging down. We have some of those in Twickenham. And it's all very nice. We should be gathering around it a little bit later on. Heartbroken Olivia Atwood out of the jungle. It's only been 24 hours. She had barely said a word, which was probably just as well. Apparently not well. But we don't know what it is, so she's issued a statement, or her agents issued a statement, and then saying she will tell the truth at some point. And I thought, what do you mean tell the truth? We've been told it's medical. That's what they've said. It's some medical issue, which means that she can't stay out there. So whether it was an existing condition or whether she's picked it up out there, we've got no idea. But she still picks up her fee because that was in the contract. £125,000. It only goes to prove, you know, you don't really have to be anybody at all to pick up the money. You just go and collect it, and then sort of go, I'm ill, and then they pay you the rest of the money. It was in the contract. I don't know why. Perhaps they were expecting something from her. I don't know what. I mean, I thought that Gemma Collins had been in and out fairly quickly because she just did the I don't want to do it. And the poor emotional Gemma Collins disappeared off after, I think it was 48 hours. But 24 is really setting some sort of record. God knows what it is, but she's got publicity on it, and that's great. Because if you're she doesn't really she said, look forward to seeing you all on the television in the new year. And I thought, well, don't know, given her another programme or something. She did one programme. It was a bit of a needy thing, as far as I remember. When you pay £7 a month, I know this is old, but it's the £7 for the tick, you know, to be, well, no, I don't want it. I'm really not bothered. You can stick it. You can write to me and everything else, but I'm really not going to pay for it. It's as simple as that. And I suggest everybody does exactly the same. What difference would it make? Apparently, people can impersonate me. Well, I think people with half a brain cell would know if it was me or if it wasn't me. It's as simple as that. Or I might come off it altogether. I don't know. I'll have to see how I feel. That's, you know, I have that option, the same as everybody else. But I'm not paying £7 to Elon Musk. Thank you very much indeed. Not just for the year or a one-off fee. Every month. £84 a year. No, thank you, matey. No, thank you. Fergie goes out on a bicycle. That apparently is news nowadays. There she is, the most interesting person in the entire universe. Police raid the eco-protest leaders and tried to stop it, but they didn't, because they sort of managed to chain themselves up. And then we had some emotional person on the television. She was sort of crying into the camera because she was up on the gantry, which I thought was quite interesting. I didn't know who she was, and I really have no interest in even wondering who she is or what she does. And she was Cambridge educated. She's a pop star wannabe. And she cried, and I know that people won't like me, but I'm frightened. And I'm thinking to myself, my God, you've had a brilliant education, haven't you? Because as somebody said, we applaud what they're doing. They're just going about it the wrong way. They're not bright enough. They're not bright enough. She's particularly thick. You know, and they all dress up and they've chained themselves up there, and so we arrest them, and they'll go into court, and they'll either be given a week in prison or 2 weeks because they've been held in custody, and we go back to where we were. It's a bit like, you know, the Braverman woman saying she's going to stop the people coming over on the migrant boats. Pfft, as if. What else do we have? Oh, Queen Elizabeth honoured with a unique celebration at the Variety Show. She won't be there. Although I think they should actually have a cardboard cutout of her sitting in the royal box. That's what I think. And so she's got to put up with Gary Barlow. But the good news is George Ezra's going to be in the show as well. So we can all sing along. Green, green grass, blue, blue sky. And I shall be very happy with that. Thank you. Host of celebrities losing a legal battle with HMRC. Over the tax avoidance schemes which they got themselves involved with. They didn't get all the money back that they wanted, but they're getting about 100 million back. And there's quite a number of people. Jimmy Carr is one of them. That's the second time he's been caught out, isn't it, really? I seem to remember the other one as well. But loads of people do these tax avoidance schemes. One of them is Rick Parfitt. Well, he's dead. How do you get money back from some... I don't know how that works, actually. Greg Wallace feels he's being trophy hunted for selfies. Well, stop taking your silly shirt off. Goodness sake, you know, you take your shirt and we go, oh, look at me, I'm all butch and big and butch and all the rest of it. We're all going, what are you? Put your shirt on. You're an old man. Looks like it needs ironing. It's terrible. What else we got? Bez says he's never been hooked on drugs. I wasn't aware that was it. That's almost like the Jordan thing, isn't it? Where sort of Jordan says, yeah, because all these stories made up about me. And I thought, what are you talking about? She's apparently taken all her clothes off. First time she's done nude, she says, which shows how forgetful she was, because when she was filming herself with Dane Bowers for their porno movie, we've seen it all anyway, love. The fact that people have to pay for it now is almost a standing joke, I'm afraid. She asked her fan, should she go back into the jungle? I thought, no, dear. She's hoping... The papers put this thing in which said she's hoping to recreate her Halcyon Page 3 days, where she allegedly didn't amassed a £45 million fortune. She didn't. She never had £45 million. She was at the lower end of the scale. And so now she thinks she's going to go back to where she came from. And so she's doing a reality show on OnlyFans. How tacky. How very tacky. But there again, that's what she does. She does tacky. There's also a gambling addict stealing teddy bears from her boss. These are Charlie bears. She stole like 1,000 of them. Charlie bears, it's this couple. They appear on QVC and they bring out different Charlie bears. They're about sort of 120 quid, 140 quid. My brother's wife loves them. Absolutely loves them. And you'll see them. Some are £200. Yeah, I mean, to be honest with you, they were never my favourite teddy bears. I like teddy bears that look like teddy bears. I don't get... These things look a bit freaky Japanese. Do you know what I mean? They look as though they're sort of... They've sort of, you know, they say they're bears with personalities. Yeah, we like the elephant. The elephant's cute. I like the elephant. And then you can sort of get them on television. And I think they look a bit evil as well. You see, when I first saw them, and I've seen William and Charlie on the television loads of times, and they make them wave to you and stuff like that, the teddy bears. But I think they just look a bit scary. If I woke up in the middle of the night, although apparently over in the jungle they're a bit scared. Boy George woke up the other night, started chanting for 2 hours. In between the snoring, between him snoring and Mike Tyndall snoring as well. You can imagine, can't you? Oh, ghastly. Robbie Williams has got a biopic coming out. Oh, give it up. Please give it up, honestly. It's like Jordan has said she's going to go back into singing. Please don't. Please don't. Honestly, it'd be embarrassing for everybody. A woman who assaulted 2 men and kicked a cop in a drunken rampage and broke in a chip shop window or something has not been sent to prison. And you think to yourself, what do you need to do nowadays? These judges, I mean, are they past it? Are they really past it? I don't want to be rude about them. But to be honest with you, it varies throughout the length and breadth of the land. A small wonder people get away with smuggling drugs and doing everything else now. It really is amazing. They were doing one of these police programs the other day, and they were stopping this bloke who could have been Albanian because he was rolling up drugs in a children's park. And he starts giving them mouth and lip and you no touch me and all this kind of stuff. And they're saying he's obviously had a whole life of nobody ever telling him what to do. So when he comes here and starts rolling up drugs in a kid's playground, he assumes that that's okay. And they said to him, listen, we can deal with this by the roadside, or we can take you and arrest you. It's as simple as that. So he was dealt with by the roadside. It's absolutely dreadful, honestly. Drugs nowadays. Also, how the cute child star, Erin's pop star dream spiraled into a nightmare. Drugs. Drugs. I can tell you no more than drugs. For some reason, some people head in that direction and some people turn left and they go through life and they have their ups and their downs. The amount of people now that something goes wrong and immediately they've got post-traumatic stress disorder, they've got anxiety attacks, they've got everything. Because apparently Olivia Attwood has got anxiety problems. And I'm thinking, but I mean, is it right that she's booked to go into the jungle then? Because that's about the most stressful thing that you can ever have. There isn't anything more stressful. You're going to lie in a tank with creepy crawlies poured all over you. But I mean, she's managed to find the way out. Which is, you get all your fee, whether it's true or not, I don't know, but that's what it says. You get all your fee, but you don't have to do anything. I bet the others are spitting blood. It's like Victoria Beckham. She's never going to tour with the Spice Girls. Why? She gets the same money that they do, but she doesn't have to go on tour because she's down as co-writer. So that's how it works. It's a very clever move. Very, very clever move. What was the other one that I quite liked, actually? Oh, supermarkets considering importing Polish eggs. I don't know why the Poles seem to have better luck with their chickens than we do, but they've said already there are shortages of eggs because of... We got bird flu. Yeah, but I mean, for goodness sake, I mean, I saw pictures of a farm the other day. They're just keeping all the birds inside. It's a bit like being in Essex. And they keep them inside, and then sadly they sort of escape and they get outside. The rowdy 90s old has-beens kicked out of Butlins. Surprisingly, one of them is Vanessa Feltz's other half. Ben Afodu from Fats and Small. The other one was Abs from Five. And you remember what a disaster he turned out to be. He was definitely not in the real world. And the other one was Dane Bowers, the one who made the porno film with Jordan. Do you remember that? You must do. It was the worst thing anybody had ever seen. It was very embarrassing. Pip and Holly don their Christmas jumpers for charity, which is nice. I like the producer hates Christmas jumpers. Actually, my ex-producer Corey bought one when we were in Covent Garden a few weeks ago. He saw it in the London Transport Museum and he went, oh, nice. I bought him a Paddington and he bought this Christmas jumper for himself. So he will be wearing it around the building. And After 8, you know, they do mints. They're going to introduce a limited edition mint and cherry chocolate for Christmas. Sounds delightful. Sounds delightful. I don't know what the filling will be. Do you think the filling will be half mint and half cherry? I don't know how they're going to work unless they're going to mix it gooey cherry. Yeah, why not gooey cherry? I'm all right with gooey cherry. I think that's okay, isn't it, really? And what else have we got? Oh, the school charges the mum because her child broke a pencil. So they charged her 20 pence, which I think is fair enough. There you go. They've also got the new orange and mint and mojito and mint After 8s. And I didn't even know they did them. Orange and mint flavour. Mojito and mint. They look quite nice, don't they? You like mojito? Well, you would do. It's got alcohol in it. But I quite fancy the cherry one. I mean, I think that's quite a nice idea. Cherry and dark chocolate go well together. I'll have to hunt around for them. They'll probably have them in Costco, which I've not been to, actually, for a few days. I better get down there quick, because some of their stuff goes really fast, and some of their stuff hangs around for ages and ages. Steve, Luke Evans... is the man I told you about months ago. My daughter and family, off to New York on a big birthday trip, saved every penny to go, helped Luke at the airport. Once on board, he was in first class, they were in economy, sent a bottle of champagne through to the family as a thank you. It's a bit nice. You see, I didn't know who he was. I'm still none the wiser. He's an actor, though, is he? A very famous actor, yeah. Nice man. He didn't have to do that, but he did. Oh, no, I always think that looks good when you send a bottle of champagne over. Dale used to do that. We'd be in Joe Allen's and... Robbie had been there or somewhere like that, or, you know, Boy George, and Dale would say, can you send a bottle of champagne over to the table? It's that kind of thing. And then they actually look at you and you go, it's okay. I've done that before, actually. Jack in Weston Supermare. Sounds a bit exciting, isn't it? Supermare. Probably not. Back in Somerset to see the parents. Caught up with your podcast with Ian Dale. Found it very emotional when you talk about your producers. Yes, I do talk about my producers. You have to. I spend more time with them than I do with my other half.
Steve Allen on LBC.
Morning, 18 minutes past 4. It's nice to have your company. So now we know who Luke Evans is. Iceman says, what time of day does the market open? Oh, they're generally about 9, 10 o'clock, something like that. But, it's midday, is it? Oh, right, midday. It's not big, but Winter Wonderland, you've got to buy tickets in advance. I don't know why you can't just turn up at the gate and sort of pay money. Because I do like 10 a.m. at the weekends, midday in the week. It's typical, isn't it? I don't know why they can't open at normal time, till 10 p.m. at night. Yeah, I should be asleep. I should be asleep for that. And Roger says, I've had the cherry and chocolate after 8s, and they're very yummy. They sound quite nice, actually. Very nice. Apparently, Steve, orange and mint is like brushing your teeth and then drinking orange juice. Gross. Do you know, I've not had orange juice for years. Years. I love orange juice. Yeah, I used to love orange juice, though. I mean, I really did used to love orange juice. But it had to be Tropicana and had to have bits in it. I could only drink it with the bits in. And I would go, especially with a bottle of Voddy and a carton of Tropicana with bits in was my favourite. And also ice-cold grapefruit juice. But I can't have that because of the medication I'm on. It's pain in it, really. Shane says, I couldn't help myself. I bet you could. Woolworths have all the Christmas pudding and mince tarts out. Oh, she's not still there, is she? Oh, I can't believe it. I've already had 2 mince tarts and I'm not home yet. I did that the other day. I bought some... Don't show me pictures of Tropicana. It's not nice. It's very cruel. I bought myself some mince pies and some squirty cream. And so I took them out of their little coatings and I just put them in a sort of a plate, on a plate, and squirted the cream over the top of them and had the time of my life. I was very happy. Very, very happy. The M&S ones are nice. Yeah, they're so cheap. You couldn't even... Yeah, the ones out there are very nice. You can't make these things for that price. You really can't. I mean, you know, and I did try from the Snaffling Pig. I loved it yesterday. Did you have one as well? It's nice. I had 3. Somebody had started opening it out there. They do a Snaffling Pig advent calendar, and I persuaded Dom, the newsreader, to take one home. They're really delicious, actually. They were very delicious. You just need a big bag of them. But I suppose I have to make them small to fit into the advent calendar, which was very nice indeed. Thank you. And what was the other one, actually? Look, Kevin, we've done that one and had the cherry and chocolate. There we go. So we've sorted things out so far. The penny, which they use for the toss before the '66 World Cup final, could fetch £2,000 at auction. The producer went, oh, as little as that? I went, it's a penny. It's a penny. How do you know that that's what it did? You know, they might have just picked up a penny. Oh, let's say it's that one there. Much easier, isn't it, really? 2,000, I think, is very, very reasonable. Prince Harry's battling Netflix. Go away, you boring little man. Go away. We've had enough. We've had enough. I don't care about your book. I don't care about you and your boring... I don't care about anything. I've finally had enough. All these people, so needy. So needy. Oh, I need this, so I can't do that. It's just absolutely ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. Happy birthday to Paul McKenna. Yes, the man who's taught you how to stop smoking, how to cut down on eating, made millions out of it. I think he's 59 today. A child, as far as I'm concerned. A child, but happy birthday to him anyway. And a cop jailed for a safe raid. I mean, you get some really stupid coppers nowadays. I mean, some really stupid coppers. And this particular one raided the safe at the police station. Took 1,500 quid out of it. So they've sent him to prison and fired him. That'll teach you, won't it? Some people are just so stupid, so stupid. The gambling addict we've dealt with, and the rowdies kicked out of Butlins. How embarrassing for poor Vanessa Feltz to have your other half thrown out for being involved with sort of drunken brawls and stuff like that. My goodness me, honestly. Will they never learn, these people? Will they never learn? So here she is. I didn't want to get out of there. Olivia Atwood. All right, we've heard it, dear. OK, enough already. You were going to go in. You've got 125,000. Now you're not going in. End of story, OK? It's not World War III. Thank you very much indeed. We don't need any dreary stories about it. So here they are, the 3 90s pop stars. Dane Bowers. There's a bloke with history. And 5 singer, Abs Love, mad as a fruitcake. Absolutely mad as a fruitcake. I can't remember what he was famous for. Did he must have done something. I can't remember what he did, actually. Abs. Was he just... He was in 5. And Fats and Small's Ben Afodu, who's 50. He's fairly ancient, isn't he, really? But living with Vanessa Feltz. They were performing at a retro event as supergroup Boys on Block. Apparently Shane Lynch was not there. Butlins were approached for comment. Sources say they grew unruly with some of the group and their entourage appearing to hit the booze hard in Skegness. In Skegness? The land of cups of tea and a scone. Onlookers say security staff was sent to get them out of the venue. It followed earlier warnings from management as Dane allegedly tried to bring female fans backstage. Silly little boy. Very silly little boy. They were clearly pretty drunk. It didn't take long for them to start mouthing. One started shouting, "Don't mess with me, I've got connections." Who would that be? Was that Tinkerbell, Noddy, Big Ears? God in heaven. A bunch of old has-beens, and they start playing it big. We always remember, don't we, Cheryl? Cheryl in the nightclub, Cheryl Tweedy, and the toilet attendant. Do you know what my dad is? She tried to pretend her father owned the nightclub they were in. I mean, blatantly just an old soak, I'm afraid. So Olivia Atwood, fairly ill on Sunday night, sparking a big drama in the camp. So it's obviously something existing. I don't know why she thought she could go into the camp. She's got these ridiculous false nails on, totally useless for anything at all. And she's back out again, so no doubt she'll sell the story of, this has happened, this runs in the family. I don't know what it is. I'm just a little bit annoyed that she still gets paid. £125,000 for basically doing nothing. And less than a day, Elaine Lorden collapsed in 2005. Freddie Starr quit in 2013 after an allergic reaction to eating. Gemma Collins quit in 2014 amid bizarre claims she had malaria. I mean, seriously, doolally, I'm afraid. YouTuber Jack Maynard walked after dodgy tweets emerged. Camilla Dallerup quit exhausted. In 2009, Craig Charles left after his brother's sudden death. Made in Chelsea's Spencer Matthews said he was struggling with a steroid addiction in 2015. E17's Brian Harvey left amid a row with Janet Street Porter over his breaking of wind. And Katie Price quit the second stint as it reminded her of her romance with Peter Andre, and I don't know what to do. Yeah, go back to the for fans only, dear. That's about your level, I'm afraid. Thank you very much indeed to Vida. My local garden centre has got lots of Christmas decorations, including a life-size nutcracker. Well, listen, they've had them in Costco for ages. In ages. They're about £400 to £700. I think the ones in Costco are a bit bigger than your one, actually, but it looks very nice, actually. And I borrowed my daughter's Whippet, Alfie. I like Whippets. Take a picture. They always look as though they're needy. I don't know why. I just sort of think every time I see Whippets, there's a couple of people in Twickenham who've got Whippets, and I always think they're nice. But the garden centres are the ones who've got the best displays for Christmas. Companies come in and they do all green over here, the red, the blue, the silver, the gold, and it's all very lovely, very lovely. Paul, the bus driver from Deal, says those variations of 8 mints have been around since at least Easter. Had the orange ones at least in Poundland. How much would they be? Can you tell me an idea? But it's the cherry that's the new one. They haven't had cherry before, apparently, and I'm very much looking forward to that. The mob's bid to shut the M25. To be honest with you, just leave them up there. Why do we have to stop? Just keep driving. What are the police going to do? Arrest you for being on a motorway? I mean, the police have been absolutely bloody useless over all of this. It's ridiculous. Apparently, the suspected protest ringleader, this is Roger Hallam, pledged to organise the coming revolution with a lover half his age. That's nice, isn't it? From the spare bedroom of their £3,000 a month nest. Wow. He spent the pandemic in the posh pad with his lover. He's 56 and she's 24. Said to have helped him. And he bragged online, myself and my partner Frida are now in a permanent rented flat. If I was the landlord, you wouldn't be in the permanent rented flat anymore, I'm afraid. But, listen, he thinks he's doing good. They're just a bit stupid. It's not their fault. They can't help it. It's just being disruptive. And somebody phoned up yesterday and spoke to, I think, Ben Kentish, and said they were on the motorway and a pregnant woman had to get out of a car to have a wee over the other side of the barrier. And you think, yeah. And also, if anybody in that queue was suffering from prostate problems, they would also need to get out and have a wee. I had to do it in my car when we got stuck when there was a road smash down the road from me on the M3. And I had to find a bottle to wee into because there was nowhere to go. I was in the left-hand lane going out. I couldn't have stepped over the barrier or done anything else. And we sort of inched forwards, and that was because of prostate problems. Nice cause, wrong way to go about it, but they don't care. So why should we care when we throw them in prison? Let them languish in prison. They can stay there. I couldn't care less. Doesn't make any difference to me. Nicole Scherzinger slurping on a ring pop sweet. I don't know why. She's all sort of hair and lots of makeup, I'm afraid. She's the judge on the US version of The Masked Singer. Very embarrassing the other day. Poor Vernon Kay had to do it. Times are really hard at Christmas. Really hard if he's having to do The Masked Singer. And Clemmy Moody talking in The Sun today. Anything more grating than a champagne socialist. Neville. Mr. Neville, I'm afraid. Neville, you play in defence. Neville, your image is pretence. And he was skinned by Ian Hislop because he's a hypocrite. Like David Beckham is a hypocrite for taking money from the Qatari government to promote it, knowing their issues with human rights, with women, for example, there was one woman had to flee the country. She'd been raped, but was told she faced 100 lashes for extreme marital after sex. She was the one who suffers. They're that disgusting and filthy over there. And Gary Neville's taking the money. And David Beckham, £10 million, David. We realise that you don't care about human rights. We realise that, it's just £10 million to you, love. It'll be another sort of ring, or perhaps you'll sort of buy another property or something like that. Personally, I couldn't really give a toss. But, when you see the suffering that goes on over there, and you just don't care. You really don't care. That's what I find deeply, deeply worrying. But there you go.
With UK Export Finance, I'm fulfilling more export orders from around the world with working capital support.
Export insurance means I'll get paid when exporting to challenging markets.
At UK Export Finance, we believe no viable UK export should fail for lack of finance or insurance. Between 2022 and 2023, we provided £6.5 billion of government-backed trade finance to support UK exports. Learn how we could help you win export contracts, fulfil orders, and get paid. Search UK Export Finance today.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Do you know we've now discovered all these other mince pies that Mr. Kipling make? He does plum, pear and cinnamon pies, apple, pear and custard crumble pies. The other one is winter berry and custard, but my favourite appears to be rhubarb and custard pies, 6 of them. So I love rhubarb and custard. Rhubarb and custard, my favourite. Don't need to persuade me twice, thank you very much indeed. We've just got to find the blooming things now. That's all we've got to do. Your mission, should you choose to accept it, Steve. I bet it's limited edition. But I love rhubarb and custard. I could just eat stewed rhubarb anyway. They do a jar in Waitrose of stewed rhubarb. Now, the only problem with it, apart from that, it's absolutely delicious, is that it's just full of sugar. It is just mega sugar. My mother used to stew rhubarb. We used to grow rhubarb. She'd cut it all up into chunks, put it in the saucepan, and then after it had cooled down, she used to freeze it. So when I used to go round there, she would give me a little or a couple of little trays with stewed rhubarb in, and I would take it home and have it with custard. It was delicious, absolutely delicious. And then I discovered this jar of Bon Marché or something, whatever it is. They do cherries and they do rhubarb, and I have bought the rhubarb in the past. It's absolutely delicious. Something, the very idea that you can actually have it in a pie. Imagine how messy that's going to make you. You'd be really, really messy with a pie like that. But I don't care. That's why whenever I go out, if I'm going out for lunch or for dinner, the 2 things you can't have ever are spaghetti and spare ribs. Because there is just the chance of an accident. Spaghetti is going to be... and it's going to go all the way down the front of you, and it's not really worth it. Oh, good news, or bad news, actually. Wimbledon are doing away with you have to wear white knickers for the ladies. I don't know what the men wear. Probably sort of Superman knickers or something like that. But apparently they've said that women don't have to wear white knickers. I think so too. Never anything so stupid in my entire life. How perverted is that? Oh, so you have to wear white knickers. I think not. It's like, when all the cricketers started wearing this war paint all over the place. What was that about? That was all different colours, and you used to think, honestly, it's a bit drag, isn't it? Very a bit drag, but there you go. Steve, I love your thoughts on the M25 yesterday. I was trying to drive around the chaos for 3 hours. It was nightmare. We thought there'd been a serious accident. There were so many police cars going up and down, says Lindsay in Caterham. Yeah, it's just, why should we have to put up with it? Why should we have to put up with it? The police The police were faffing around about really not knowing what to do. Do we climb up there and arrest them? No, because we can't put ourselves at risk. So what do? Nothing. So everybody sits there like lemons. Dan says, I popped into Tesco yesterday for my new Covent Garden soup and happened to spot, wait for this one, their own rhubarb and custard cream mince pies. I'm going. Oh, he said, I was very good and left them on the shelves, but like you, I love rhubarb and custard because he's been on major diet. I mean, major diet. He was huge, and he's literally. And they're not mince pies. It's just rhubarb and custard. Rhubarb and custard creams. Oh, biscuits. No. Good Lord above. Tesco. I do like the new Covent Garden soup. Actually, I'm getting quite into my soups. Quite into soups. I quite like. Yesterday I had those potatoes. Sorry, waffled? No, the potatoes, the sliced ones. You know, they're called Hasselbacks. Had my Hasselbacks again, and very nicely were too. And I put grated cheese over the top. I ate a whole portion. I didn't really care. Maybe one of my days actually. Joy from Christchurch, Dorset. I'm sorry, I always do that. Every time somebody says Dorset, I go, Dorset? Moved here from Ealing 20 years ago. Love when you talk about Kingston, Richmond. Just knew those areas well. Had my second chemo session yesterday. 10 to go. Currently wide awake again. Happily listening to you. Love the show. Thank you. There were some ladies in the paper the other day, Joy, and they'd had over 300 chemo sessions. Over 300 chemo sessions. I didn't actually believe that it was possible. Chrissy from the Weald, thank you for shouting out the staff at Bart's Health Orthopaedic Services. Home safe and sound now after 2 nights in hospital. And Mark says, in need of a wee in the car, keep an empty fabric conditioner bottle in the boot. Very handy. Yes. Well, I did, in fact. I went, strange enough, because I knew I was going to need to go at some point, because I couldn't go very far without it. And I have before pulled onto the hard shoulder and opened the car door, so I'm sandwiched between them to have a wee. You know, if between the car doors, just because it's a safe way of doing it. So you don't expose yourself to anybody. Not that they'd see anything, but you know. And then I thought I better buy a bottle of orange drink. I didn't drink it. I just emptied it all out. But it was quite a big bottle. And you know, don't want to brag or anything like that. But if you've got prostate problems, you can fill up all sorts of things fairly quickly. And it was needs must. I'm afraid needs must. I know you can get different car toilets, but I haven't discovered the delights of it. I really can't have that. Yeah, yes, one of those. The 5-litre bottle from Tesco, £1.35. Just empty it all out. And yeah, because it and also it's very difficult. I don't know if you've ever tried this, to wee in the car, because you're sitting down. Traditionally, it doesn't work. That's all I'm telling you. You'll have to make it all up as you go along, I'm afraid. So after the Backstreet Boy died, this is Aaron's pop dream spiralling. His brother was talking about him and saying, you know, I will miss my brother more than anybody will ever know. You see, even your brother can't save you. If you're on a spiral downwards and you're addicted to drugs or to drink or to heroin or all sorts of things. I can remember when River Phoenix died at the Viper Club, and one of the coach tours takes you past it. And they go, this is where River Phoenix died. He died at the Viper Club. And then they put pictures of him in his coffin on the front of the National Enquirer. And they did it because people were criticising them, saying you shouldn't really put a picture like that on the front. And they said, we've done it to warn young people of the dangers of drugs. But, of course, that's a load of old cobblers because, you know, young people have been taking drugs forever and a day. And it's not just young people. It's older people as well. People do it. And so they took a picture of him, not looking as glamorous as he normally did, because he died of whatever drugs. I can't remember what drugs he was on. But I just sort of think to myself, was it a mixture? You know, if you have to go out and take drugs, there's something dreadfully missing in your life. There really is. There's something, you know, that is something there that you need to get help on. I mean, help is available. In fact, we have a drug rehabilitation unit in Twickenham. And you could see the people going into it. You know what the sort of people they are. They're literally people who would go out and steal to feed a drug habit. Apparently, for a £20 wrap of heroin, you need to steal £100 worth of merchandise. And so that's why they had one on the police the other day. People who are stealing from shop. They do it literally. They go into court, they get fined, they come out, they go back stealing. They go back stealing because £100 worth of goods, belts, shirts, things like that, will get you a wrap of heroin worth 20 quid. That's the exchange rate, they tell me. Steve, I've tried the Mr. Kipling winter berry tarts. Had a couple on Sunday. In fact, with cream, says Kim. They're delicious. It's a wee treat. Sounds a bit more than a wee treat. Sounds much nicer than a wee treat. I feel a bit guilty today. I was hoping to get yesterday, but Waterloo Station was deserted. Mainly because there weren't that many trains going out, and then a lot of people... Why is it that they have a thing up? The train had been sitting there for Windsor and Eton, not my Windsor and Eton, it was going to another route round, for 15 minutes. And still, just as it's about to go, they blow the whistle, and then people rush through the barriers. Wait, what do you think? I'm sorry, where have you been, thicko? These people really get on my nerves. And they're feverishly pushing the button. And the light's off, the doors won't open, dear. Why don't you throw... Yeah, I would close it early. I go, well, they do say... We closed the doors, I think, 30 seconds beforehand. And I'd be there watching them run and then going, stop, and then making sure the doors wouldn't open again. Close just so they get there. There used to be it was a comedy programme on the television. They were saying, so you want to be a bus driver? And it was in the days when buses had an open bit at the back. There were no slidey doors. It was all open, so you could jump on and things like that. And they said, right, the bus driver, okay, you're pulling into the bus stop. Okay, people are on the bus. Okay, now you're indicating you're pulling out. Somebody's running. You can see them running and you just accelerate. Okay, so they then fall over. And they did this with they went very well on there. 10 out of 10 for that. 10 out of 10. We don't want all these people on the buses. And that's what it's like on the trains. Because people used to literally fall off the buses. They would jump onto the back of it and cling onto the rail, even when it was really packed in London. And it used to be packed, but it was so much easier to get on and off a bus. And then they put on those bendy buses, and nobody paid for their tickets, did they? Nobody paid for their tickets, because you get people who are just peasants, and they think that the service runs by itself, which is a bit annoying, really. If I'd been the bus driver, I've seen down and outs, beggars from Twickenham, alcoholics, getting on the bus, not paying, and the driver letting them on for free. I don't know if there's some sort of arrangement going on, but whatever it is, it's a case of they get on the bus and they don't pay. They walk straight past them. And the driver, if I'd been the driver, I did see it once. The driver pulled in, somebody got on the bus, they didn't have any credit on their cards. Never any credit at all. I suspect they'd never had any credit on their cards. But anyway, and then they just walked straight past the driver, went and sat down, and he went, Excuse me, can you come back? You haven't paid. And they went, I haven't got any money. He said, well, you need to get off the bus. And they totally ignored him. So he turned the engine off and just sat there. They got off the bus. Steve, I'm in Dunedin in New Zealand. We know Dunedin, don't we? Because we've had a look at pictures of it before. I'm quite sure it's very nice. Very, very pretty. Very empty. They've got pipers there and everything. Look at that. Even that welcome to Dunedin. Oh, the Scottish origins of the New Zealand city. How nice. That's very pretty. Look, an empty beach and a swimming pool. And a few cars. Not very many cars. It looks very nice. But anyway, Steve says, loving the show whilst I'm out in the garden. I'm thinking about growing rhubarb now. You should. It's dead easy to grow. It really is not difficult. In fact, we just had a problem with so much of the blooming stuff. But no, rhubarb's very easy to grow, and you just go out there and cut it, and more will grow. And then what you do is you literally take the top off and a bit of the bottom off, which is where you cut it off from the plant, chop it into sort of little bite-sized slices, put it in a saucepan with sugar and a bit of water, and then you start stirring it, and gradually all the fibres will separate in it, because you don't want chunks of rhubarb, so you want all the fibrous stuff. And then you let it cool down, then you put it into metal tins and freeze it. And so you've got stewed rhubarb, which you can have all year round. You can have it with ice cream, you can have it with custard, you can have it with cream, you could put it into a trifle, you can do all sorts of nice things with it. In fact, let's go and do it now. Let's go to a garden centre now, break in and go get some rhubarb plants. They're not difficult. Yeah, let's go now. Woo!
Leading Britain's conversation, LBC, with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to have your company. To have your company, nice. So here is this gambling addict. She stole luxury teddy bears from her boss and she sold them online. She's a thieving little so-and-so. Her name's Lisa Noriega. She took more than 1,000 of these bears. 1,000. I mean, to be honest with you, She's struck after taking over the firm's mail order operations during lockdown while her colleagues were on furlough. By the time staff at the Cheshire Bear Company near Nantwich realised she'd stolen bears worth $101,000, including from a Star Wars range, the losses were so severe the firm had to survive on loans while the boss had to close one of the firm's 3 branches. She was caught when a colleague saw the bears on eBay and told the boss. She admitted theft and converting criminal property and wept as she was jailed. Yeah, crocodile tears, love, you crook. And all she was jailed for was 12 months. That was all it was, 12 months for £101,000 worth. Apparently, she was addicted to online gambling because she got lonely during lockdowns. The judge said, and this is how you trusted your boss. He chose to trust you, and this is how you repay him. He said, you knew exactly what you were doing throughout the lockdown while people were struggling. Hope you rot in prison, darling. Ghastly person. Fancy it. A company nearly closes because this thieving old bag, Lisa Noriega, do they get their bears back? No? Does she have to pay back? No? All she got to do is spend, what did we say, 12 months in prison. 12 months. Should have been 10 years, love. Should have been 10 years. Yeah, I mean, I'm the hang 'em and flog 'em brigade. I'm terrible. That's why, but people go, oh, shoplifters, aren't they funny? Because they go out and they shoplift stuff. You go, that's why the prices are the way they are, because of shoplifters. Shoplifters. I can remember there used to be a show on the television years ago, and they put on a shoplifter, the woman who shoplifted from M&S. And in the days when you could go into M&S, nick something, go outside the front door, come back in, shove a little bit of lippy on the collar and put a bus ticket in the pocket, and they would give you your money back. You didn't need to have a receipt. Now, they want to see the receipt. They're not going to just hand over money, I'm afraid. They don't do that, and it's got to go back on your credit card, so they've got you. But she was shoplifting, and the audience applauded her. I remember thinking, where on earth do you get a dumb audience like that from? Answer, television companies. Television, oh, they look nice. That's food again, says Andrew in Kuala Lumpur. He says, all this talk about you again has made me hungry. Fortunately, I have a bag of IKEA curry puffs. I don't know if they sell them in England, but the ones here in Malaysia are delicious and cheap. A bag of 5 for just over £1. Never even heard of them. Curry puffs. How lovely. He says, once I've finished my lunch, I'm going to start making chocolate hazelnut cake. Oh. And Andrew said, recently I've started to follow a guy called John on YouTube. He's from the northeast of England, and most of his recipes are inexpensive and good value. I thought of what you said about your mum and her roast potatoes and Yorkshire puddings when I had amazing success yesterday. Oh, I like these curry puffs. These look really nice. Oh, they're the Yorkshire puddings. Oh, I don't know. What do curry puffs look like? Oh, they look nice. They look like little puffs with curry. Can you say that nowadays? Is that okay to say that? Don't want anybody to be targeted. Steve in the New Forest. That's where Henry went the other day. He went on a holiday with his girlfriend, and they went to the New Forest. He said it was lovely. They loved it. I said Lymington and round there is really beautiful, really beautiful. And he said I've got loads of mushrooms of all sorts in my garden. How do I know what ones to eat without picking the wrong ones? Oh, you'll know. If you eat the wrong ones, you won't live. Okay, just I tell you that now. That's sort of a bit of a heads up on that one. No, you just have to. I don't know actually how you tell with mushrooms. So you've got mushrooms in your garden. Well, if they're growing near the base of a tree, I'd sort of. I can't remember what the hard and fast rule is. I don't want to offer you the wrong advice, so I suggest you go to the. No, I mean you have to be careful with mushrooms. I tend to buy them from the supermarkets or from Paul Cooper or somewhere like that. I like the little button mushrooms. And occasionally I'll splurge out on a box of what they call fancy mushrooms, which look like they've come from another planet. Oh, the New Forest is beautiful. Some of the scenes of horses grazing, they're all free to... Have you ever been to the New Forest? No, you just don't get out, do you? And it's lovely. It's beautiful. Especially when you see it with the sun glinting through and the horses are just all over the place. Don't go and feed them, okay? Just remember they are wild horses. And many of them have foals and there's cattle there. Yeah, thatched cottage. They round the horses up every year, I think, and then people can buy them and stuff like that, and then you just let them free to roam again. It's a bit like the Lappish people. They have all these all these reindeer all over Arctic Circle, and thousands of them, and every year they bring them in and cull the ones that are old, or they need to keep the the herd strengthened. So they go out there and they basically kill them. And but they herd them all in. They're not as big as you think they are. They're really quite small, actually. I was very surprised. But you don't touch them. They're wild animals. They're not used to it. So they only bring them in and they use them for the tourist industry. But the horses are lovely. And you look at the New Forest. You could stay at the Bell Inn. The Bell Inn is very nice, absolutely beautiful, and it's just so pretty. And because it never gets packed solid, you can either drive through it or you can go off, park up and go out and have a look. Actually, it's really lovely. Sorry, I was momentarily stunned by how pretty it is when the sun is shining through. Yeah, there's so much good stuff here. Why would you need to go to Marbella and places like that? You don't need to go to places like that. Oh, look, Jason Manford. He's apparently a Mancunian comedian, so he tells us. And he's joined the hosting team for Children in Need. He could just do it online, couldn't he? Just give them a computer, he can have a chat to them. And they've got Mel Gidroich again, somebody called Chris Ramsey. This is the desperately irritating, unfunny comedian. He used to do a show with his wife, but they didn't book her, thank God. Well, I don't think they did, unless I've missed out here. Adepitan, him, because he's been around since God created heaven, on all sorts of things, all sorts of travel programmes. How they get him on and off boats, God alone knows. And Joe Wicks is going to be on. Plus, the show will feature specials of the BBC's favourites, Blankety Blank. Contestant walked off the other day. Walked off the show. She was... no, not a joke. No. In fact, Bradley Walsh was left standing there going, she gone? She'd won 750 quid, but she didn't get any more than that. And so she just sort of waved to the audience and walked straight off stage. He was waiting to do the little chat. Well, I don't think it was a half. I don't know. A bit difficult to tell, really. Anyway, the Weakest Link and the Repair Shop. Not the bloody Repair Shop again. What are they going to do on that? What are they going to do on the show? Gould alone knows. Gould alone knows. Simon Gregson's cheeky side was transformed into drag diva Bide Bardot. What, I don't think that's a cheeky side, dressing up in drag. That's called you want to dress up as a woman for television for a fee. But he didn't need to dig deep because he's often naughty on set. I've heard this from people that I've spoken to from Coronation Street. He is the show's Joker. But dressing up in drag is something completely different. They take it very seriously. Some of them look as though they're sort of ingrained in drag. Oh, he's been on Corrie since he was a child. I remember him 30 years? Yeah, 33 years. Not bad at all. Also, what else have we got? What else have we got here? England footy heroes Paul Gascoigne, John Barnes and Terry Butcher will reminisce about the World Cup in a new Sky documentary. I think I'm out that night. I'm a little bit busy, actually. I won't be able to stay in, which is a shame because I was so much looking forward to seeing Paul, who managed to get money, didn't he? That's the only reason you've not heard from him, because his phone was tapped. So he got money. A load of celebrities got money from a newspaper. Here we go. Pisces. This is Mystic Meg. A task or trip in 3 parts can be your passport to a new life, and step 1 can start now. You're ready to learn in love. Woo! Learn in love. What could I possibly learn? It goes on far too long. Really, I mean, honestly. Still. In fact, sometimes you sort of, I'll finish it off tomorrow, shall we? No point in hanging around for these sort of things. Steve, I've got an hour and a half left on my night shift. I'm counting on you to keep me awake on the drive home. Well, if you don't, we'll see you in hospital. I love that idea. See, keeping awake on the drive home. I tend to find, you know what you need to keep you awake? Chew gum. Chewing gum keeps your mind active, or eating apple slices. Apple slices are very good. If you sort of buy a few apples, then you sort of cut them into bits, put them in a little plastic bag, and you can have those in the car. But chewing gum is very, very good. Keep you awake all the time. I should know. Steve, I'm sitting up in bed listening to you, like I do every morning, says Sue, eating a Portuguese custard tart, which I made myself with puff pastry, but we'll go out later and buy some rhubarb and put stewed rhubarb on top of the tarts. Love rhubarb. Oh, it's great. I'm not sure if it's good for you. I don't know if it's one of those things. I can remember. I just know if my stomach likes it, I like it. It's probably not good. Is it not good? Oh, I like tomatoes as well, but I mean, tomatoes and rhubarb don't quite go together, do they? But very shortly we get the Christmas trees. I've ordered mine. Ordered the Christmas trees. There you go. Rhubarb, great source of vitamin K1, which is important for blood clotting and bone health. There you go. For blood clotting. That's what I'm at, on blood thinners. And apparently a half cup of cooked rhubarb. Psh, who eats half a cup? Peasants. Provides more than a third of the recommended dietary intake of vitamin K1, along with 2 grams of fibre, which helps prevent colorectal cancer. Some calcium and vitamins. Well, that's it. I'm going out to buy a jar of rhubarb today. I'm going just a half a cup. I think not. I think we'll be eating all of it. Very nice indeed. Should we take the news at 5? Should we share it together? Here it is.
Are you receiving tax credits? If so, this message is for you. Tax credits are coming to an end, and most people will be asked to apply for universal credit instead. The Department for Work and Pensions is writing to tax credit claimants. You won't be moved automatically, so look out for your letter explaining what you'll need to do and by when. And there's also lots of support to help you make the move. Get ready for your universal credit switchover. Search Understanding Universal Credit today. Eligibility criteria apply.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, everybody. Morning. Nice to have your company. Welcome to Tuesday. Welcome to November the 8th. Welcome to LBC. Welcome to Early Breakfast. They always call it Early Breakfast because we're sort of the gap between the overnight programme and daytime. So I'm here till 7 every morning. We have 2 podcasts every single day. We have the whole show and my little bit extra. And I can only advise you, because it's very good, and it's free, which is good news, to download my free Little Bit Extra podcast. There's a brand new episode every day after the show this morning, exclusively on our Global Player app, where you'll find all of LBC's shows to catch up on, as well as the world's biggest podcasts. So all you do is download the Global Player for free from your app store or head to globalplayer.com. globalplayer.com. It's as simple as that. Costs you nothing, and it will change your life completely. Jack in Gosport. Morning, Jack. He says, I get my other half to buy Fortnum & Mason mince pies when she goes up to London. Ooh, aren't you the posh one? Aren't you the posh one? Actually, there is a chart of the best mince pies this year. Already they have done the taste test, because for 2 years running, it was Iceland's mince pies. They were £1.50 for a box of luxury mince pies, and they shifted a ton of them. They were really, really good. So, is it last year's? Oh, right, we not got this year's. What did last year say? I thought I said 2022. I thought that was it. Well, let's have a look. Right. The mince pie war heated up last year. The Co-op, they were charging £2 for 6 last year. Yeah, we get a better one. We don't like that one. We just had to find one that suits our raison d'etre on the programme, just to make sure everybody knows what the heck we're talking about. But no, mince pies, they do vary. They do vary. I mean, I'm doing the... So there you go, the best mince pies for Christmas 2022. So here we go. And this is by Good Housekeeping. Now, Good Housekeeping are very much the benchmark. They test these things. Now, Betty's Classic Mince Pies... they get 77 out of it. They're not really that price, are they? Classic mince pies? £18. Can't be £18. But apparently they take the winning spot with their star-topped mince pies for another year. It's the hefty helping of mincemeat that's the hero, which includes apricot puree and a hint of cinnamon with a buttery pastry. Okay. So, well, they must be that price, because the next one down is the Co-op Irresistible Mince Pies. And they're £9 for 6. They seem terribly expensive, don't they? I thought they were a couple of quid. This is thanks to a generous snowy coating of icing sugar, and it's the perfect balance for the tart mincemeat, full of mixed spice, coriander, ginger and caraway, and stewed apple. Very nice. £2.80 for Waitrose. The price is becoming a little bit more realistic, more like it. They've got punchy brandy lace mincemeat, but the trouble is, whenever they say that, I think they just wave the bottle over the top of it, because I've never ever tasted booze apart from the Walker's ones. So Waitrose are in there, 74 out of 100. Iceland, there you go, luxury mince pie, £2. back for a third year. They've got refreshing Japanese citrus alongside plump mincemeat, alongside a glug of port and brandy. A glug, that's it. They're £2.25. Very nice. Morrison's, £2.25. The sweet filling packed with spice. Think cinnamon and ginger with a generous alcoholic presence. See, I think you should better smell that when you open the box. That's what I think. Carter and Butler's luxury mince pies with brandy. £8. I think that's too expensive. That's too £8. I didn't realise. Aldi, specially selected mince pies. Well, you have to take those the way they're made. £1.79 for 6. They do look good, don't they? I like it when they're really filled up. They've got jammy currants and an abundance of candied lemon peel for a citrus-heavy flavour. Sounds quite nice. Harvey Nicks, mini traditional. £18.50? They're having a laugh, aren't they? Goodness me. Tesco's finest. Mince pies with brandy and port. That's the thing that sells it to me. It's the booze. £2.75, which look nice. Asda's extra indulgent mince pies. £2.50, which seems quite nice. 70 out of 100. M&S collection mince pies, £3. Prestat mini mince pies. How much were they? I can't see how much they were. £11.90. That's 1, 2. How many did you get in that one? 12. You get 12 mince pies. They're mini though. Mini ones. Ideal, they say, with a cup of tea. Well, they're all ideal with a cup of tea. Well, that's a silly thing to write. Cutter and Squidge. I don't know. They are either classic mince pies, and it's a family-run London bakery. They're £7.99, and they keep fat and sugar to a minimum. But a thin layer of mincemeat with rich dried fruit and a light sprinkling of festive spice. Where's the booze? Where's the booze? They are very small. It has to be said. That's basically 2 for a mouthful, I think. M&S made without wheat, gluten-free mince pies, £3 for 4. You notice £3 for 4. Seems quite good though, doesn't it? Really. The runner-up gluten-free mince pies, Morrison's. They've got 4 as well for £1.99. They've learned how to play the trick, and that's it. So the top one is Betty's of Harrogate. Now, we know about that because we talked about Betty's before. This is their classic mince pie, and it's a winner, they say. So bloody well should be at that price. £18. You get 12 mince pies for £18. And you can freeze them. In fact, I think you can freeze all the mince pies. But do you think they'd arrive in one piece if you ordered them by mail order? You think so? They look a bit robust. See, I think you have to have them warmed, and you have to have them either with cream or with custard. But no, I don't do brandy sauce. I've never liked brandy sauce. I always thought it was like bread sauce. Also, it was yuck. Always thought that, actually. So Jack's got the Fortnum and Mason mince pies. Sadly, Jack, they didn't feature. But anyway, it's still very lovely, isn't it? Daphne in Cambridge says rhubarb crumble is delicious, and you can make it with no sugar sweetener. With custard, you will love it. Oh, listen, I've had it before. Rhubarb crumble is my favourite. In fact, rhubarb and apricot I quite like. I like that a lot, actually. It's a lovely combination. Very good for diabetics. But again, it's a treat for us as a diabetic. Trucker Joe says, morning, Steve and the LBC team. Came through the city yesterday from Lewisham to head back up as it was easier than the M25. They were out again, swinging from the gantries. Worth the congestion charge. Thanks from us truckers for the entertainment. Andy says hi. So thank you. To be honest with you, it must really, really annoy people. And now it's got to that stage where the public are taking it into their own hands. They shouldn't. The police have said don't. But the police seem to be totally powerless. In fact, I saw them the other day. They were inquiring about the health of somebody sitting on the ground who'd glued themselves to the ground. What in God's name is going on? Jane says, pop into Berry Brothers and Rudd over Christmas for sample of wines and a free meal. I'd never make it out the door. I know Berry Brothers and Rudd very well. I pass them every single morning when I come into work down there in St James. Steve, I made chicken and mushroom pie yesterday. I got some frozen rhubarb out of the freezer for dessert, served with custard. There you go, a woman after my own heart, Jane. All this talk about food, says Susie. I wish I had a jam donut in the flat. It would go so well with the coffee. I know. You should have thought about this. You know what you do today? When the shop's open, go out, buy yourself a bag of little donuts from M&S or all the other places that do them, and just keep them there for an emergency. If after 2 or 3 days you've not resisted the temptation, then, chuck them out. But because they've got jam in them, and they're just very nice indeed. They do lovely ones in Costco, big. They've got they've got all sorts of different delights in there, most of which are sort of slowly killing me. But you're right, a jam donut with a nice cup of coffee this morning would go down a treat. You would like that a lot. I know. I can tell by seeing you through my microphone that I know exactly how you'd be eating. I mean, you couldn't just eat one donut. I like those Krispy Kreme donuts. I do. I mean, I don't have very many. The only one that they are quite rich, but the only one I really like is stewed apple. It just sounds particularly delicious, and it generally goes all the way down me when I eat it. I've got to work out where they put the jam in, because sometimes that's a little bit difficult. But no, Krispy Kreme donuts. If I go down to my brother, I sometimes stop off on one of the motorway service stations. Not for petrol; it's far too expensive. But I go there, and they have drive-throughs. Yes, I know. And I buy a box of 12 and then take them down for my brother. Small wonder he's ill half the time. There you go. Cinnamon apple-filled donuts, jelly donuts. I mean, they're just nice, actually. That's quite enough, actually. I'm going to make myself ill by just looking at the pictures. They just seem to sort of fit nicely in your mouth, don't they? But a Krispy Kreme drive-through. Do you know my ultimate ambition? A Krispy Kreme drive-through in a KFC. That would make my day. I'd be quite happy. They were doing somebody the other day. What were they doing? They must have been going somewhere. It must have been one of these programs. And he was waiting for a bus while I was waiting for my car. And he had a bucket of KFC. And I thought, you stingy so-and-so. Have you never been offered me a piece? A bucket. I ask you, what's that? 20 pieces? 20 pieces of KFC. Yum, yum, yum. Could eat that now, actually. I don't know why they don't do it for breakfast. I suppose because it takes a while to do it. You don't want it when it's just been cooked, because that will take the roof of your mouth off. It's way too hot. Way too hot. What else we got? Hollyoaks heartthrob Owen Warner, who nobody's ever heard of, I'm afraid, sends female pulses racing as he strips off for a shower. He's admitted that his biggest challenge will be going without his usual 2 haircuts a week. You want to see it. It looks really bad. Really bad. Helen Flanagan has admitted she wasn't prepared for the reaction to her steamy shower scenes. Yeah. Jackanory, nothing worse than a liar, dear. You knew exactly what you were doing. She said it was all a bit of a blur. Well, it probably was, actually, wasn't it, really? Not the brightest penny in the box. What else we got? Demands for efficiency air fryers, energy efficiency air fryers, rocketed by 3,000%. It's amazing. Research by one company found the gadgets run at an average cost of £55.71 a year. Oh, for goodness sake, what is it? I can't... Why is it my phone keeps making these noises? I thought I turned off the... I know how to turn the volume down. Yes, well, I certainly do, and I've done it now, so there you go. Picking on me, as always. I always get picked on. Sit here, giving of my best. And nice one from Dan. He says... I know you like rhubarb and custard. He says, take a look at these and the prices, just the best. And when working for the Royal Mail, I used to deliver to the owners. Donuttime.co.uk. And they've got all sorts of different flavoured donuts. They look quite delicious, actually. But £25, 6-pack for £25. The other ones are cheaper. The Krispy Kreme donuts are about £12.50, I think, or something like that. Wonka's Wonders. They look delicious, these donuts. A little bit expensive for me, actually, Dan, but they do look beautiful and very scrummy. Scrummy and yummy. Steve, you're welcome to come for dinner any time you're in West Yorkshire, says Jane. That's very nice. I'm often in West Yorkshire, not. And Steve, the other day, Just for Oil protesters started protesting outside Downing Street. The police remove them immediately. However, elsewhere, the police take hours and hours before. They just pootle up and down in their cars. They might as well be sort of, driving little noddy cars because they're not doing anything. They leave them up on the gantries and then we have to wait till the poor little buggers come down again. So sorry I used that horrible, rude word, gantries. Yes, I've done the gag. I can do the gag, all right? I'm the funny one around here.
Steve Allen on LBC.
Morning, nice to be company. The other day, we've done that one, haven't we? Sat says, that's right, the police removing the oil protesters outside Downing Street. I don't know how they got to be outside Downing Street because it's cordoned off. They've got huge gates. You can't actually get into Downing Street. Whereas before, you could walk into the little road where it is, go up to the front door and pose for pictures. And there'd be just a policeman standing there. Now, there's like armed police, these big gates, these bollards that rise out of the ground and all the rest of it. Oh, it stopped years ago. I remember when they started putting... I can't remember why it was. Perhaps there'd been Was it an IRA thing? But I remember sort of looking at it thinking, now people stand outside and take pictures. But before, you could walk right up inside. So there you go. But you're right. The police take hours and hours before removing these. They don't know what to do with them. They haven't really got enough cells to start holding them. What they need to do is sort of start, bringing courts in line with sort of the modern world and getting these people processed very quickly and straight into prison. Stay there for the whole of Christmas, as far as I'm concerned. Steve says, Pete the Pool Man, I'm wandering around this empty house in Weybridge, basically because I'm nosy, and I found the safe. He said, it's quite large. It is large, isn't it? Wow. He says, by the way, the Costa mince pies are particularly nice, $1.89, but can be warmed up. Oh, I like the safe. Oh, you've got the door. You've got the key. You've cracked it. Look at that. Look at that. Where's all the money? Where's all the money in this house? Pete's taken the money. So that's nice. Fancy having it's very rare to find a house with a safe in it, isn't it? Very rare. And also, I mean, yes, especially one that's empty, but I suppose if the house is empty, look at that. That's having a safe. It's not huge, but I'd have it stacked up to the ceiling with £50 notes, but that's just me, isn't it? But I like it. I like it, Pete. Thank you very much indeed for that. Tell Steve, says Shelley, there's a Krispy Kreme and a KFC next to each other in Enfield. Will you stop it? Stop it. Don't tell me these things. They've got nice garden centres over in Enfield, haven't they? There's a whole road. I can't remember what it's called, but it's garden centres each side of the road. Loads of them. I've been there a few times. Stu says, I recently invested £150 in our air fryer a couple of months ago. Best investment ever. Cooks food incredibly quickly. Haven't turned the oven on since. Yes, I agree with you. Well, I used to have, as you remember, one of those grill things, the glass thing. What do they call them? Not an air fryer, but it's very similar. Halogen oven. And never again. But, that used to cook the most perfect roast potatoes. They were crispy. Roast potatoes you could die for. But some of these are very expensive. You see, you can get that Daewoo halogen oven, 44 quid. I've seen them much cheaper. There's one from a company called Shallon. Yeah, but it was different. It was all because it's glass, the top. It heats up. That was the problem. I fell on the thing. But you can buy a Queen Victoria potato oven for nearly £2,000. There's a halogen self-cleaning, which it's a load of old codswallop, I'm afraid, and a 17-litre halogen air fryer for 50 quid. And it does crispy potatoes, and it does sausages, and it does all sorts of things. And it does them really well. You'll be doing nice stuff like, what would I really like? Garlic bread with cheese on. That's bruschetta with cheese on. That's quite nice as well. EastEnder legend Barbara Windsor's husband says he still feels by his side in the home that they shared together. Scott Mitchell, as you know, was less devastated when Bar died of Alzheimer's in 2020, aged 83. He believes that she watches over him and he can feel when her spirit is in the house. He says, I do still feel her by my side. There's certain times in the house it's just a wonderful feeling. I look at a picture of her and sense something. I know she's there. And Barbara, as you know, was diagnosed with Alzheimer's in 2014, and they kept it secret from fans. But he admits that even before the diagnosis, she was always open about the fact that she was determined to die before him because of the 27-year age gap. And on this podcast, Scott revealed she always said to me, even before the dementia, listen, love, I'll go first because that's how it'll be between you and me. When I go, I want you to be broken-hearted, cry your eyes out, the whole works. But when you get over all that, promise me you'll have the best life ever because that's what I did. I don't think there was a day, she went through ups and downs. She was on a roller coaster, really a roller coaster. She had all sorts of issues and all sorts of little bits and pieces. And but she's quite right. But you just don't forget. But you've got to go out there and you've got to really sort of make the best of life. I was thinking about it last night, actually, when I woke up. I woke up a little bit earlier than usual. I've taken to waking up at 8:30. Don't ask me why. It doesn't seem to make any difference to me. And I was watching sort of a little bit of television, and I would shave and sort of do bits and pieces. And I was sort of thinking, life is a bit short. And you suddenly realise as you sort of move through the years, And then you look at other people who are very young and you think, oh, I wish I was your age. And you think, no, probably not. Probably not. And used to be, yes. Kim says, you're not half putting me in the mood for a mince pie, and I've got a ritual that I don't allow myself one till December, says Kim. Don't know why. Maybe it'll break the habit of a lifetime and go get one after my flu and COVID jabs if I'm a good girl. Purely medicinal, Steve, she says. Yeah, I told you we used to have somebody who used to work for LBC, and he wouldn't even eat satsumas before December. He said, no, it's a Christmas fruit. But somebody sent me a lovely picture, and this is Russell. He says, while shopping, he's in Littlehampton. Don't read anything into it. While shopping in Sainsbury's yesterday, he said, I found Jaffa cakes, cherry flavour Jaffa cakes. That sounds quite nice, doesn't it, from McVitie's? You get 10 cakes for whatever they cost. Might have to go and investigate some of these things. Might have to go, because I used to work for the factory on the radio that used to make Jaffa cakes, and used to watch them being made. They make the bottom bit, and then they go through the machine, it goes and squirts the thing on. Then the chocolate goes over the top. They flip over onto a like a mesh, which is moving, and that's got the chocolate bath in it. And then there's somebody who sits there at the other end with a spike. And if they see that it's all not centred, they take it off and throw them away. Yeah, all day. They throw them away. Well, what are you going to do with them? Repackage them? I think they offer them to the staff or something like that. Cruise Hill, Steve. That's where all the garden centres are. There you go. There's all the Jaffa cakes. And somebody sits in. They've got this long spike. I've been to that place. I've been there. And they make them. And then the machine flips them over and does all these things. And then into the chocolate. 2,500 Jaffa cakes a minute coming out. 2,500. A 6-minute bake for each cake in the oven. Then it flips them over again. It's very labour intensive. And the stack height. And then once they've flipped it over, it gives a squirt of the filling, be it orange or cherry or whatever it happens to be. And then they go down here any minute now. It seems a long journey. So all the jam's got to go in. Orange jam is added to each cake. They just do a squirt in the middle. But sometimes it goes off. Okay. And then they go through the machine, which cools them. And then they're going to flip over as they go into the chocolate bath, which is this mesh thing. And that's how. And then when they come out the other side, they flip them over again. So there you go. As they flipped over onto the dark melted chocolate. It is clever, isn't it, to watch? When you think there's so many of them, and that little bit in the middle, there you go, they come out like that. And then somebody will sit there, and if they look squidgy or they're off centre, then they take them out. They go through the cooling machine. They look quite delicious, don't they? The funny thing is, once you've opened a packet of Jaffa cakes, you can't stop. You have to keep eating. They're like Pringles. But it's all automated, the whole system. All you can smell is cakes and chocolate and stuff like that. It's really quite lovely. Steve, there is an exact replica of 10 Downing Street in Adams Street off the Strand. People go there to pose in front of it. Really? Adams Street, Jerry? I've not heard of Adams Street, but it's off the Strand, is it? It's all... Oh, I know the Strand. Of course I know the Strand, and I know exactly where you mean now. I know exactly where you mean. So there it is. That's Adams Street, and it's got the number 10 on the door. It's a Georgian house. Looks identical. The only thing different is the bollard outside. I don't know why it's got a bollard outside, but it looks the same, doesn't it? Isn't that amazing? No, it's not Downing Street, but good place to go. Get your picture taken. Then go, look, I could walk straight up to number 10. Nobody'd know the difference, I promise you. Nobody. Jane says, we have a safe in our house. Not a lot in it at the moment. And Jane says, Cruise Hill Enfield for the garden centres. There's loads of them, aren't there? There really is loads, and I love them. So Cruise Hill. And you can go and enjoy. I mean, there must be about 6 garden centres, 3 on one side and 3 on the other. Could be even more. Could be even more, I think. Christmas is just around the corner, so no wonder Ollie Alexander is fronting a new choir. I don't know who he is. Who's Ollie Alexander? Years and years. I know him, do I? Oh, right. He says, I'm lucky to have a platform for my voice, so they're looking to sort of put people out, actually. The Years and Years star has joined a diverse group put together by Absolute Vodka. How wise. Oh, yes, that one. I do remember him. I couldn't tell you anything that he sung. I have no idea at all. But he got a picture taken with Elton John Has he done work with Elton then, or something like that? I don't know. Yeah, they're just friends. I'm chums with it. Can you imagine saying, I'm just chums with Elton John? I'll give him a ring. I'll give him a ring now. Dancer Christina Rihanoff has slammed the idea of the Strictly Curse and claims it's actually a success, which is without you, dear. It is, definitely. I would agree with that there. And Twitter is awash with extremism and hate, with the Kent bomber the latest linked to it. I'm still debating this, paying £7 a month for a tick, and I've decided I don't want to pay for a tick.
May I have your attention, please? You can now book your train tickets on Uber and get 10% back in credits to spend on your next Uber ride, so you don't have to walk home in the rain again.
Trains, now on Uber. T's and C's apply. Check the Uber app.
This is LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning. A woman who blames her ex-husband's unhealthy lifestyle for making her fat has shed 3 stone and found love with a new man. People always do this, don't they? They sort of say, I'm going to do a diet. You can always guarantee January there will be, in fact, just before January, you'll see pictures in the papers of fat, overweight celebrities. And you can guarantee they'll be making a DVD. Because that's how it works. So you indulge over Christmas and New Year, and then they go, wouldn't you like to lose as much weight as I have? The truth of the matter is that it's a bit fraudulent, because they've done it with a trainer. And if you don't have a trainer, you will not lose the weight. You can't just pick up a DVD, watch it, and the weight falls off you. It doesn't work like that. I wish it did. It'd make it so much easier in life, wouldn't it? Cherry-flavoured Jaffa cakes taste like cough medicine, says Sam. Oh, I don't mind cough medicine. The little Jaffa cakes are better than the original. No, I refuse to believe that. I'm a United Biscuits man. Dear me, I couldn't have anything like that. Prince William chats footy with Harry Kane and Declan Rice, including how to combat setbacks. They were talking. He's obviously proving he's sort of man of the people, although he doesn't have to worry about bills or anything like that coming in. Are we overdrawn at the bank? Yeah, but who cares? Nobody's going to worry about that, are they? And a referee has warmed up for the World Cup by dishing out 10 red cards during a chaotic Cup final. He went card crazy as Argentina's Champions Trophy clash between Boca Juniors and Racing Club descended into chaos. I love it. I love it. And a short-sighted pensioner, you can take this one either way, faces a stint in prison after he touched a nurse's bosom whilst trying to read the name badge on her uniform. Because they have these little badges. Well, I can't sometimes see that. I tend if I'm staring at them. Widower Andrew Sington, dubbed Mr. Magoo by his own lawyer, was convicted of sexual assault. He said, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to touch you. He said, I just couldn't read your name. I don't bother with people's names. If I see somebody with a name tag on there, I don't quite understand what's the purpose of it. It's like sort of phoning up here and, somebody answers the phone, the AP, and you go, hello, what's your name? And you think, I don't really want to tell you, actually. makes it a lot easier. I've still got no idea who I work with. Seriously, they could be, because they won't wear name badges. They won't wear name badges. I had to buy another little poppy the other day, little metal one, because I had one on the strap of my bag, and you push it and then clip it on the back, like sort of an earring or something like that. It wasn't an earring. And the blooming thing fell off. I was very upset. So I had to go and buy another one yesterday, which I've still got in my pocket. But I don't know. If I put it on my shirt, I'm going to forget it's on my shirt. No, I'm not going to put it on now. No, not just to please you, honestly. This sort of dog obedience test you're trying out on me, it's not working, I'm afraid. I do not perform. Peter Kay has, his fans have blasted his comeback because... Why do you think they blasted him? No shows in London. No shows in London. He's doing, I think, 12 dates. He doesn't come any further south than Birmingham. Yeah, boo. We don't want you anyway. You're not funny. Not funny, is he? No, he's not funny. You think he's funny? I've never thought he was funny. I liked Phoenix Nights, but I think he's doing something with sort of Paddy McGuinness, isn't he, on this tour? That means they are talking again, I suppose, because he seems to fall out with people and then they sort of get back together. But somebody says, I really hope he announces some London dates. Well, he's not. He's not announcing any London dates. I mean, these things... so he's going to appear in Scotland, Wales, Northern Ireland and Ireland. But Dine Safe, I'm afraid. Nottingham is about the lowest we're going to get, which is a shame. Announcing the dates... Did you notice that the advert for the dates appeared on an advert in the middle of I'm a Celebrity? How clever. How clever. Announcing the dates, he said, if ever there's a time people need a laugh, it's now. Bit late to the party, matey. We've been doing it for ages. I wonder what his house looks like. He lives in Bolton, doesn't he? He's a very humble house. Really? He must be minted. He must be absolutely... He's got money running out of his car exhaust, I should imagine. But what does his house look like? They reckon he's worth about 50 million quid. Oh, no, he's got to be worth more than that. He's been doing these tours for ages. So here we go. He escaped to a secluded house in Ireland, presumably so that he can... It's in Tipperary, Vansittart Road, 37. And just made that bit up, just to make it exciting. And he was pictured coming out of his house the other day. It's very plain and very ordinary. So what does he spend his money on? It's not clothes. It's certainly not clothes. I mean, I don't know what people... what is the point of working? You work to earn money, and you earn money to buy yourself little treats and things like that, or you go on holiday. He doesn't seem to do any of that. He seems to live this almost monastic lifestyle. He's sort of a private person. But what's the point of being the richest corpse in the cemetery? Get the money out, pal. Spend it on a bit of bling. He can't be happy. He's not wearing any bling. He's got no diamonds on or anything like that. Pearl drop earrings. They had some for sale on television the other day. They were a marvellous value, $9.99. And I should have written to him to recommend them. How can you sort of not have... And Pete says, I found the cinema room in this house he's in at the moment. Oh, it's nice. I like a cinema room. I do like a cinema room. It's very nice, isn't it? Oh, they've got some nice posters on the wall as well, which look like they're originals. My friend Paul Savory, he had a cinema room in his house when he lived just off the Euston Road, and he had cinema seats in it. He bought cinema seats and put them in blocks. It was very nice. Very, very nice indeed. A gang of thieves strolled out of a toy shop the other day with Lego bricks worth £1,400. The trio in their 20s were captured on CCTV as they made off with two huge £700 boxes from Smith's in West Thurrock. They are a man with dark wavy hair and two women wearing cream jackets. Police are keen to talk to them. Excuse me, have you got Lego? They've nicked it for Christmas. That's what they've done. So they've saved two £700 boxes. We never had Lego. We couldn't afford Lego. We didn't. When was it invented? Oh, years ago. Years ago. And it used to be just red and white. And then they started bringing in all the different colours and stuff like that. I had a little bag of it when we lived in a caravan. And I just used to play with it. But I didn't have enough. I had a door and a window. Invented in 1932. What? Just a door and a window. I couldn't even make a house. It was very sad. It just sort of basically you huffed and puffed and blew the house down. And that was it. I always wanted more. It was a bit of a dream of mine at Christmas that, one day I might open up a box and it might be full of Lego, but it never was. And it looks like me, doesn't it? Look at that. The invention of the legendary brick. But we only had the two colours, white and red. And it was okay, but you couldn't really build anything very exciting. You'd build something and it would just fall over. But there were loads of other things around at the time. There were metal games that you put together and tighten things up. And I did used to have proper bricks. And they were little tiny bricks. Little tiny bricks. And you used to get cement and you could actually build a house and then you could knock it down afterwards. And we got a big box of them. But they were made out of brick things. They were bricks. Proper little bricks, but tiny, and then you glued them together with this cement, and so you could actually build a house. Went on to form a very successful company called Wimpy, and the rest, as they say, is history. But no, we didn't have... My father made how many do they make every day? What, Lego bricks? Oh, God, billions, I should imagine. Billions. 2.1 million. Oh, is that all? Oh, how dull. 36 billion a year. There you go. I was quite right on that side of it. My father made a balsa wood plane once, and you got all the balsa wood, little thin strips, and you had to sort of bang it into this thing, and then you covered it with tissue paper, and then you put a propeller on the front with a huge elastic band on, and it was enormous. It had a wingspan of about 5 to 6 feet, and we took it out, and you sort of set it off because we lived at RAF Coningsby. So we had the runways and everything else. And this thing went straight up and then came straight down and smashed to pieces. Take my father weeks to make this thing. weeks. I lost interest. My mother would say, "You can help your dad do the..." No, not really. Wasn't that bothered. We used to... Yes, I was a very ungrateful child, I'm afraid. We used to you could go into the toy shop and buy gliders, balsa wood gliders, where you slotted the wing through it. And they were cheap. They were like 2 bob or something, and you threw them, and they were really good. I used to love stuff like that. But it wasn't sort of that exciting, I suppose. Well, I say it wasn't that exciting. It was good enough for us because we didn't know anything else. We didn't have much money. Don't want to make a big deal about it, Didn't have a lot. Picking up the violins and all the rest of it. Sometimes we had a turkey. Sometimes it was dead. And, and presents. We had £25 maximum. That's on the present front. £25 you could spend. So if you had a big present, that had to go for Christmas and birthday. But we didn't go without. We had our nuts and satsumas and things like that. And if we were very lucky, we had a tin of chocolates or toffees or something, and a bottle of sherry, because we didn't drink. And my parents were not great drinkers at all. So there was always something going on at Christmas. We played games. Oh, look at that. That's clever, isn't it? What is it? How Lego is... Oh, Lego Man. See, now they've ruined it. It just used to be bricks. Some people had stickle bricks. They were very good. They were the same sort of process, but these are sort of Lego little men. I'm not sure whether I like that, actually, idea. It just is basically a machine that puts them together, and then they put them in packaging, and then they sell them. But what do you do with them? What do you do with these things? But how many of these do they make? Oh, look, there's loads of them. Good Lord above. It's almost like watching Barbie being made, isn't it? Anyway, and we'll have to take a short break. They said something very rude then. I had to correct myself, I'm afraid.
Leading Britain's conversation, LBC, with Steve Allen.
Morning. I can't believe where the time's gone. It just whizzes through, doesn't it, nowadays? Small wonder people say, try and cram as much into your day as possible. Because when I get home, by the time I get home, because even unbelievably, after the train strike was cancelled on Friday, still they don't have the trains back in the right places. I thought they would just sort of say, OK, it's off, everybody back to work again. But Twickenham station was closed the other day. Even after they'd said the strike was off, they go, oh, of course, the trains are not in the right places. So do check before you travel. I had to sort of wait around for ages for a train, but Waterloo station was almost deserted. The 176 bus, I don't know where that went to. I ended up having to get the water. I know where it goes to. I know it's Penge. Very pedantic. But I had to get the 139 to Waterloo, which was great. Crossed the road. There was a queue a mile long in McDonald's, so I didn't get my potato waffles. And some of the trains that you get on, they're not going to where you think they're going. You might see Windsor and Eton up there, but it might be the Windsor and Eton train that doesn't go to Twickenham. It stops at sort of Richmond, and now it turns around and comes back as another train, I suppose. I don't know. Amanda says, enjoying the show, relaxing in España. The sun just coming up here. How lovely. Chris in Aberdeen says, we put our mum to rest yesterday. Very emotional day. It always is. It's very stressful. I know. Everybody's gone to sleep, and I looked at the clock and went straight to the Global Player. You are such a tonic. Chris is in Aberdeen. Aberdeen. Love Aberdeen. If you had your own theme tune or song, says Chris, what would it be? The Bitch is Back. And that's what it used to be. It used to be. We used to use that some years ago. The producer put it together, and it started off with Wake Up, It's a Beautiful Morning. It was all included. It was all included. They put lots of different clips, but finished up with The Bitch is Back on it, which somebody said was very appropriate. Can't imagine why they would say something like that, honestly. I've never been bitchy at all. I'm sort of, I just soldier on, as they say. You do your little gig, and then you struggle to get home, and it is struggling to get home. But do check. Please do check. Otherwise, it's a nightmare. So Olivia told not safe to remain in the jungle. This is Olivia Atwood, who most of you won't have the faintest idea who she is. You really won't. She was on The Jungle, but it was, on the island, Love Island, years ago. They laughingly call people stars nowadays. They just make up a title. They go, oh, this star of... She wasn't a star of Love Island. She's just somebody who... But she still gets paid for doing I'm a Celebrity, apparently. I don't know how they've worked that one out. I thought they didn't. I thought that they didn't. And here's a lovely picture. This is Pamela. She says, now you've got me thinking... I'm not sure if my daughter was stood outside number 10 or the replica. Well, I can tell you she's outside number 10. And do you know how I know? Bollard. Outside the fake one is a bollard. So that is the real one. There's no bollar. And also the wreath looks a bit nice, doesn't it, on the front door? Also, the 0 is wonky on the real number. Just I tell you that now. But that wreath is beautiful, isn't it? Looking forward to my girls making me a wreath for this Christmas. I always get sent in a beautiful wreath every year, and every year it's got lights in it, and every year it goes on my door. My wreath girls, they make wreaths. Yeah, not for you, matey. Not for you. It's for me. What's the matter? Are you all right this morning, the both of you? Has somebody somebody starved you of potato waffles, eh? Well, you're not having any. Not having any. I did get them from Richmond the other day because there's never a queue in the Richmond branch. I don't know why. There just isn't. And so I sort of nipped in there and got 4 portions. It was only 12. I mean, to be honest with you, I felt quite guilty as I was eating them. There's a picture of David Tennant today recreating the famous shot of Litvinenko. Do you remember the man who was stabbed with the umbrella, and they had poisoned him, and he gradually went downhill? But when you see David Tennant, they've recreated this unbelievably. I mean, he looks identical to Litvinenko. This is the Russian defector whose death from this. It was a dose of polonium triggered a long and complex Met Police inquiry. And they've released these pictures now. He looks amazing. Absolutely amazing. I don't know if they've had to shave his head or whether they put one of those skull cap things on. But I remember it very, very well indeed. This year's Royal Variety, when he played Dennis... Yes, he's very good, isn't he? He's very, very good. I mean, he looked uncannily like Dennis Nielsen. I mean, he's just one of these people. He's chameleon-like. He's fantastic. Very clever. You wait till you see the pictures of him in the paper today with Litvinenko. Have you seen the Litvinenko pictures? You'd be hard-pushed to tell that it was him. You really would. David, wait a minute. Look at the picture of him. Look. You'd never know, would you? One is the real one, and one is David Tennant. I can't tell the difference. Apart from David's got thinner lips. Or is that Litvinenko? Difficult to tell. The real Steve Allen? Not the real Steve Allen. I've got bigger lips. Yeah, you would know that. He's very good. He's very clever. So this year's Royal Variety performance will honour the late Queen, hosted by Lee Mack, who is very good. In fact, he's almost too good. He's almost too good. He just seems, he's just very quick on the uptake, and he gets on very well with David when they do them on that little programme together. They make each other laugh. David Mitchell, he's very funny. Very funny. But anyway, Andrew Lloyd Webber, Gary Barlow and the London Youth Choir are set to perform Sing. I don't know what that is. It's obviously something that they're going to perform. Then other music lined up includes Nile Rodgers and Chic, George Ezra and Eurovision star Sam Ryder. The cast of Cabaret will take to the stage, while Rita Wilson and Grammy Award winner Gregory Porter will perform a duet. Lee says, I was actually going to buy tickets for this year's Royal Variety performance, so not only is it a real honour to be asked to host it, it saved me a few quid. Nothing like being practical, is there really? But no, he's very good. I like some of those programmes, but I couldn't find where Josh Widdicombe had vanished to, and then blow me, he popped up on my television about an hour ago in an advert for something, I don't know. But he used to be on every one of those quiz shows. Every one of them. But they all seem to be doing quite well. So Olivia Attwood has now flown out of Brisbane. She's come home, but we're none the wiser. So we don't know. But because a doctor said it was not safe for her to carry on, she still gets her fee. But she's spoken of anxiety, depression and ADHD. But a spokesman for her, obviously she can't speak, said this is not the issue, not behind her departure. So something else? Something else? We should probably find out eventually. She'll probably do an exclusive for the Times or something like that, because that's the way it is. Well, I don't know. The Times seem to be doing all sorts of odd things, don't they, really? What do we got here? In rom-com legend, it's where Julia Roberts told Hugh Grant, I'm just a girl standing in front of a boy asking him to love her. This is the bookstore in Notting Hill. Do you remember? The famous bookshop. It's up for sale. 2.4 million, the flat above the famous bookshop. 2.4 million, which actually seems quite reasonable for Notting Hill. Well, it looks all right. I mean, to be honest, yeah, I mean, it looks a bit dated. A little bit. It's only got three bedrooms. It's got open plan reception room. In other words, they've shoved everything in the same room. Kitchen with exposed brick wall. Bone idol couldn't be bothered to change it. And a terrace outdoors. That'll be just a small balcony. I mean, to be honest with you, I don't think... They said the swanky master bedroom. Don't look swanky to me. It looks a bit tat, actually. For something that cost $2,375,000, a home, they say, fit for Anna and Will. It's only got 1,400 square feet of living space. 2 bathrooms. Look at the pokey old sitting room. And the kitchen, so you've got to sit there with that ghastly furniture. That's the trouble. They need to get that Anna woman in, don't they? And she can clear it all out and do her own decorating. And you apparently comes up the stairway. There's no door straight into the bedroom. No, there's no door there. There's no privacy. You've got a big curtain there. For 2.3? I don't think so. It didn't feature in the film, though, did it? It was only the shop that featured. 2.4. It's a bit naff. Somebody will buy it, mainly because they want to live there. And look, somebody's even graffitied the wall next to their door. Isn't that awful? Don't want to go and live there, do you? That's not nice. Goodness sake. And a bar firm are aiming to revive roadside diners by launching... what? You'll remember this, because I'm sure you've been there. Little Chef, yeah. They're going to revive Little Chef for the 21st century. Apparently, Loungers plans to open A-road restaurants called Brightside across the UK, taking on 3 former Little Chef sites in Devon and Cornwall. Well, fellow use that is. What's the point of having it there? They'll offer freshly cooked meals in nostalgic surroundings. Oh, God, it's going to have old pictures in it. I used to like Little Chef. Little Chefs. And Alex Riley, founder of Loungers, which also runs the Cosy Club chain, and he said, for many, the highlight of childhood trips was a stop at the likes of a Little Chef. It opened in 1958, but they closed in 2018. But we used to go there. They used to do sort of, it'd make you sick. Oh, why? Because you didn't like the food. I thought the food... Oh, really? Oh, I thought it was good. But the trouble is, if you're going to recreate something that was a bit iconic, it's got to be on the money. It's got to be on the money. You can't have, people want to see... It's almost like bringing back Wimpy bars. You've got to bring back Wimpy bars. They are back, but they're not very good. They're not as good as they were. Everything tastes different now. Before it used to, if you had a Wimpy, it tasted, like a beef burger. Still got a bender, I know. Is that okay to say that? Are we allowed to say that? I don't know, just check. Also, the wedding dream that comes true. Here she is. It's a lady called Laura Thomas. She burst into floods of tears. And, oh, here we go. She's plugging a diet plan. I knew there'd be something. Let's not bother with the story, shall we? Because, to be honest with you, she had a tummy tuck op to get rid of loose skin. So, but I mean, the moment it starts plugging a company, I go, steer clear, steer clear. It doesn't work for everybody. And Sylvester Stallone is not ready to grow up. He's 76. That's good, isn't it? News.
Are you receiving tax credits? If so, this message is for you. Tax credits are coming to an end, and most people will be asked to apply for universal credit instead. The Department for Work and Pensions is writing to tax credit claimants. You won't be moved automatically, so look out for your letter explaining what you'll need to do and by when. And there's also lots of support to help you make the move. Get ready for your universal credit switchover. Search Understanding Universal Credit today. Eligibility criteria apply.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to have your company. Oh, full-page advert for Peter Kay, one of Bolton's funniest comedians. I think he's the only comedian from Bolton, isn't he? Are there any other funny people that came out of there? It's a fairly long tour. He's actually called it Better Late Than Never. First tour in 12 years. Yeah, because he cancelled the other one, which had 100 dates in, didn't it? Or something like that. It was for family reasons. We don't know. But he's doing Manchester. Actually coming up soon, December 2nd. Then Birmingham. Then Liverpool in 23. Leeds, Sheffield, Belfast, Newcastle, Birmingham, Glasgow, Cardiff and Nottingham. Tickets go on sale this Saturday. I should imagine, like most of his other things, they sell out really quickly. But there again, I just don't find him funny. I don't get the thing at all. I really didn't get it. I watched it, and I've seen him, and I've sort of thought, I just don't get this at all. It just doesn't do anything for me. I mean, it's all about sort of real life, isn't it? And he brings his mother into it, didn't he, or something else? He was doing all sorts of other bits and pieces, and I'm sure that's fine. It just didn't. I loved, because it took me ages to realise that in Phoenix Nights, he was one of the other bouncers. I had no idea, because I thought the makeup was so good. Never crossed my mind. Never crossed my mind. And I just thought, Max and Paddy, it didn't look at all like him. You stick some hair on, or take some hair away, and then you put a little beard in. It looks like a different person. Looks like a different person, but it just didn't do it for me. I like Paddy McGuinness. Couldn't stand his wife. Don't know why. And we're still yet to find out, haven't we, really, exactly, what went on there. But they just sort of seemed to work together. But I know that Peter Kay had an issue with certain people. He didn't I think with Dave Spikey there was a bit of problems and things like that. But then, eventually people sort of realise, what they're doing. And they get their act together. Sue, again in Worcester Park, was in Tesco the other day. They were giving out samples of Baileys. The lady asked me to stay to make it look busy. As nobody stopped, she plastered me with so much Baileys I left the basket behind, went home, forgot what I went for, tried all the flavours of Baileys, but the original is the best. Oh, there's all sorts, aren't there? All sorts of different Baileys with different things in now. I had to stop drinking it. It made me ill. Because I was doing Baileys, but with brandy in it. So I was adding the brandy to the whiskey thing, and it was I don't know why. I can't remember where it even started from, but I quite liked the idea of doing it. And then they went off. So now they do the original Irish cream, and then there's tiramisu, Eton mess, chocolate luxe, Bailey's salted caramel, Bailey's orange truffle. I mean, it's seriously, I haven't tried any of these things, mainly because it's cream. It's quite heavy. It's quite a heavy thing, but you have a little tiny. Yeah, but who the hell wants a tiny glass of Bailey's? It just doesn't work like that. You need sort of a full glass, chock-a-block with ice cubes and everything else. I'm definitely going to try the After 8 limited edition mint and cherry chocolate for Christmas. I'm definitely going for that one, because I'm going to try and get that today, actually. That is my mission, should I choose to accept it. I'm going to go out and see if I can find it. I've got a few other little bits and pieces to find as well. But, we'll wait and see. Everybody's wearing jumpers now. Producer hates Christmas jumpers. Whereas I love them. I think they're great. You can buy them on Amazon. They're so cheap, these jumpers. Obviously made in factories somewhere. Probably not in this country, I shouldn't wonder. And there's all sorts of things. I like them if they've got lights on. I've got a lovely one which has got lights on it. It's a fire. It's a fire burning in a grate. And it's a little fibre optic kind of thing. Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. I like stuff like that. I'm very into, any Christmas jumpers with lights on, send them my way. I'm that sort of person, which is good. Oh, the Treasury, I knew I forgot to mention at the very beginning. They were going to build a successor to the Royal Yacht Britannia. They've decided not to. Mainly because the budget, or the build, was £250 million. And you know how rubbish we are in this country. That's one the Queen cried about, yes. There's a former royal yacht. As you go over Waterloo Bridge, look over to the far bank and you'll see another former royal yacht. You can tell it's got the staircase on the outside. And that's another one. But Britannia's gone wherever she's gone to now. And they were hoping, Edinburgh is it, they were hoping to have this thing constructed 24-25. But I can tell you now, if their estimate is £250 million, it would double that. And this is the last time, really, that we have. I've seen Britannia inside. Yeah, it's very dated. I mean, it's a nice thing, but it does look of the period. It's even got, in fact, if you look at the Queen's bedroom, it's very basic. There you go. Very, very basic bedroom. I think it's a single bed. I don't think she does double bedrooms. And I remember looking at it thinking, oh my goodness, it's not as big as you want it to be. But that suited her quite happily, because they don't live in these luxurious surroundings. Well, they live in them, but they don't actually have anything to do with them. So if you go to Buckingham Palace, when the Queen was there, her apartments for herself and Philip were quite normal, very normal. But I've seen inside Britannia before, and I was very, very interested in it. More than half of the 26 million people eligible for a COVID booster this autumn have had it. If you haven't had it and you are eligible, go get it. It's especially this winter, because I think it's going to be really cold this winter. Certainly we've got more rain. It's not raining now, is it? Not raining now. We seem to have played with rain everywhere. And it's not so much the rain, it's the... Is it still raining? Oh, blimey. It's the leaves. It's the leaves everywhere. You get sort of tons and... Why the council can't recycle the leaves, I don't know. Go round with one of these giant suction things that they use, suck the leaves up, dry them, mash them all up and turn them into mush to put on to plants in the parks and stuff like that. They probably do that already, actually. Shop staff get treated very badly. Very badly. And in fact, they're almost running to the end of their tether. 1 in 3 faces weekly abuse. And I've seen them on YouTube, mainly in America, where people are revoltingly awful, absolutely terrible. A customer will come in and mainly in the fast food places, and be so rude to the staff there. And there was a woman, and it was quite interesting actually, because I would have done the same. They have drive-throughs. They're big into drive-through. This woman drives through, and so you order at one place, and then you come to your window, and in this case, a sandwich had been made. And so the woman in the car is filming it, because she's obviously one of those sort of people. She's a Karen. And they say, I'm sorry, we haven't made your sandwich properly because you didn't order it properly. And the woman goes, what do you mean? She said, because you said to her, this is what you want. Now, the moment you order the sandwich, your voice is transmitted to the people making the sandwiches and they start making it. She said, only when you'd finished ordering did you then decide in the sandwich you didn't want this ingredient or that ingredient or this one. And the woman said, well, what's the matter with that? She said, because once you've ordered it, they make it. Now they've got to start deconstructing it, which they can't do because it's been made for you. And so I think she wanted a chicken breast sandwich, crispy, bacon, blah, 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 lettuce, tomato, and all the usual gubbins. And then she changed it to not have crispy chicken and to not have the bacon in it. But the trouble is the order had gone through and they were making it in another part of the building. So the woman who'd opened the little window, the woman handed out her credit card to pay for it. And the woman said, listen, we did our best for you. Obviously it wasn't good enough. Why don't you go somewhere else? And so she handed her back the card, said, have a nice day, and shut the window. Hilarious. I'd love to do that. Absolutely. But, customers think that the people in the shops, some people just push into queues. I've seen more of that happening nowadays. They get very aggressive. Or if an item is unavailable. There was a woman who went into one of these... Funny how I remember them all. She goes into a DIY shop and she's buying a toilet. You can go in and buy them off the shelf. If you go to B&Q or whatever it is, you buy these toilets off the shelf. And she buys it. Some bloke tries to take it off her. Don't ask me why. But anyway, it turned this story had a sort of peculiar ending. And so she says, give me back my toilet. And he says, well, I'm buying it. And she said, I've bought it. No, I just watched it out there. It's in America. She's bought the toilet. She's got the receipt. He's not giving it up. And so they have to bring over the store manager to say, give it up. It's not yours. So he then says, well, I'm hanging on to it to see if I can find another one elsewhere. She said, it's mine. I've paid for it. This went on for ages. Seriously. It's like, she did. Well, because it was her. She paid for it. She had a receipt. He was a complete idiot. But you get some people like that in America. Yeah, exactly. The funny thing is we couldn't work out why her toilet, which she'd paid for, was still on the shelf, but it was the only one that they had. Very popular, display copy, exactly. But, some people, get threatened with punch-ups and all sorts of things in shops and stuff like that. People don't get their own way. The thing that annoys me more than anything is what? Waiting for waffles. Yeah, I don't like a big queue for waffles because you know damn well by the time you get to the front of the queue, they won't have any waffles. You'll have to wait till they cook the blasted things. So, no, the thing that annoys me more is sort of parents who go shopping with the kids and they open food and give it to them to eat as they go round. Packets of crisps, packets of biscuits, fruit, everything else. Fruit which has got to be weighed, but they've eaten half of it anyway. I prefer to call them what they are. Thieves. I want to make a big deal about it, but that's what they are. You're not supposed to open the product until you paid for it and walked out the shop. You're not supposed to eat it. But I see that all the time. Let's buy a packet of cakes. Here, you have a cake. Honestly, it's terrible. Steve, I remember Lego. I was given 2 boxes one Christmas. Did you realise, Alison, when we were saying that somebody walked off with 2 boxes of Lego worth £700 each? That's really expensive. That must be a super duper box because we never had anything like that. But anyway, Alison says, I was given 2 boxes one Christmas by my dad and uncle. They spent the rest of the day on the floor building a Lego boat and not let me have a go at it. My brother one year for his for Christmas bought his wife Scalex Trick. We had to assemble Scalex Trick all around the sitting room. Yeah. She likes Scalex. I think they both like Scalex Trick, and he bought Scalex Trick. And that was quite expensive. You can get a big set for over £100, but, I mean, we had it going over and chicanes and humpback bridges and traffic lights and everything else. I never got to play with it, I'm afraid. Jane says, very quickly, love listening to you every morning. I'm in Cape Town. How lovely. God, I hope you've got some gorgeous weather today. It's raining in London.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning, everybody. Kevin the Milkman says, Steve, I was never a fan of Lego. I was lucky enough to inherit a collection of Meccano from my older cousins, Barry and Mickey. Spent many happy childhood hours playing with it. Far superior to Lego. Oh, it was. We couldn't afford Meccano at all. We didn't. I mean, I used to see some of the lovely model. It was metal punched out and you bolted it together. And they used to have a big model in one of the toy shops in London. Could have been Hamleys in the window. And it was a Ferris wheel made of Meccano. It's all very sophisticated. Steve, the real number 10 door does not have any locks on it. No Yale or Chubb, says Danny. There you go. But, did you know that the 0 on the number 10's door is actually a letter O, not a number? But they've never changed it, says David. And one of my favourite actors is Michael Sheen, like David Tennant, says Kathy. He can play any celebrity and make you believe he's that person. He's played David Frost, Chris Tarrant, and my favourite, Kenneth Williams. He did. He came in and did the voices for me. He's very good. And Chris Tarrant. I completely forget who he is when watching, as you literally think he is who he says he is. And my husband loves him as he used to be married to his favourite lady, aside from me, Kate Beckinsale, says Kathy. Aha! Interesting. Martin in Kent says used to get a good breakfast and a little chef. Little chef, sorry. Little chef. Oh, hello, little chef. I don't know why. And Jill from Croydon says, I listened to the Scott Mitchell audiobook on my recent holiday. What a horrible disease Alzheimer's is. Brilliant book. Thank you, Jill. Yes, I mean, it is a horrible disease. Horrible, horrible disease. Mark says Bailey's is great in a coffee instead of milk. Turning into a nation of alcoholics, aren't we, on this programme? Which is terrible. It's not even 6:30 and we're talking about booze. Stephen Harpenden says, we tried Heston Blooming Pants mince pies from Waitrose, fig and pear with triple cheese pastry. Oh, they tasted like sausage rolls with mincemeat instead of sausage. Terribly greasy. Oh. And Brian from Luton, he says, I bought the England Gareth Southgate Christmas jumper. Football's coming home. How much was that? I bet that wasn't cheap. I bet that was really, really expensive. But he's been an Arsenal fan since the day he was born. So there you go, you see. Because it's about the only thing. People change allegiance to political parties, don't they? They'll be, I've been a lifelong Conservative supporter, they'll say, and then the next minute something goes wrong and they go, well, I think I'm moving now to the Lib Dems. And somebody says, really? What's the point of that? And they go, all right, I'll go Labour. But you don't find football fans move. Football fans tend to, the whole family has been involved with the club. I suppose it's a bit like me with sort of the Villa. I'm a bit like that. I like to keep my allegiance. Up the Villa. Up the Villa. And, I like to sort of keep in with things and, try to get to as many games as I possibly can. Eileen in Scarborough says, I love Bailey's Irish cream, but I'm always sick afterwards, so I can't drink it anymore. Yeah, you see, I'm the same all of a sudden. It's like lamb. I used to eat lamb all the time. I don't eat lamb at all now because it made me ill. I would climb into bed, I'd be fine, then I'd wake up thinking, oh, God, I don't feel very well at all. So I've had to take it out of the diet. I don't know, perhaps it's the way things go. Steve, I remember my drink was Baileys and Cointreau back in the day at the Hippodrome, says Susie. It was delicious. Baileys and Cointreau. How decadent. How decadent. Early days of the Hippodrome. How fantastic. Cass, the advanced novice spiker, says, great shows. I loved original Baileys while dipping chocolate fingers in it. Can you imagine, honestly? You lot, you are terrible, really. Steve, it's throwing it down with rain in Tottenham Court Road, says Ian. Oh, don't. And Steve, it's still raining here in Bedfordshire. Hate it. Hate it, says Peter. Roll on spring. I don't know. Roll on anything. As long as we don't get back to that dreadful heat that we had during the summer, where I personally, it was getting to that stage where I was dreading it. It was getting worse and worse and worse, and the plants were dying and everything else. It was ghastly. And Ashley says, I went to the B&Q the other day. A chap in an orange apron asked me if I wanted decking. Fortunately, he said I got the first punch in. Honestly, not only are we turning into a nation of alcoholics on this programme, but the worst jokes in the world. My girlfriend says Tony works in a petrol station, and every week people come in moaning about the price, like it's her fault. Yes, I agree. That's like, it's, yes. Clive Bull used to do a thing when he'd talk about people who've been done for parking illegally, and they got tickets. And he said, and they'd phone him up and complain. He said, well, you were parked illegally. Of course you got a ticket. Of course you got a ticket. You should never complain about things like that. We have traffic wardens. They're very vigilant around my way. Very vigilant. Cat in Slough says, I hate Lego, Steve. When my grandchildren visit, they bring loads with them. It gets scattered all over the floor, and I usually end up walking on bits of it. Very painful. And last Christmas, says Angela, we bought our son the Home Alone Lego house. No. Do you know that house came up for sale? It was up for sale a short while ago in, well, I say a short while ago, it could have been 6 months. I can't remember how much it was. Well, the Lego house, I don't know. I mean, how much is, this is the Home Alone Lego house. Oh, right. How much is it? Is it £259, 99 pence. And it is available. Good. I'm delighted for it. Isn't it funny how people collect all these at the Home Alone house? It is clever, isn't it? It's not 260 quid's worth, though, is it? Oh, it all opens up. It was like a proper doll's house, isn't it? I suppose you could have fun with that. But actually, Angela says we've just bought him lighting and sound kit for it. It plays music and dialogue from the film, as well as lighting up each room. Treehouse. It's fabulous. I have to be honest, it does look very good. It does look very nice, but it's a lot of money. And then you've got the baddies. I never liked to call them crooks. I called them baddies because they were sort of trying to chase him all over town, weren't they? And I like the way that he was able to sort of turn the television into his weapon against everybody. I thought, good. Dean says, I booked tickets for Blenheim Palace's Christmas market for the 19th of November. I just can't wait to buy my Christmas decorations and put the tree up. How lovely. Yes. I think I'm getting 2 trees outside for I can't remember now. It could be the 16th. I can't remember. Random fact about the number on Downing Street. The O in the 10 is actually the letter O. They ran out of zeros and settled, says William in Tonbridge. Your mention of Peter Kay's tour and coming from Bolton. You'll remember Hilda Baker. She was from that area, says James in Clitheroe. How lovely, Clitheroe. Of course, I used to listen. I'm old enough to remember listening to the Clitheroe Kid on the radio. Hello, Mr. Higginbottom. I love the Clitheroe Kid. Jimmy Clitheroe. That was absolutely fabulous. That was in the days when the radio dominated on a Sunday. On a Sunday, you would listen to Round the Horn, the Clitheroe Kid. We went to a couple of recordings of different bits and pieces in the Paris studios in London. Bit of an event as far as I was concerned. I love that, and I suppose that's where my love of radio came from. Never thinking I was going to end up in radio. Wait a minute, have a look around. Am I in radio? You can never tell, actually. I never know where I am half the time. So this police officer who stole 1,500 quid from a station safe to pay off a credit card bill, was yesterday jailed for 10 months. PC Bradley Francis, 35, was caught on CCTV at Stoke Newington Police Station. In April, John Greeny, defending, told Southwark Crown Court his client had been well regarded by his colleagues, but his stupid and desperate act ended his Metropolitan Police career and his marriage. For 1,500 quid. For 1,500 quid. He must have been desperate. £1,500. I mean, can you not go to the bank for something like that? Unless you've been to the bank and they'd said, no, a bit difficult now because you've been jailed and you've lost your job as well. So not only now unemployed, if you think you got into trouble beforehand with a debt of 1,500 quid, things are going to get a lot worse. All for 15. As somebody said, you might as well be, hung by the neck for anything like that. But I mean, 1,500 quid is terrible. Jen in Portsmouth says, my wife is treating her mum to a trip to London tomorrow. She has to drive into central London because of the mess around with the train. She's a bit worried now you've mentioned this Christmas market. Will make a hard car drive even worse. Oh, no. Train should be back to normal by tomorrow. You should be fine by tomorrow. It's just after 8 this morning, we should be okay. We should be okay. So fear not. Ditch the car. Take the train. Go on. Give your mum a drink and everything else. Go berserk. Start singing bawdy songs and show people your knickers. Go on. Who cares? Goodness sake. You're only young once, aren't you? You enjoy yourself.
Are you receiving tax credits? If so, this message is for you. Tax credits are coming to an end, and most people will be asked to apply for universal credit instead. The Department for Work and Pensions is writing to tax credit claimants. You won't be moved automatically, so look out for your letter explaining what you'll need to do and by when. And there's also lots of support to help you make the move. Get ready for your universal credit switchover. Search Understanding Universal Credit today. Eligibility criteria apply.
Steve Allen on LBC.
Morning, nice to be company. It's raining in London. It's raining where you are. It's raining everywhere. Why? Chucking it down. Is it really chucking it down? I always get so depressed when it chucks it down, but I always think I've got my Mac. Got my Mac, which is okay. Scientists have revealed the latest gadget to help disaster survivors. You won't believe this one. Drones made out of rice cakes. I know. I've never heard of this before. Apparently, the edible flying machines are designed to... It's not April the 1st, is it? I don't want to fall for these things. I've done this before. Edible flying machines are designed to provide emergency food during rescues. Each drone's wings are made from the cakes held together by gelatin. The invention can deliver life-sustaining nutrition, and so it's a bit like a crunchy Rice Crisp cookie with a little touch of raw gelatin. Oh, there it is. Oh, my Lord. I mean, I suppose that's quite clever, isn't it? Isn't it? It does look a bit... Does that thing actually take off then? I mean, I can't see whether it actually... And how would you aim it in the right direction? And how much do they cost? It seems to have an awful lot of rice cakes on board, doesn't it? I don't think I've ever had a rice cake. How big is it? I don't know. Got no idea. Looking at it, it's obviously got a small engine on board, and I suppose that could take food into... But I mean, honestly, if you don't like rice cakes or gelatin, you've had it. Because they're not offering any alternative. I'd be saying, have you got any sweet and sour chicken? Which I quite fancy, or sweet and sour chicken drone as it flies overhead. I like. A British soldier killed in the First World War has been buried after his body was found outside a cemetery. This is 105 years on. Private Herbert Greaves died in the Second Battle of Arras in northern France on May the 15th, 1917. But his remains were only unearthed in 2019 during maintenance near a communal cemetery extension. They found his relatives using DNA testing, but the pandemic delayed a funeral. But he's now been laid to rest with full military honours. Isn't that amazing? Absolutely amazing. And the 5th Battalion, the Rifles, and they were the people who looked after him at the end. It's only fitting and right that he was laid to rest alongside his brother-in-arms with the dignity and respect he deserves. I think that's quite nice. 107 years later. Goodness sake, honestly. And a woman has won compensation. People get compensation all over the place. I thought the Americans started it. You know, they started going crackers for things. And this woman has got compensation after her boss said, "That's my plans for you ruined," when she got pregnant. Okay, so she gets pregnant, he goes, "That's my plans for you ruined." She felt panicky and worried for her job by the comment from a guy called Russell Mason, who continued to have digs. A Nottingham tribunal heard she started maternity leave early on medical advice, but was sacked by email. Oh, that's why. She's been sacked by email. From this Nottingham-based accounting company. She joined the firm in 2019, was successful with her claim for unfair dismissal, and was given £16,000. She doesn't have a job, but she's got £16,000 because they did that. I remember somebody once, now who was it? I think they were a hairdresser. And the person came in and he said, "You're not likely to get pregnant, are you?" Because he'd advertised and found this woman, and she said, no, fine. Anyway, she gets herself pregnant. Of course, she immediately goes on maternity leave. So he's now stuck having to pay her, and yet he doesn't have anybody there to cut hair for him. And he had checked beforehand, but it obviously was one of those days where it was never going to be. It is her right, but, you know, she could have been a little bit more honest about, you know, I didn't... Maybe, well, I think people should plan for these things. I don't think you should just not plan. Very unwise in this day and age. Bad enough trying to keep bedrooms warm as it is. I was trying to find some celebrity birthdays, actually. All the papers are full of Jungle Mysteries. Olivia flies home. She managed 48 hours, sort of. Probably a little bit less than that. And then no doubt the full story will come out and it'll probably be the front page headline. So at least we know what's going on. Wimbledon set to relax its ban on women players wearing coloured underwear. Do you know, I've never even thought about colour. I wasn't even aware that their underwear showed. I just know that some of their outfits are very short. And I think that they should be a little bit longer. The All England Club is likely to announce that for next summer's championships, its unique all-white rule will be modified to take account of the issues that female competitors can face with their periods. It's taken them this long. But apparently nearly all sports have moved over to colour now. If you're wearing all white and then possibly have a leak while you're playing, I can't think of anything more traumatic. Lord above. But anyway, players have long been frustrated by the underwear colour. Don't men have to wear white as well? If you're wearing undershorts, I'm assuming you don't want to start wearing patterned underwear. That would be a little bit not sort of the right thing to, not the right way to go, is it really? Here she is, the Cambridge-educated pop star wannabe who sobbed into a camera, bringing the M25 to a standstill. In a tearfully recorded film, she says, "I'm here because I don't have a future. And you might hate me for doing this, and you're entitled to hate me, but I wish you would direct all that anger and hatred at the government." Well, what are you ruining our lives for? This is Louise Harris on the gantry the other day, and she does this sort of fake crying into a camera. But why are we the ones being affected by it? The government aren't affected by it. They're not sitting in traffic jams. So, she says, why don't you direct your anger and hatred at the government? Well, we can't, because we can't get anywhere. That's what I say. Lovely idea, lovely sentiment. Thick as bricks when it comes to anything else, I'm afraid. You've screwed up over that one, dear. No sympathy. No sympathy at all. Christopher Biggins has revealed to the Mail's Jungle Confidential podcast he made how much after winning I'm a Celebrity. He did it in 2007. He was paid 50,000 quid, which you can imagine it's gone up quite considerably. Despite getting a fraction of the fee understood to be offered to Boy George for this year, Biggins, 73, said the pulses are huge because you go on to earn a lot of money. He made $1 million. He made $1 million out of it. So that's why they're doing it. Christine Hamilton, who was in the first series in 2002, is appearing today. And it's people on podcasts. So he made £1 million out of it. Interesting, isn't it? Especially when you consider that Boy George has made £500,000. Olivia Atwood apparently was paid, God knows why, paid £125,000. And the poor bloke from that programme Hollyoaks, he doesn't really feature very much at all in it, but he's getting nothing. And then there's that former creep, the one who's the MP. He's on about £450,000. It's almost obscene, because you know damn well that they would do it for free. They would have to. They would have to. Steve, I went to Fortnum's at the weekend, Fortnum and Masons, and treated myself to a jar of peaches and brandy. I'm not sure I can have one for breakfast, says James, but they're delicious. You can get them. They're $6.99, the jar of peaches and brandy, in Marks and Spencer's, because I bought 2 jars. And yes, you can have them for breakfast, because they said they're in cognac, but it's quite a weak cognac. Of course you can have them for breakfast. Perks up the day. Certainly livened up the cats, I tell you. I love things like that. Yeah, peaches and brandy. They also do pears in something else. But the brandy's not very strong. The cognac's not very strong. It's a bit weak for me. I mean, it is only breakfast. But what I tend to do is when I'm putting the hot water into my cup with the tea bag in, I generally get paralytic. Where am I going? Where am I? I love it. No, I just have a slice of the peaches, although they do half peaches in the Marks and Spencer one, but $6.99. I should imagine that translates into about $13.99 in Fortnum and Mason. I would think so. I might be wrong. Fears are rising that supermarkets are going to ration eggs. Ration eggs. Do you remember when we had things rationed and people were sending in the whole family? Yeah, you do. When we went into the supermarkets and the shelves were empty, there were no baked beans, there was no toilet paper, there was no nothing. Yeah, COVID. So this one here, I mean, I can remember seeing families going in. They would go in, 4 people separately and then pick up all their allotment. It was just ridiculous. People's toilet rolls, people staggering out of Costco with trolleys piled with toilet rolls. I hope you're still stuck with them, by the way, because I've still got one packet left as an emergency. But I still buy toilet rolls. Well, you have to, don't you? So the shoppers have begun to report shortages. You know what's going to happen now? There's going to be a shortage of eggs because everybody's getting panicky, even though there are no, I mean, they have had supplies affected because of avian flu. And, they're going to bring in eggs from Poland, apparently, because they don't have avian flu. And signs in Sainsbury's and Aldi have highlighted supplier issues, but they will be. And apparently, reports that Wetherspoons are running short. One sign in a Sainsbury's stated, "Can't find the eggs you want. We're dealing with supplier issues right now. Sorry for any hassle." You just have to stop eating eggs then for a little while. Goodness sake, honestly. Yeah, how will you cope without an egg? Oh my God. How are they going to cope in McDonald's? Double sausage and egg, double sausage McMuffin. Yeah, I have the egg taken out anyway. I don't like the eggs. I'm not a big fan of eggs. Occasionally I have them, but not very often. But it's interesting. Oh, Cher's got a new boyfriend. Look at her. You can imagine what she looks like by the time she's taken all the slap off and the wig off and put it on the stand by the side of the bed. She's 76 now, and she's going out with a music producer called Alexander Edwards. He's 36, and he's another one who can't dress himself. These odd people, music producers, because I'm like in showbiz. And he's not intimidated by older women. He's a record label executive with Def Jam. He has a 3-year-old son with a model. Cher's been married twice to Sonny and the late singer Greg Allman. I mean, she seems fairly happy. Did you ever see her show in Vegas? It was just basically a costume show of every outfit she ever wanted to wear. I mean, hardly covering her little body. I mean, really. I had to write and complain. I said, we don't want to see things like this. It's embarrassing. Goodness sake, honestly.
This is LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, 10 to 7. Have you ever heard of a drink called Prime? I've never heard of it. Have you heard of it? Prime. Apparently, children are turning to crime for Prime. This is an online drink craze. It's a sports drink. And desperate youngsters have reported to crime to get hold of it. Apparently it sells for £2, but demand is massively outpacing the supply. Bottles selling for £10 in playgrounds. I've never even heard of it. Kids are getting bullied into handing it over at school. The list price for a 500ml bottle is £2, up from the launch cost of £1.50, but sellers are asking between £7 and £20 for it on eBay. One lady spent 3 weeks getting up at 6 a.m. to find a bottle for her daughter, who's 9 years old. She eventually caught staff restocking shelves at 6:45 and blindfolded her daughter before surprising her with a set of drinks. How stupid is that? This is £100,000 for blue raspberry prime hydro. What rubbish, honestly. What rubbish. Who's going to be that stupid to spend £100,000 on a bottle of... I lent you my card. Absolutely not. But shortages of the drink are expected to ease after the UK production base was set up. So they've sold 100 million since its launch in January. But youngsters are pestering parents, with some travelling hundreds of miles. So this Lisa Smith, a daughter who's 9, pestering her mother to go up early hours of the morning to find this stuff. I think the answer is no. God, I've never heard anything like it. Absolutely ridiculous. Birthdays today. Oh, no, we're looking at Holly Willoughby, the Queen of Daytime Television, basically copying everybody else's outfits. They've got down the year and then an outfit that was worn by the Princess of Wales. And then they look at Holly's outfit, nearly identical. Something worn by Meghan, and Holly's wearing it, but in a different colour. Again, almost identical. A gold Jenny Packham dress, also worn by Holly Willoughby. And she seems to be sort of copying other people's styles. But I mean, I don't think it's her doing it. They have a stylist for her down at This Morning. And the stylist will say, oh, we've got this outfit for you today. How many are free? I've got no idea. Happy birthday to Paul McKenna. He is 59 today. The London-born DJ turned hypnotist has sold millions of books, such as I Can Make You Thin. But he says, I don't have all the answers. I'm from Enfield. I'm very ordinary. I always knew I was going to be famous, so I started practicing my autograph when I was 7. I wonder how early her and Pip get in for This Morning. Oh, I should imagine they sort of just... They've been a routine now. They've been doing it for such a long time. What time does their programme start? 10? No, I should imagine they'll be there 8:30. I would think 8:30, yeah. That'd be enough time because somebody else will go in, they don't have to set the set. All they've got to do is sit down, have some makeup put on, and they'll run through the script for today, and that'll be it. But at least they don't sit there reading it like the other two on the Friday. Ghastly. Poor old Dermot. Honestly, can't he... Dreadful presentation. Dreadful. November the 8th, 1980. A significant day because Steve McQueen, one of the world's highest paid actors, died from a heart attack. He was only 50. I'd forgotten how young he was, actually. Star of The Great Escape, The Magnificent Seven, and Bullet, Towering Inferno, and The Getaway, died at a hospital in Mexico where he'd gone for surgery to remove a tumour. Also, the soundtrack for South Pacific was enjoying the first of a record 70 weeks at number one in 1958. 70 weeks. Absolutely phenomenal. Really is. And police women will no longer to remove a tumour. Did I say tuna? Remove a tuna. How can you make light of it? It's not right, is it? Perhaps he did have a tuna. I don't know. He might have had a tuna sandwich with cucumber. To remove a tuna. Police women will no longer be put in the front line with their male colleagues during riots and other violent confrontations. Instead, they'll carry out duties in the background. This decision by Scotland Yard follows protests over 16 policewomen who were injured in the Notting Hill Carnival riot. They had a bloke the other day. It was on YouTube again, I'm afraid. And they'd stopped him and they wanted him to get out the car. And he said, I'm not getting out the car. Why do I have to get out the car? They said, produce your driving licence and everything else. We're stopping your car because I'm a police. This was in this country. I've seen, we're doing spot checks on cars. He said, I'm not getting out of the car. And so this policeman started explaining to him, well, I've asked you to get out of the car. You have to. He said, I'm not getting out of the car. They said, end of story. He said, what do you need to know? He said, we need to check your car out for any sort of thing. And I remember thinking, this is not going well. And then she interfered, the WPC. If you don't get out of the car, I'll smash the window and we'll drag you out. And I thought, what? She became Little Miss Bossy Boots. Little Miss Bossy Boots. Do you remember years ago, I remember telling you, I bought a scooter because we moved into a building which didn't have a car park, and I thought I'd better get a scooter. So I bought a Piaggio Hexagon, which was about as big as you could get and drive, frighten the life out of me. Anyway, long story short, I was going through Bushy Park and I got pulled by a police car because I had my helmet on, but I didn't have the strap done up underneath it. I didn't realise that was an offence. I knew nothing about this at all. So I get stopped, and this very aggressive WPC starts saying, right, we've got your documentation here and all the rest of it. Where do you want to produce your documentation? And all this. Anyway, so she's going on. This is donkeys years ago. Anyway, I produced them at the police station, my documentation. I said to the policeman in Twickenham police station, I said, she was really aggressive. He said, yeah. He said, she is. He said, I don't know why she's made you produce your documents. He said it was ridiculous. Anyway, she got done for drug dealing a short while afterwards. I laughed so much. I like things like that. Anyway, Prince Harry wanted to raise Archie in Africa. We haven't really read much about him. He's sort of disappeared, hasn't he? And apparently Prince Andrew was said to be completely depressed and lost after hopes of returning to public life were dashed by King Charles. Meanwhile, Sarah, that's the one who doesn't own her own property. She's shacked up at the Royal Lodge in a separate wing from Andrew. And she sort of put a picture of herself up in a line with, autumn is a perfect time to start anew and get a little cheeky. I have to be honest, I think she lives in cloud cuckoo land. Absolutely. But unfortunately, Prince Andrew brought it all on himself. Nobody made him hang around with a convicted paedophile. And so that's why, completely depressed and lost. Never exactly been a great contributor to the royal family. But we'll wait and see. The laser cut side effects of prostate treatment. And this is called Echo Laser. It could offer a less risky option because it's something that needs checking out. If you have problems in that department, you must definitely get these things checked out. They could do it now, and now would be a good time. Anything, if you don't feel right in your body, go to the doctor. I don't like to think of people suffering in silence and people saying, oh, I don't want to go there, it's a fuss, or I'm frightened about how... We had the lady the other day, she didn't want to go for her MRI scan. I said, go for it. Go for it. You must do these things because while it's all there, also short of breath, exhausted, low mood, symptoms of a lack of vitamin B12, apparently. And the over 60s and vegans are especially at risk. So now you know. Vegans as well. Also, New Williamson claims, a senior civil servant claims Gavin Williamson told him to slit your throat. He doesn't get any more pleasant, does he, by the minute or the hour or the day or anything else? Is it still raining? I don't even want to go out there, actually, if it's raining. Is it chucking it down? Really? Are you just saying that to wind me up, or is it really? It's really chucking it down. Funny thing is, it's only water. The producer said that to me yesterday. He said, it's only water, Steve. I said, yes. But, I still don't like it, because you get there, you get on the bus and the steam rising and all the rest of it. So Hancock rushed into the jungle after Star quits. She's ill. She didn't quit. She's been told by doctors not to be there. But Hancock rushing in, to save the show. How exciting will that be? Answer: not at all. Not at all.